Scary time, but the Panthers had to defend themselves and their offices. He remembered crawling around the headquarters, checking to see if everybody was alright and thinking that surely a lot of us had been killed because that damn tank out there was rocking those walls. To his surprise, people all over the office who had taken up their pre-arranged positions yelled out, "We all right in here?" in response to his question, "Anybody dead in there?" Explaining that the walls in their office had been reinforced with layers and layers of sandbags, he noted that we surrendered because we had proven our point, which was that blacks could defend themselves, maintain their dignity, and live like real men and women if they only tried. The police, however, thought it was the tear gas canisters that forced the revolutionaries to surrender. Sirgo noted that small arms fire continued from other locations in the Desire area, throughout the night. 17. Panther youth enjoy a meal in 1970 at the Intercommunal Youth Institute. Photo by Ducha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. This subsequent shooting could have come from Panthers who had fled to other buildings or from members of the community who supported the BPP. For example, after the Panthers were finally cleared out of the building, large bottle and rock throwing crowd gathered and began pushing and shouting and lifting clenched fists, a sign indicating support of the Panthers, according to the Times-Picayune. The paper added that the crowd managed to force police officers across a drainage canal bridge on nearby Higgins Boulevard. The officers were finally withdrawn at 12:10 p.m. 18 still others provided medical aid, protection, and shelter for the severely wounded Steve Green, one of the primary people the police sought to arrest. Additional evidence indicating it might have been community residents doing some of the shooting is that many blacks told reporters that they regarded the raid and Panther defense of their office as the first heroic chapter in the life of the New Orleans chapter. According to the New York Times, others went to the headquarters the following day to get it together for reopening. The paper went on to say that the nearby community is heavily armed to protect the Panthers. 19 Amazingly, only one person died in the shootout. He happened to be neither a Panther nor a policeman. The police did, however, arrest more than a dozen people. They booked 3 women and 13 men and charged them with attempted murder. All but one of those arrested were between the ages of 17 and 22. The police also charged a 14-year-old boy. According to the Times-Picayune, federal agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms Division of the Treasury Department also filed complaints against the 16 for violating the Federal Gun Control Act, as the police had confiscated 11 shotguns, 2 revolvers, a M1 rifle, a training rifle, and a Bowie knife. 20 Had the Panthers and the NCCF not been well trained to defend themselves against the police and prepared for this eventuality, many lives might have been lost. The Chicago and Los Angeles shootouts clearly demonstrated this fact. The violence in this episode came about after the police tried to infiltrate an organization that had committed no crime. The Panthers' response to this violence was to return it in kind. They had no intention of quitting or compromising for the sake of token concessions. Their charge, however, was such that a violent clash with police officials was inevitable. Jessica Fountaine, daughter of Gwen Fountaine, Huey Newton's first wife, at the Intercommunal Youth Institute, 1970. Photo by Ducha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. In November 1970, the police again attempted to evict the Panthers from their Desire headquarters, given to them by the people, according to NCCF spokesman Harold Holmes. This time, hundreds of angry Negroes blocked the armored tank. Many shouted profanities, noted the Times-Picayune. After the police, armed with riot guns and wearing bullet-resistant vests, urged the people to move out of the area for their own safety, the group replied in unison, "More power to the people," and began throwing bottles at reporters who watched the fracas from the side of the community center. 21 After a 5-hour standoff, the police withdrew. Undoubtedly some community members had become fed up with their deplorable living conditions and police maltreatment of New Orleans blacks. Organizing the community to be politically effective and self-sufficient, this Militant group of men and women loudly and publicly spoke out against the injustice of this society. That they drastically reduced crime in the Desire Project area and made it safe for people to live normal lives again was lost on the authorities. Their violent rhetoric and willingness to die for their convictions presented local law enforcement with a problem they had not had the time or inclination to solve: black people uniting under an agenda not directed or sanctioned by whites. If success came the Panthers' way, the power structure might be drastically and forever changed for the betterment of all the city's residents. As a result, the New Orleans police chief promised city residents that the police force was not going to allow the NCCF to get a foothold in the community. An NCCF news release issued after the shootout reported that since the group had arrived in May, the FBI had been warning the mayor and police chief to cut out the cancer before it spreads. NCCF members explained they had been evicted from offices twice because of pressure from the city. The note also stated President Richard Nixon used the same words in a letter to university presidents regarding the frequent urban rebellions of the period. Nixon often blamed widespread chaos in the United States on the Panthers, Students for a Democratic Society, and other radical groups. Clearly, established authority viewed the Panthers and others advocating the violent overthrow of the government as arch-enemies. As such, these groups had to be dealt with harshly and swiftly. 22 In its own defense, the NCCF noted that the heavy police response came as a result of their threatening the cops and the rich who the cops protect. They explained that because they started a free breakfast for children program, exposed certain cops who terrorized the black community, and revealed how grocery man Nellie Broussard exploited the community by his high prices. The cops here attacked the NCCF chapter. Missing from the Panthers' assessment is that party members, on more than one occasion, threatened to kill policemen who patrolled the black community. The fact that the policemen had been threatening to kill Panthers and other blacks in Desire for a long time mattered little to those who sought to contain the growth of the Panthers and other groups of their ilk. 23 The violence that came in the wake of these threats almost always affected the Panthers negatively. Calling the police raid on NCCF headquarters a trap designed to provoke the Panthers to commit some lawless act, NCCF spokespersons explained that no charges were filed based on the warrants the police eventually obtained, and the charges of attempted murder were dropped by the city because they knew all along that NCCF members were not guilty. Arguing that what happened in New Orleans was reminiscent of the Los Angeles and Chicago raids, NCCF members complained that these warrants were only an excuse for the long-planned and eagerly awaited police raid. The group also alleged that the news media had openly become the mouthpiece of the police in order to spread the lie that the black community is not sympathetic to the NCCF. It is unlikely blacks in the community opposed the NCCF and its goals, since most of the community youth participated in the organization's Free Breakfast for Children program and its Liberation School for the Youth. Attempting to show that the local authorities disapproved of their activities, the NCCF claimed that some newsmen had the police check their stories before they went to press, while the two entities simultaneously created a climate of terror where people who were either witnesses to or who are sympathetic to the NCCF are afraid to speak out. 24 In the days following the shootout, New Orleans police arrested nearly 50 blacks from the Desire area. An NCCF news release claimed the police were having a heyday in pinning unsolved crimes on those arrested. The arrestees included Wayne Morris, Larry Patterson, Lionel Ward, and Joseph Batiste, all of whom were college students and members of the NCCF. Others arrested included Charles Chucky Scott, an 18-year-old from New York City who had been integral in setting up the New Orleans chapter, Robert Revels and Willie Lee Dawkins of Washington, D.C., George Lloyd of Oakland, and Steve Green, also responsible for helping to organize the chapter. The Panthers, who had not been arrested, most of whom were female, opened the office the next day and continued their political organizing. 25 Though the authorities never said it explicitly, they wanted to get rid of the group's many survival programs. The Free Breakfast for Children program provided free breakfasts not only to blacks, but also to poor white and Hispanic children. The program provided two basic services in the communities in which it operated: an ongoing supply of food to meet the children's daily needs and periodic mass distributions of food to reach a larger section of the community. During his later years in the party, Eldridge Cleaver greatly diminished the importance of the community service programs, but initially he had explained the need for the programs derived from the basic unmet needs of the people. He said the programs succeeded because people can readily relate to the need to eat breakfast. Adding that people were concerned about perpetuating life without food, Cleaver, in agreement with other party members, argued that empty stomachs greatly hindered student production, a phenomenon, they insisted, that led to underachievement in lower-class students. Gauging response to the program in Portland, the Portland Oregonian reported that for nearly 2 years, the Panthers been winning widespread approval in the community. Despite financial shortages and inexperience, many in the public spoke highly of the programs. Because male and female Panthers were highly visible in the administration of these programs, many of their contemporaries saw them as capable and courageous individuals imbued with the hope and faith necessary to bring about change for themselves and their children. 26 Claiming the party's cardinal rule was have faith in the people and faith in the party, an editorial in the Black Panther pointed out the BPP wanted to overthrow the present imperialistic system by providing for the needs of the people. The group's community survival programs represented some of the tools to be used in this struggle. The program succeeded in attracting support throughout the various communities in which the party operated. 27 Chairman Bobby Seale insisted the party's intended goal was to get the program started and then turn them over to the people. Huey Newton pointed out that these survival programs were only a means of organizing the people in an attempt to lift their consciousness. The programs must have had some positive effect in this respect because there were numerous occasions when police kicked in the doors at the centers where the programs were held. They then destroyed food, files, and equipment, sometimes making it impossible for the programs to continue. In one street battle with Panthers, the Chicago police shot and killed Larry Roberson, the chapter's breakfast coordinator. They hoped his death would diminish the Panthers' effectiveness as community organizers, since the group used the breakfast program to publicize its other goals. 28 Clearly, Roberson's death conformed to the FBI's assumption that to kill the breakfast program would go far toward killing the party. 29. The Black Panther Health Clinic in Boston, 1971. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. The degree of success the programs had remains unclear. Seale, Newton, and other Panther leaders claim to have served more than 20,000 breakfasts throughout the Bay Area between 1967 and 1972. One Panther noted the party served about 10,000 breakfasts a day across the country. On the other hand, Newton's successor, Elaine Brown, starkly points out that by 1972, they found it virtually impossible to feed hungry black people with any regularity because at times we had no access to proper facilities and nearly all the money and energy we mustered were being depleted by our effort to simply keep our people on the street. Residents who lived in the neighborhoods where these programs operated claimed they were well attended. 31 of the party's more successful programs was the Oakland Community School, directed by Erica Huggins, the widow of John Huggins, a Los Angeles Panther leader murdered as a result of the FBI's now infamous counterintelligence program. Located at 6118 East 14th Street in the heart of East Oakland's black community, the tuition-free school had 120 students in 1975 and continued to operate until 1982. With a curriculum consisting of Spanish, math, reading, writing, and history, the Oakland Community School quickly instilled in the students a strong sense of self-worth and pride. Because the communities adjacent to the school had a sizable Mexican American population, a number of Mexican Americans also attended, as did white and Asian pupils. From the start, the Panthers let the students and their parents know they opposed exploitation from anyone, regardless of color. Erica Huggins pointed out that our children don't relate to color, but judge each other as individuals. 31 The school's 22 teachers, 10 staff members, and additional volunteers consisting of welfare mothers, grandmothers, and various other leaders of the black community, eventually became what Huggins described as a model of alternative education. The children's parents actively participated in the school. For example, they provided aid in the classrooms, offices, cafeteria, and they wrote proposals to obtain funding, an area in which Panther women played an integral role. 32 women played crucial roles in the maintenance of the BPP-free health clinics. These medical facilities, which began operating in Oakland in 1969, often started with a single doctor and one nursing student from a nearby university. At first they did little more than refer sick children and elderly people to other doctors for care. As the popularity of these clinics spread and their force of volunteer doctors and nurses increased, the BPP, with whatever resources they had, provided what many observers considered comprehensive health care for their communities. 33 In their efforts to provide poor communities with health care, Panthers enlisted the help of interns from local medical schools. These individuals, eager to help alleviate some of the suffering in impoverished areas, performed valuable community services free of charge. On occasion, these interns persuaded the doctors they worked under to donate their services to the Panther program. Otherwise, the Panthers simply canvassed the city for people and organizations willing to help. For example, when the Chicago Panthers wanted to establish a free health clinic, Ronald Satchel, a former Vietnam medic who served as the Chicago chapter's Minister of Health, enlisted the help of more than 150 nurses, technicians, physicians, and health science students volunteered to help provide services evenings and all-day Sundays. 34 After the establishment of free health clinics in such cities as Des Moines, Iowa, New York, Detroit, Kansas City, Missouri, Memphis, Chicago, Dallas, Los Angeles, and Oakland, one Panther explained the clinics function as model health institutions whose services are geared to meet the needs of black and other poor people who cannot afford to pay the high fees charged by most doctors in private practices. In his explanation of why the programs were free, Huey Newton remarked he did not feel the Panthers should get caught up in a lot of embarrassing questions or paperwork which alienate the people. He added that an important goal of the program was to attempt to get the people to understand the true reasons why they were in need in such an incredibly rich land, an obvious reference to what the BPP considered the avariciousness of the American political and economic system. 35 With multiracial staffs consisting of Asians, blacks, Hispanics, and whites, the clinics not only helped the sick and infirm, but they also demonstrated to many people that the Panthers were not simply out to kill white people, despite the fact that the mainstream media portrayed the group as mad killers. The patrons of these clinics also came from various racial and ethnic backgrounds. Henry Smith, a former coordinator for the People's Free Medical Clinic in Oakland, emphasized this point in an interview when he explained that we provide medical care equally to all regardless of their ethnic background or financial status. Dr. Mutulu Shakur, a former member of the New York branch, noted that because health care is essential to human life, he saw no reason why anyone should do without it. Disease and suffering were rampant in ghettos throughout the United States, so the Panthers moved to work out a solution to the problem. 36. The Black Panther Party. Community Center in West Oakland, 1970. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. In their efforts to help sustain these clinics, Panthers, many of them trained nurses, not only staffed and solicited support, but also helped to treat their patients with bronchial ailments, high blood pressure, back pain, and the common cold. The better staffed and more sophisticated clinics treated patients with diabetes, tuberculosis, and urinary tract infections. Patients discovered to have heart disease, mental retardation, and other serious conditions were sent to specialists. The clinic's most visible operations, however, were as screening centers for sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a disease that overwhelmingly affects Black Americans. Their ancestors, from thousands of years of living in Africa, where malaria was common, developed the sickle cell trait to fight this disease, evolving to a point where their blood cells changed shape to prevent malaria from killing them. Instead of being oval like they are in other humans, they turned into an elongated sickle-like shape. The disease had been misdiagnosed in blacks for decades, and because of the panthers, doctors began paying attention to it. In South Berkeley, Dr. Tolbert Small, a community physician, aided the panthers in their efforts. David Hilliard pointed out that the party publicized the problem so successfully that Nixon himself mentioned sickle cell in his 1968 health message to Congress. He also mentioned the disease in his 1973 inaugural address. The BPP eventually set up a sickle cell anemia research foundation in an effort to help find a cure for the condition. 37 local newspapers and other mainstream publications paid scant or no attention to these free health clinics or any of the other panther survival programs. It is therefore difficult to prove whether these operations were as successful and effective as the panthers claimed. Because ghetto residents often had neither access to, nor means to pay for, adequate medical care, these clinics undoubtedly represented some improvements for the neighborhoods in which they served. 38 An article in the New York Daily World reported that one panther-free health clinic had 10 doctors, 12 nurses, and 2 registered technicians. Also staffing the clinic were a large number of interns who come and help regularly, from medical schools from around the city. Douglas noted that the BPP chapters in Winston-Salem and Memphis provided ambulance services. While a number of the clinics stopped operating by 1972, some clinics continued to function as late as 1976. Still others continue operating today but with non-panther staff. Regardless of the level of services, the group achieved its goal of showing many poor people that even without adequate resources, they could work together to solve some of their more pressing problems. 39. Although local, state, and federal officials claimed to have been interested in avoiding violence, they used violence to disrupt and destroy the BPP and its members. The authorities in New Orleans simply outgunned the Panthers and forced them to engage in more peaceful forms of protest or no protest at all. The violence emanating from official sources prompted violence in return. It was this retaliatory violence, however, that gave authorities the justification they needed to rid black communities of the Panther menace. This pattern can be seen in New Orleans and the rest of the Panther chapters established below the Mason-Dixon line, including North Carolina. The history of Black Panther/NCCF activity in the Tar Heel state duplicated what happened in most other states where Panthers became visible. The BPP either started a chapter in a particular locale or authorized a NCCF to help it organize and achieve its goals. In most places, the BPP sought to target the youth of a particular community. In North Carolina, high school and college students represented the bulk of these youngsters. The group's goals remain the same: to set up community service programs in various impoverished areas and to defend black residents from police attacks. The Greensboro chapter, formed in 1969, was the first chapter in North Carolina. Eric Brown served as captain and Robert Sparrow as field lieutenant. Harold Avant, one of the field marshals in the Greensboro chapter, told one of his political education classes that as early as January 1969, the group had a training session on guerrilla tactics on the campus at A&T University. This campus training session held major implications for the future. Soon after, the Panthers and A&T students found themselves shooting it out with the police and National Guard. This particular conflagration coincided with numerous campus rebellions erupting throughout the United States. As many officials claimed, the BPP played an integral part in fomenting some of these outbreaks. 40 The FBI knew about the BPP's activities in Greensboro even before the party organized the chapter. A February 17, 1969, memo from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to the Charlotte Division noted that the local office's investigation of BPP activities in Greensboro shows the value of having informant coverage in a position to report on black extremist activities at their inception. Subsequently, Hoover strongly suggested to his agents that they should continue this commendable informant development and utilize this instance to illustrate to your agent personnel the advantages, desirability, and necessity of the development of adequate informant coverage. 41. The saturation with informants of Panther chapters throughout the country significantly contributed to the group's proclivity for violence because these agents had been instructed to encourage Panther violence in whatever way possible. This kind of criminal violence by public officials sworn to uphold the law played a decisive role in crushing the Black Power movement. Working from one of its bases in Greensboro, the BPP quickly began to spread its image and propaganda throughout the state. Geronimo Pratt, a primary leader of the party's military wing, reminisced during a 1998 speech about going into North Carolina and teaching the brothers how to properly defend themselves. He stated that some of the men he had trained bought their ammunition from the local sporting goods stores. Often, some of the ammunition was faulty, and when they shot, their guns would just go pop and not kill anything, so we had to teach them how easy it was to make their own bullets, which were much more effective. 42. Within months, the Panthers caught on like wildfire in the Tar Heel state. A memo from the director's office to Charlotte noted that a review of BPP activities in the Charlotte division that Avant prior connections with the BPP in the New York area. The memo added that Avant went to Greensboro with Eric Patrick Brown, a student at A&T State University. Regarding the training session, of February 7, 1969, FBI memo noted that those in attendance were young, mostly of high school or college age. It claimed Avant told the group once they attended one meeting of the Black Panther Party, they were brothers and sisters from then on and there was no chance to get out. This statement reflected the truly revolutionary nature of the BPP. Its demand of a lifetime of loyalty, though not enforceable, encouraged potential Panthers to think seriously about the reason they had for wanting to join. 43. Other BPP chapters in North Carolina experienced similar problems with the police. For example, the Panthers in High Point, much like the Panthers in New Orleans, Omaha, Nebraska, and Greensboro, were grudgingly forced to relocate their headquarters on several occasions. The story is similar to what occurred in most other cities where the group sought to establish itself. The police and FBI encouraged landlords to evict Panthers for any number of infractions, including being members of the BPP. The events in High Point came to a head in the winter of 1971. FBI agents in Charlotte reported to the Domestic Intelligence Division that sometime around 6:30 on a cold February morning the Guilford County Sheriff's Department and High Point Police announced to Panthers over public address system that they were being evicted and gave them 10 minutes to get out. A few minutes later, 17-year-old Diane Gray Mock came out of the house. Although the Panthers claimed the police started the shooting, the FBI noted that at about 7 a.m. others inside the house started firing and during the shootout, Shaw Cook, a white police officer was critically wounded by a .30 caliber bullet. The Panthers also hit two other police officers, although they avoided injury because they wore bulletproof vests. Larry Medley, the only Panther to get hit, went to the hospital with a superficial gunshot wound. 44. This episode was one of the few times when the casualty toll for the police went higher than that of the Panthers. After this incident, violent confrontations between police and Panthers in High Point declined because the group's leaders were in jail. Randolph Jennings, 17, George DeWitt, 17, Bradford Lilly, 19, and Diane Mock awaited trial on charges of conspiracy to commit the murder of police officers. This moment, according to Pratt and Emory Douglas, was repeated in other southern states, including Tennessee, Texas, and Georgia. Local, state, and federal agencies, taking advantage of Panther mistakes and youthfulness, succeeded in provoking the Panthers into firefights they had no chance of winning. When the external violence failed, harassment, arrests, and incarceration followed. 45. The Panther chapter at Winston-Salem became the strongest chapter in the Tar Heel state. Led by Area Captain Robert Taylor Greer and Lieutenant of Information Larry Donnell Little, the Winston-Salem Panthers organized in 1969 under the guise of a National Committee to Combat Fascism. Other members included William Rice, lieutenant in charge of BPP newspaper distribution, Nelson Malloy, Teresa Thomas, David Bowman, and Julius Cornell. Establishing its headquarters at 1602 East 14th Street, this NCCF organized a free breakfast for children program, daily political education classes, a liberation school, and a free health clinic. Local FBI agents noted that the Panthers hoped to use these programs to win favor and approval of the community at large and to indoctrinate the children in Panther psychology and militant activities. 46. On this point, the FBI came very close to ascribing BPP motives accurately. For those who did not understand the Panthers and their goals, or agree with them, talk of making dramatic changes in the lifestyles of poor people could easily be mistaken for indoctrination. What Panthers really sought, however, was to establish a base of people in black communities across the nation who were willing and able to take control of their own destinies. For example, while giving a talk to one of his political education classes in the summer of 1970, Larry Little stated unequivocally that there would be a revolution in the near future, and he suggested that his listeners get a gun, preferably a big gun, such as a .44 Magnum, and use it against anyone who harmed them. Little firmly believed life was not worth living without freedom. He explained to one reporter that black people's desire to live should never supersede our desire to fight for our freedom. The 23-year-old former basketball star from Winston-Salem's Reynolds High School also gave an analysis of President Nixon's policies, ranging from Vietnam to welfare, and made extremely derogatory statements concerning these issues. Pointing out that Defense Captain Julius Cornell also taught these political education classes, an informant noted that there are sometimes as high as 30 people in the political education classes, with many of these people being from the surrounding communities and not members. An FBI informant noted that in addition to claiming the police department used vicious war-type tactics against the Panthers, Little apparently had a strong grudge against Justice Tucker, Winston-Salem's chief of police. 47. The FBI did not mention the source of this grudge. For several months, NCCF members and police in Winston-Salem avoided violent confrontation. The FBI pointed out that in addition to its community service programs and voter registration drives, the group's major activities appeared to be their concern various charges against the BPP leadership whose cases have not gone to trial. The Bureau indicated that the group in Winston-Salem worked diligently in an effort to raise bond money for the High Point 4, and to use their forthcoming trial as a rallying point to gain public support. Other than agitating at Camp Lejeune, a Marine Corps installation in North Carolina, and Fort Bragg, an Army base in Fayetteville, North Carolina, the BPP members at Winston-Salem continued their work in fixing up their headquarters. 48. This lull lasted only a short time. Throughout 1970, Panthers, their affiliates, and supporters worked to put together plans to attend plenary sessions of their upcoming Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, to be held in Washington, D.C., on November 28, 1970. At this convention, the participants, who included not only Panthers but numerous diverse protest groups like the Students for a Democratic Society, the New University Conference, the Young Socialist Alliance, and several women's groups, hoped to draft a new United States Constitution to replace the existing one. The FBI and police in Winston-Salem, however, had other plans for their local NCCF. 49. Shortly after some 60 NCCF members left Winston-Salem for Washington, D.C., they began to experience mechanical problems with their rented truck. As they pulled off the road at Henderson, North Carolina, the front tire of their truck fell off, and it was not long before the group discovered knife marks in it. In a later investigation, several community residents confirmed that unknown persons were seen around the truck prior to the commencement of the journey. 50. When they telephoned Winston-Salem for help, someone told them NCCF headquarters had burned down. An NCCF member stated that undercover police agents firebombed the place. NCCF spokespersons claimed the fire department, instead of trying to extinguish the fire, completely destroyed the house, stole records and some weapons from the office. 51. The authorities undoubtedly intended not only to allow the Panther office to be destroyed, but also to use whatever information it obtained there to force the Panthers out of existence. NCCF spokespersons also claimed that E. Whitmore Incorporated, the towing company that came to their assistance, stated that the truck could not be repaired and left it on the side of the road. Likewise, the group contacted a mechanic in Greensboro who told them that the FBI informed not to repair the truck. The FBI, state, and local police, according to the BPP, then converged on the truck, told the occupants about the destruction of their headquarters, and proceeded in their usual brutal manner to conduct a search for weapons. Finding no weapons, the authorities left and the NCCF members succeeded in fixing the truck themselves. Then they proceeded to Washington and attended the convention. Although no shootout occurred, law enforcement officials clearly sought to sabotage Panther plans and to render their office useless. The BPP in the city, however, decided to continue its community organizing despite the setbacks. 52. The FBI noted that upon the group's return, the BPP moved its activities to 2 other locations. In a rather foreboding tone, a memo stated that the group had again obtained weapons, fortified their headquarters, and sold the Black Panther Party newspaper. 53. In addition to its community activism and anti-government stance, the group's willingness to act boldly, along with its violent rhetoric, captured law officials' attention. The following excerpt from a Larry Little speech had become PAR for the course. I adhere to violence because my whole life consists of violence in the black community. What happened to the Jews in World War II ain't nothing to what's been happening to black people in the last 400 years in America and in Africa. No honky can tell me I can't say nothing about violence. And you talk about slavery, bombings of churches, lynchings, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Korea, North Vietnam, genocide of American Indians, relocation of the Oriental people in World War II, don't you tell me one can't say nothing about violence. 54. Clearly, Little sought to link the oppression of others with the oppression blacks experienced at the time. His delivery, however, went a long way not only in scaring whites but in turning many of them against the party. After this occurred, it became easy to jail Panthers on nearly any pretext. Not long after this speech, in early January 1971, 3 NCCF members landed in jail after the police raided their 23rd Street headquarters in an effort to find illegal weapons. Despite this setback, the party in Winston-Salem, which operated an ambulance service, a health clinic, and several other free community programs, continued to operate into the late 70s, when many of its leaders were called out to Oakland to help shore up national headquarters. The violent relationship between Panthers and police also continued well into the mid-1970s until the outnumbered Panthers were either dead, incarcerated, or too demoralized to fight. 55. Before it disappeared from the headlines, however, the party experienced a phenomenal spurt of progress, which occurred thousands of miles away from Oakland in New York City, one of the most culturally advanced enclaves of blacks in the country. Chapter 8. To the east and back. Between 1968 and 1970, the Black Panther Party spread from northern and southern California all the way east to New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Maryland. Before reaching the East Coast, the party set up chapters and affiliates in places like Denver, Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, Des Moines, Iowa, Dallas, Detroit, and Toledo and Cleveland, Ohio. In all these locales, the Panthers opposed, both verbally and physically, the police and the forces of business and government that guided and controlled them. This stance almost always ended in violence. Despite the tense situation, the Panthers continued to organize and to coalesce with other groups and individuals that thought the status quo needed to change. The group's widespread activity led to expanded surveillance and counteraction. This response, intimately tied to the prevailing violence between the Panthers and police officials, ensured the Panthers did not reach their goal of complete revolution. The Panthers, however, did not know how things would end by the end of the turbulent 60s. Many still believed that sustained, concerted political action could lead blacks to freedom. The farther east the party spread, the more intense and disciplined Panther action became. The group's culmination in growth, and its establishment in New York, brought with it the development of a cadre of people who believed wholeheartedly in Panther principles and the right of all people to be free. The New York chapter, formed in mid-1968, was influenced primarily by those closely associated with the Los Angeles chapter. Like other chapters, it emphasized the Free Huey movement at first. New York City and its surrounding environs, however, had problems of their own. Eldridge Cleaver, also closely associated with the LA chapter through Bunchy Carter and his close comrade Field Marshal Don Cox, had an enormous influence on the New York State branch. Cleaver, who spoke in New York at several sites during his presidential bid as a candidate for the Peace and Freedom Party, had the ability to articulate the ills of black society in a way that made people want to take action. Panther Thomas McCreary remembered that when Cleaver was in town people listened because, like Malcolm X, he was spit and fire. New York Panther BJ recalled that was it when he came to PS 201 and gave that speech. That electrified the audience and made him think about joining the party. After laying the groundwork, the BPP set up its regional headquarters for the East Coast in New York City. Harlem eventually became home to this headquarters. Even though Loudon Ford had been put in charge of the Panther office in Manhattan earlier that summer, a group simultaneously set up in Harlem by Oakland transplant Ron Pennybacker and David Brothers came to dominate the New York scene. Unlike Ford's group, which had been established by SNCC workers during the group's brief dalliance with Stokely Carmichael and James Foreman, the Harlem group, according to one author, attracted a tougher, more militant breed of cat. Some of these included Afeni Shakur, Lumumba and Zaid Shakur, Doroba bin Wahad, Sundiata Akali, Chiba'un, Michael Sidaway Tabor, Joan Bird, Cheryl Foster, Saifi Yabukari, Alex Rackley, and Ali Bey Hassan. Of course, these people represent only a minute sampling of the membership, as the New York chapter eventually grew to more than 1,000 members. Stretching from Harlem and the Bronx to Brooklyn, Queens, and Long Island, the BPP found itself immersed in the pressing issues facing blacks in the Big Apple. Cleo Silvers, who joined the party in New York not long after it started, explained that I was to know every community organization in the Bronx and be involved with those people. I was involved with the community planning board where we would go and make demands in support of the people. That's how deep it was. Silvers's experience in the party is a good example of how the rank and file fared in the organization. The circumstances of her joining are quite interesting. Formerly of Philadelphia, Silvers had been employed as a healthcare worker at Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx. Sometime in 1968, a party member sent her to the Harlem office to join. When she arrived at the headquarters at 7th Avenue and 125th Street, Panthers Gloria Jean and Afeni Shakur stood on the office steps. Silvers explained to them that she had been sent to join and was immediately told she could not become a Panther because, upon questioning, she did not know how to wrap a ghillie, an African-style head covering popular in the 60s and 70s. Many black women continue to wear them today. Black Harlem's immersion in African culture apparently affected the Panthers as it had affected millions of others. Of course, the two were teasing the potential recruit and having fun doing it. After going inside to retrieve the wrap from the officer of the day, the person in charge of the office on a day-to-day basis, she sat as one of the women wrapped her head. Because they wore the African wraps at the time. They told Silvers, "See, you look like us." Then it was her turn, and according to her, she wrapped a ghillie that day. No mirror, no nothing. Proud of her accomplishment, the two informed her that she could become a Panther. After a 6-week training period all new recruits had to finish without missing a day, Silvers became a full-fledged member and prepared to go to work. Silvers immediately gave up her job because she could not see how she could do all the party work and maintain it. She noted, "You can't sell papers, be up for the breakfast program at 4 a.m., go to the community meetings, work with the children and tutor them after school, go to PE classes, cook food, take care of the rest of your colleagues, and have a job. It was just impossible, so I had to quit my job because I wanted to be more involved because of the community aspect of it, the closeness and the unity of the people. Like many panthers, she lived on the 10 cents she got from the sale of each panther paper she hawked. Though there were many panthers who maintained their jobs, most quit and became full-time revolutionaries. Their communal living arrangements meant that they shared food and clothes and therefore did not need as much as an individual alone might. With the cost of living being what it was in the 60s and early 70s, it was not difficult to eat adequately and to purchase necessities. As revolutionaries, however, they were all expected to live with less while they became hard-working, politically astute individuals. Silvers noted that political education was central to their development. She mentioned having to read for 2 hours every day to be ready for political education class at 9 at night. You had to read your political education material before you get there, she added, because if Doraba asked you a question and you did not know it, you had to do 50 laps around the block. Doraba was one of the more outspoken leaders of the party. He was arrested, along with 20 other New York leaders, after being implicated in April 1969 in a police-initiated conspiracy to blow up police stations, botanical gardens, and other public buildings. Apparently, there was no violent discipline in the New York chapter, according to Silvers. She noted that there was too much love for that kind thing to be taking place. That shit might have happened on the West Coast, she added, but the brothers taught us love for each other and that you don't harm your comrade. Instead, she explained, the discipline usually included physical exercise. The leadership explained to her that the running was good for her training, especially since she was about to be sent to karate school to learn self-defense. At this training school, Panther Alex Rackley taught the Harlem Panthers karate and judo. Silvers remembered that when she went to the dojo next door to the office to learn karate, she learned about all kinds of weapons. She noted that I had stars, I had pins, and I taught the other sisters how to use them. So if a horse run up on you, and you got to get out of the way, you got to get that motherfucker out of your way, guess what, either the police or the horses would fall down. If you put 20 marbles underneath a horse's foot, guess what, the motherfucker is going to break his fucking leg cause we demonstrating, she laughed. Foregoing to demonstrations and scuffling with the police, however, figured little in the Panthers' daily routine. In addition to all the activities mentioned above, Silvers also operated as a messenger. She explained that because the police had all the phones tapped and were listening to everything we said, they had to have secure messages. Bullwhip, another New York Panther, agreed and noted that they had our phone tapped so much that we stopped paying the bill and Ma Bell still left them on. As a matter of fact, he added, way back then, we had 3- and 4-way calling and didn't even have to pay because the feds wanted to be sure that they got that information. Indeed, Panther offices all over the country had their phones tapped at one point or another. Transcripts of phone taps fill more than a dozen boxes at the Stanford University archives where Huey Newton's papers are housed. At any rate, after receiving a message, Silvers ran to the Bronx to another leader's house to take the secure message. She recalled being fast and very good at this job. They gave me the responsibility to run those messages back and forth, she explained, because I was quick and I was good and I knew how to state the message exactly the way it was given. She recalled having to memorize large amounts of information and having to deliver it precisely the way it had been transmitted. 5 Harlem Panther Cheryl Foster, who served as housing coordinator, kept a diary of her daily activity while in the party. It provides excellent insight into the experience of the average full-time party member in a leadership position. For example, Monday through Friday, she kept the following schedule: between 6 and 7 in the morning, she exercised, cleaned up, and ate. At 7, she helped at the free breakfast program and by 7:30, she went to busy train and bus stops to sell the Panther paper. At 9, she signed in at the office, received her assignment for the day, and by 10 she was involved in section work, which meant anything from helping with police brutality and tenant issues to problems going on in any of a dozen or so local schools. This work was always based on the community's needs. Between noon and 1 in the afternoon, she engaged in progressive paper selling. One wonders if she meant aggressive, because of the lunch hour and the many opportunities to sell to workers who ate lunch at this time. From 1:30 to 2:15, she ate lunch and attended a political education class. For the next hour she engaged in more section work. From 3:45 to 6:30, she sold the paper, and at 7 she signed in at the office again. Foster and the rest of her comrades then had dinner until 8. From 8:30 to 10:30, she did community work, office work, and attended P.E. class. Though every Panther did not maintain this exact schedule, it is clear rank and file party members had their hands full. Indeed, there were many entries in the diary that indicated that the night did not end until 2 or 3 in the morning. Paper selling seems to have taken up a lot of time, but the community work also stood out as a priority. There can be no doubt that to be a Panther, one had to be dedicated or get into serious trouble, as the organization had been set up militarily and subordination was not tolerated. After making notations for future meetings, strategy sessions, and timetables, Foster confirmed this point when she noted at the end of this list of things to do, that 4 UPS are to be brought up before staff. 6. In her position as housing coordinator, Foster kept abreast of the problems tenants in her section encountered with landlords. She sometimes took pictures of dilapidated apartments and demanded that owners maintain housing inhabited by blacks and other people of color in New York City. She spent many hours addressing the Panther demand for housing fit for humans. Along with comrades like Afeni Shakur, who once organized 100 buildings during a successful rent strike, Foster helped to give hope to thousands of New Yorkers who otherwise had no advocate. Encouraging unity and solidarity, Panthers taught tenants their rights, wrote petitions, organized block meetings, and insisted that health standards be maintained. Because the teeming rats and roaches that occupied the dwellings with the humans sometimes bit children or crawled into people's ears, the Panthers worked long and hard to show blacks that the political system fostered and allowed such misery. When the furnace died in the middle of winter or when there was no hot water for showers, some New York residents began to understand why the Panthers organized. Only by standing up and joining with others to revolutionize certain values in society, the Panthers argued, could poor and oppressed people change their circumstances. 7. Foster organized rallies, was placed in charge of student organizations throughout the city, worked to free Bobby Seale and New York Panthers arrested for felonies, and fought off the police who tried on several occasions to prevent her from selling the Black Panther Party newspaper. She was one of the many Panthers who tried to bring about justice and equality in the most populous city in the United States. Her efforts, however, foundered, as internal dissension and external attack ravished the self-appointed vanguard organization. The forces working against the Panthers were almost infinitely stronger than the small group could have imagined. Before long, those forces infiltrated and incapacitated the group of young militants, criminalized the entire organization, and rendered ineffective any violent outbursts on the part of urban guerrillas looking to get even as they attempted to secure black freedom. In the Big Apple, the infiltration started early on. The New York-based Bureau of Special Services pegged 28-year-old Sean Dubonnet for an informant early in the party's history. Dubonnet had spent time in 15 mental institutions and had been diagnosed by psychiatrists as a chronic paranoid schizophrenic and a pathological liar before becoming a party member. At the time of his enrollment in the party, the authorities sought him for escaping from a mental institution and Secret Service agents wanted him for threatening the life of the president over the phone. Why and how he became the Panther chief of security in New York City are questions that certainly need to be answered. This problem, like most others in New York, stemmed from the West Coast, where most of the major decisions originated. The paucity in security checks on party members eventually cost the chapter its life. Many undesirables made their way into the group. While there, they helped rip the party apart by engaging in all manner of illegal and unnecessary activities. Despite the position's sensitivity, West Coast leadership appointed Dubonnet head of security after Cleaver had a problem with the man who previously held the job. They apparently made no attempts to ascertain this person's capability or background. 8. Although Dubonnet's bizarre behavior made Panther leaders wonder if he was a police spy, their attempt to verify their suspicions fell short of success. Panther Lieutenant Victor Perez, Dubonnet's immediate superior, planted a false story about killing party opponents in the Ocean Hill, Brownsville dispute over community control of schools, hoping his quarry would expose himself by reporting the story to the police. It turns out that the Panthers tried too early, as Dubonnet changed sides only after being arrested for joyriding on New York City streets in a stolen taxi. With the choice of $100 a week to spy on the Panthers or jail facing him, he instantly agreed to take the money. Before long, FBI informers Roland Hayes, Gene Roberts, and Ralph Sedan White found that procuring security positions in the party was an easy thing to do. With former Office of Special Services and former CIA agent Angelo Gallanti working in tandem with the Bureau of Special Services, it did not take long before the police crashed the party in the Big Apple. Gallanti had worked for the precursor to the CIA in Italy during World War II, and with the CIA in Korea during the Korean War. At the time he took the job as Panther Hunter, he worked on Long Island as an officer in the Army Special Forces. His specialty was guerrilla operations behind enemy lines. With this experience, he helped trap and jail the Panthers in short order and subsequently participated in their premature foundering. As Hayes offered party members crates of dynamite given him by the FBI, Roberts and White worked to trap the New York Panthers in a conspiracy so immense that it took a year-long trial to sort everything out. Before these events took place, however, the New York Panthers made significant headway in the Black liberation struggle. They rid many neighborhoods of the heroin menace wreaking havoc on young and old alike. In the process, they created an array of programs that addressed the needs of their constituents, the black communities in New York City and surrounding areas. 9. Richard Moore, aka Doraba bin Wahad, a member of the New York Black Panther Party and one of the New York 21. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. Cleo Silvers remembered that the organizing skills of Panther leaders made them targets for those hoping to maintain the status quo. She explained that although they found themselves constantly busy, the leaders worked harder than we did. They would be up all night planning shit, surveying the conditions of the city, and trying to find solutions to all these problems. For example, she noted that Dr. Curtis Powell would sit with other doctors and go over all the theories around preventive health care. These were people, she added, who not only talked about sickle cell anemia, but worked to bring about a cure. There were doctors doing research on this, she said, and they taught Panthers things, and as a result we designed programs that spoke directly to those issues. Silvers added that Panther leaders retained lawyers like William Kunstler to come to their meetings and to teach them community law so they might deal with some of the issues affecting them. She concluded that their understanding of how to organize and how to delegate was superb. It was mind-boggling for me to see all the shit they was doing. 10. Michael Tabor was a New York Black Panther and part of the New York 21. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. Thomas McCreary, another New York Panther, who joined after being a member of the SNCC for 2 years, noted that the party flourished because of the excellent leadership in New York. Like many New York City blacks of his generation, McCreary volunteered for Vietnam in 1965 to avoid being killed in the mean streets of New York, where his family had moved from North Carolina. His nickname, Blood, came from his escapades as a gang member in the Big Apple. When he went to Vietnam, his unit was dropped off in the Central Highlands near the North Vietnamese border where the Ho Chi Minh Trail began. He saw a lot of action, they were getting busy up there, he remembered, and went on a lot of search and destroy missions. When he entered the party, he noted that the police acted just like he and his fellow soldiers acted when they were in Vietnam. When police raided Panther offices, he noted, the first thing they would do is destroy all of the food. They were burning cereal up there. They were starting fires, and it reminded me of search and destroy missions in Vietnam. How you going to feed the kids and you ain't go no food, he asked. They knew where to hit us, he said. If you get rid of those programs cause those programs get you support from the people, then it made it easier for the authorities to get rid of them altogether. People would come with their children for breakfast and get a meal themselves. We weren't turning anybody down, he noted. We might talk trash but we weren't turning them down, they were going to get something to eat. We would also clothe the people, he added. They went to all the local cleaners since, according to him, they got a big sign up there stating we are not responsible for your things after 30 days. Then we come down 30 days later and say donate those clothes to us, cause we gonna have a free clothing giveaway, and that afternoon that is what we would do. If a nigga ain't got no winter coat and it gets cold in New York, baby, you gonna be there, and you gonna get a nice coat. People respected them for their charity and willingness to give of themselves. He added that the leadership and sometimes the rank and file went to the churches and asked for the use of their kitchens. They said yes as long as we agreed to clean up afterwards, most of them anyway. Then you got this nigger on the corner selling this high-priced food, he's gonna give us so much grits for that week. Certain others we gonna go and get so many eggs, and then others some bread, and so on until they had enough food for their free breakfast for children programs. Initially, he explained, the relationship between the Panthers and the businesses was hostile because they did not trust us, and the party's attitude was, we know that you gonna give that merchandise up because you taking the money out of the community at 6 o'clock when the sun goes down. We know you done made the money and what we asking for ain't much at all. As a matter of fact, we told them they can come down and cook and volunteer themselves if they wanted to see what we were doing with the food. And when they saw that we were sincere, we had them coming to us and offering us help. They would say, can you get a truck over there and pick it up? Be it furniture, clothes, or whatever. We furnished people's apartments, those that needed it, on many occasions. 11 Silvers noted that people who owned shoe factories would bring a truckload of shoes, drop it in front of the building, and we would size them up and put them outside for the community to come and get them. Bar owners, hustlers, other business people, especially the black businessmen, all contributed, although many of them did not want this known. Our people were so committed that the BPP in Harlem used to take drugs from drug dealers and pour it down the sewer. All the drug dealers were half scared of the Panthers because we were serious about cleaning up and protecting our communities. As a result, said BJ, a Panther from the Corona branch, they moved the corner from 125th Street all the way down to 116th Street and yes, got violent. I think one of them got shot in the leg for not cooperating. We had what you would call a safe zone from 125th to 116th was the safe zone, and anybody who violated it had to deal with the Black Panther Party, which they did not want to do because we had some serious people out there. Silvers concurred and explained that even though later on we fell victim to all that stuff, we wasn't having no drugs, we wasn't having violence, we wasn't having no police violence, we was not having no bad education, no rats biting no babies, no bad health care, we wasn't having it up in here. That's why the Harlem community loved us so much. These members said the party leadership let everyone know they were the ones to come to for whatever they needed. 12 McCreary noted that sometimes the single women in the community came up to the office to ask for help. And she's got 3 babies and she got to get downtown to take care of some business. We would say bring them to the office but be back here at 5 and pick your children up. So when people had emergencies they would come to us, he said. The Panther office became the emergency center for damn near everything. It would be a million people in there and everybody wanting some service of some kind. It got to the point, he added, that the people would get indignant when you told them that you couldn't do something they wanted you to do. When this happened, he recalled, they said, "Ah man, I'm going to report you because you are messing up. You're obviously messing up because you ain't doing your job. Stop frontin'." I told you I had this appointment to go to and you telling me you ain't got nobody to keep the kids. Well, what the hell are you doing? You got all those toys back there in the back, you can go back there every now and then and watch them, you still can work up here in the front. He added that because of the great work the leadership did, we all became responsible. This effort paid off later when the party needed the community's support. He remembered whenever the police would raid those offices, community residents would come into the streets like flies, man. The streets would be full of people, women, children, old people, young people, pimps, hustlers, dope dealers, everybody. Talking about why y'all messing with them. Because they gave instead of taking from the people, they always had more support than their membership numbers indicated. 13 For creating such a dynamic organization, the Panther leadership in New York City, and in fact in every other city where the party was established, became targets. The New York 21, arrested on conspiracy charges because of the city's strategic importance because of the influence they wielded, became a cause célèbre. Rather than scaring people away from the party, the repression increased recruits. On April 1, 1969, District Attorney Frank Hogan leaked news to the press that his office, along with the New York City Police Department, had uncovered an appalling conspiracy by the Panthers to bomb public buildings and to destroy lives throughout the city of 7 million. The following day, New York City police officers charged 21 Panthers, all of whom held leadership positions, with a 12-count indictment for conspiring to murder New York City policemen and to dynamite 5 Midtown department stores, a police precinct, 6 railroad rights-of-way, and the Bronx Botanical Gardens. The target date of April 6, according to District Attorney Hogan, had been set to coincide with Easter and the anniversary of Bobby Hutton's death in Oakland. Though no actual act was alleged or charged, court authorities set the Panthers' bail at $100,000 each. Authorities kept all the Panthers incarcerated until the trial started a year later. Of these, 2 were women. 20-year-old Joan Bird, who had no previous convictions, had graduated with honors from Cathedral High School, enrolled in Bronx Community College, and started work as a teaching assistant at Public School 175. 22-year-old Ifeni Shakur worked in the Manpower Training Commission, and in addition to the other Panther activities previously mentioned, worked with kindergarten children. Robert Collier had been employed as a staff director at Tompkins Square Community Center, a poverty program, and served as a member of the Lower East Side Planning Board. Dr. Curtis Powell worked as a biochemist and was engaged in research at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center. 31-year-old Ali Bey Hassan worked with the party as a community educator and organizer. He later emerged as a member of the Black Liberation Army. Lumumba Shakur, 26, worked with the Harlem Community Council. Vietnam veteran Lee Berry, 25, worked as a photographer and actor. However, at the time of his arrest, he was in the hospital suffering from war-induced epilepsy. Poor treatment at the hands of police left him in a coma and unable to stand trial. 24-year-old Walter Johnson worked in a grocery store, and Dorba bin Wahad, also 24, worked as a photo letter operator and artist. 22-year-old Michael Cedewayo Tabor worked as an artist for the party. Alan McKeever, 19, Eddie Josephs, 17, and Lonnie Epps, 17, were all high school students. 14 Another minor was on the list, against whom charges were later dropped. When the police knocked on the door to arrest Nathaniel Burns, he leaped 35 feet to the pavement and later wound up in Algeria, site of the party's international headquarters. His co-defendants Larry Mack and Thomas Berry, also sought by NYPD, had arrived ahead of him in their attempts to evade arrest. Still other co-defendants, Richard Harris and Donald Weems, sat safe in a Newark jail on previous charges of robbery. William King, ex-Marine Sergeant and author of Urban Guerrilla Warfare, and Minister of Information's aide Shakur rounded out the list of suspects. After the arrests, police placed their prisoners in jails throughout the city, confining them in maximum security facilities. They took this action so the arrested revolutionaries could not collaborate and properly prepare for any eventual trial. It took several days before their lawyers located them all. The extremely high bail the authorities set was unprecedented in New York at the time, especially for people who had not committed any crimes. Writing in the New York Review on September 11, 1969, Ronald Steele commented that because the press ensured the Panthers were generally viewed as an anarchistic band of gun-toting, white-hating thugs, police and federal officials could abridge their constitutional rights in a way they would not dare use against whites. He concluded that it was unlikely that members of a white political organization, even the Ku Klux Klan, would be rounded up in the middle of the night, thrown into jails, dispersed around the city, kept under maximum security and even solitary confinement, detained in prison for months on exorbitant bail, and charged with plotting irrational actions without the liberal press voicing its indignation. It happened to the Panthers in New York. Panthers insist they received such treatment because they had been making progress in building a multi-ethnic constituency to oppose what they called a corrupt capitalist system. In addition to their socialist leanings and their demand for racial justice, the Panthers had significant ties to and tremendous influence on those Americans who had nothing to lose in rebelling against their condition. This happened to be especially the case in New York City, the hub of Panther activity in the East and covering an area from Providence, Rhode Island, to Winston-Salem, North Carolina. 15 Indeed, the leadership continued to function while incarcerated. Through their lawyers, they stayed in constant contact with their people on the streets. In addition to organizing the inmates who surrounded them, Silvers noted, they let us know what was going on. They educated us while they were in jail. They sent out communique number 1 and 2, telling us what to do, to keep struggling, stay strong, and fight for us. Sometimes they would get technical and send orders out to you in the community because one of the persons who was in jail was in charge of the breakfast program, and they would say this breakfast program is such and such and you had to do this and that. You Brooklyn guys, send your troops out there to make sure that things were still operating smoothly. With a twinkle in her eyes and a serious smile, she added, they were generals, they were our generals. They were like the Central Committee of New York. 16 The problems they experienced, however, did not go away just because they were capable people. Since their arrest in April, a few Panthers had been bailed out in an effort to rally support for the rest. Doraba bin Wahad, Lumumba Shakur, Michael Sitawayo Tabor, and Afeni Shakur, who was pregnant with her son Tupac, were among those released. They did an excellent job helping to organize the defense. This work included staging large rallies where individuals of all political persuasions spoke in support of the jailed Panthers. Former Students for a Democratic Society member Marty Kenner became the party's accountant in charge of the defense fund. After the rest of the 21 languished in jail for an entire year, the trial commenced. Meanwhile, the Free Huey movement had come full circle and accomplished its goal. In August 1970, Huey Newton emerged from prison an icon and a hero. The party he had started 4 years prior had grown from a Bay Area group vying for attention to an international phenomenon with thousands of members, dozens of chapters, and scores of affiliates, as well as supporters in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific Islands. To say the least, he was not prepared for such responsibility and power. He got a taste of what was in store for him when he emerged from the courthouse where he had been kept since leaving prison a few days earlier. A throng of some 5,000 awaited him. Black and white, young and old, rich and poor, they all wanted a glimpse of the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party. Upon being released, he and his security team, which included Che Brooks of Chicago, Geronimo Pratt of the Los Angeles chapter, David Hilliard and Bill Jennings of the Oakland chapter, and a half-dozen others, had to flee from the crowd. There is a famous picture of Newton standing atop a Volkswagen with his shirt literally being torn away from him. The larger-than-life Panther gleamed in the August sunshine, his muscles, no doubt strengthened while doing push-ups in his cell, rippling like Adonis's. A handsome man who looked the part, Newton actually felt overwhelmed and little afraid of the crowd, especially as hundreds of Oakland policemen began approaching. Jennings remembered it was like we were the Beatles or something and people were chasing us. We got caught and that's how we ended up on top of that car. In fact, Newton had to promise the crowd that he would make a speech at a nearby park to get them to disperse. His admirers took the bait and Newton and his security team fled in the opposite direction. 17 Newton's respite was short-lived. By 1970, the party had grown tremendously and too quickly, some would argue. There were any number of internal squabbles threatening to rip it apart at the seams. Sometimes chapters called themselves Panthers but in reality had no relationship with the Oakland headquarters. Troubleshooters crisscrossed the country in an effort to deal with this problem, but their efforts were never enough. Even though some members of rogue chapters agreed to go to Oakland and to learn party policy and principles, others refused and continued operating on their own, often getting involved in acts that discredited the BPP. For this reason, in early 1969, before the New York 21 arrests and before the Fred Hampton and Mark Clark murders, the party initiated a nationwide purge, dispatching Panther leaders to different parts of the country to whip chapters into shape and to expel undesirable members. This purge worked to their detriment and to the government's advantage. Panther George Edwards in Washington, D.C., in 1970. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. By the spring of 1970, the FBI learned that Eldridge Cleaver had accepted as bona fide a fictitious letter stating that BPP leaders in California were seeking to undercut his influence. In April 1970, the FBI sent a letter to Cleaver in Algiers accusing Newton and his followers of plotting against the exiled leader. Each faction then ordered the expulsion of the other, resulting in the purging of whole chapters. Indeed, Bobby Seale and the rest of the Panther Central Committee concluded that only through extensive purges could they rid the organization of spies, informants, jackanapes, and agents provocateurs. 18 This purge had a disastrous effect on the party. Not only were some of the best members expelled because of personality clashes, some of the least effective members were left in place because of the unfairness of the purging process. Even worse, the federal government, which had been dogging the Panthers since its early days in an attempt to quash the group, took this opportunity to wreak havoc on the party. Displaying their experience in espionage and counterintelligence, government agents, in chapter after chapter, pretended to be Panthers from headquarters, expelling members and, on a few occasions, disbanding entire chapters. Historian Yahira Williams wrote that FBI operatives working with local and state authorities attacked BPP chapters that were new, in bad standing, or feuding with the national headquarters. He added that a Panther, usually of dubious reputation, would arrive with a message from national headquarters either ordering the target chapter underground or claiming that he had been sent to straighten the chapter out. In addition to creating an atmosphere of fear and distrust, violent acts against legitimate BPP members were common during these episodes. All this, he wrote, came at a time when efforts by the national office to bring its chapters under some organizational structure were at their height. 19 The worst episode in this federal offensive occurred in New Haven, Connecticut. In the spring of 1969, George Sams, a clinically diagnosed moron with a reputation for violence, according to Williams, and an escapee from a mental institution in New York, went to Harlem in one of these purging episodes. The New York 21 had recently been arrested and the chapter was in disarray. Sams told unsuspecting New York Panthers, who did not bother to check his credentials with the Oakland headquarters, that he had come to straighten out the chapter and to find out who framed the Panther leaders. While he was there, he beat some members, raped a female Panther, and openly carried a loaded weapon while drinking and smoking heavily. All these activities were against party rules. Had the New York Panthers contacted Oakland, they would have discovered that Sams, introduced to the party by Stokely Carmichael, had been expelled for being the fool he was. Elbert Howard remembered telling David Hilliard that Sams was bad news, as he had tried to start a fight with a party member at one of their Bay Area rallies. No real panther would be behaving that way, he explained. In fact, Seal had expelled the cantankerous Sams for his improprieties, but he had been reinstated when Carmichael spoke up on his behalf. At any rate, when Sams heard that legitimate panthers Rory Hith and Landon Williams were due in New York City for a real inspection, he quickly left. Headed to New Haven, he took unsuspecting 24-year-old Alex Rackley with him. 20. Elbert Big Man Howard, Panther Deputy Minister of Information, and Audrey Jones in Washington, D.C., in 1970. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. Arriving on May 17, 1969, Sams told New Haven Panthers that he had been sent east from California to inspect and shape up chapters. They too believed him without attempting to verify his credentials with Oakland. Not long after his arrival, Sams resumed his diabolical activities. This time he accused Alex Rackley of having framed the New York 21. At the time, they were in the home of Warren Kimbrough, a leader in the New Haven chapter. Oblivious to what Sams was doing, New Haven Panthers followed in lockstep behind Sams's actions. Sams knew that Bobby Seale was due in New Haven to speak at Yale University in a few days. He wanted to create a situation where yet another National Panther leader could be framed for illegal activity unbecoming of a revolutionary. For whatever reason, no one bothered to question his antics. Knowing he had carte blanche, Sams ordered Rackley taken to the basement. 21 in complete control of the chapter at this point, Sams instructed New Haven Panthers to torture Rackley. Ostensibly he wanted the youth to admit to framing the Panthers. This activity was made all the more plausible because Sams wore a huge .45 pistol and menaced all who threatened his authority. He told Erica Huggins, who had gone to New Haven to bury her murdered husband John Huggins, to tape record the proceedings so that headquarters would know. Everybody was following orders. Huggins decided to stay in New Haven after the funeral to help the fledgling chapter, which at the time had barely 25 members. She complied with Sams's orders and taped the whole ordeal. Little did they know that the state had asked for the events to be recorded as they wanted to use this recording against the Panthers in a court of law. New Haven Panthers tortured Alex Rackley for days, pistol whipping him, binding him with coat hangers, and scalding him with boiling water. He refused to admit that he had framed his comrades in New York City. During the entire episode, New Haven police officials and FBI agents listened in, via microphones they had planted in the house, doing nothing to help the hapless youth whom they knew had not been guilty of framing the New York Panthers. 22 Sams then called New Haven Panther George Edwards, who had joined the party after a stint in the Air Force, to come join the interrogation. Edwards arrived at Kimbrough's house not knowing what had transpired. When he entered the basement and saw Rackley's condition, he immediately protested because the brother had been smacked a few times. "So I'm saying what's going on, why am I down here? I'm questioning what's going on with this brother," and everybody was standing around all scared because Sams got this gun in his hand. Sams then told Edwards, "Look, this is the way it is, this man has violated this, that, and the other." At that point, Edwards began asking more questions and Sams said, "Man, why you asking all these questions?" and began slapping him in the face saying, "Oh, I heard about you anyway." According to Edwards, Sams then took that big ass .45 and started waving it in my face, saying get in the corner. Edwards reportedly said to the stunned group of Panthers, "Uh-oh, y'all know something? Everybody in here is gonna regret this, I see it coming." Sams told Edwards to shut up, and made him sit in a chair. In the meantime, Edwards remembered, George Sams told Erica to ask the questions and she was scared, you can tell. Some of the stuff he was making up and some of it sounded real. He was telling them who they could call, naming high-ranking people in New York, and this, that, and the other, all in an attempt to prove his innocence. 23 Finally, after Sams could not get Rackley to confess, he told Huggins to cut off the tape and called for somebody to escort him upstairs and clean him up. He then told everybody that if anybody asks any questions about if you know what's been done here, you say no, of course not. Sams then instructed Panthers Lonnie McLucas and Warren Kimbrough to tie up Edwards. They complied and began saying they were sorry. Edwards told them, "You don't have to apologize to me, just make sure you tie me tight." I said, "Lonnie, you do what you have to do." At the same time, Erica was all messed up behind this thing. He then said, "Y'all got me, so what now?" Sams replied, "We gonna find out who you are, nigga, or else." 24 Then Edwards asked, "Or else what? You gonna pull the trigger? If so, there's gonna be a price to pay." Again, Sams ordered him to shut up. "If you think there's anything funny about me, pull the trigger," Edwards told Sams. "If I had you like this and I thought you were like this, I'd do you, I'ma tell you that right now. If I brought you to this level, you wouldn't be here, so do what you got to do, come on with it." At this point, Sams turned the recorder back on and reportedly said, "Yeah, so what's your commitment to the struggle, to the Black Panther Party?" When Edwards explained that on a military level, "I'm beyond y'all, I'm trying to knock out communication systems, bank circuits on Wall Street, screw up the stock market, electronic communications, transfer of data, and create economic gridlock in the heart of the beast," they left him alone. Edwards had been an electronics specialist in the Air Force, writing the curriculum for several missile guidance systems classes. According to him, he helped to create the first updated and modern guidance systems for nuclear weapons. Other Panthers in the room confirmed that he had such training, and Sams said, "Well, we gonna send this tape to headquarters and see what the verdict is on you." Sams then told Edwards, "Don't say nothing about this, you are not to ask about him, you are to work in the community, every time you leave here we need to know where you are at, when you go home you are to call in, and at the office you are not to go past the first floor and ask no questions about nothing." After he agreed to these terms, they untied Edwards and released him. 25 The episode, however, did not end there. Sams informed Rackley he had passed all the tests and that he was going to be taken back to New York. Sams, Lonnie McLucas, Warren Kimbrough, and Alex Rackley then got into a vehicle, found the interstate, and began driving north out of New Haven. A relieved Rackley thought he had survived with his life intact until the car stopped near a marsh in Middlefield, Connecticut, some 20 miles north of New Haven. Sams told the tortured Rackley that beyond the bushes, a boat awaited to take him back home. When he began making his way toward the spot Sams pointed to, things turned ugly. According to Williams, Sams handed Kimbrough a .45 and told him to ice him, referring to Rackley. When Sams insisted that the order had come from National, Kimbrough followed the 24-year-old into the swamp and pumped a bullet into his head. He died immediately. The consummate choreographer, Sams then gave the gun to Lonnie McLucas and told him to fire a safety shot to make sure Rackley was dead. McLucas then shot the dead Rackley in the chest. When they had finished the deed, the trio abandoned the corpse and took the interstate back to New Haven. After a tip, police found Rackley's body on May 21, 1969, in a deserted wooded area of Middlefield, Connecticut. The tortured cadaver had head and chest wounds and a number of burns. Sams testified that Seal ordered Rackley's death and also named Lonnie McLucas and Warren Kimbrough as participants in this action. 26 Chairman Bobby Seal had given a speech the day before in New Haven. The police then arrested Seal, indicted him, and put him on trial with 8 other New Haven Panthers, including Erica Huggins and George Edwards. Because they were bigger targets, Seal and Huggins later had their trials severed from the rest. Sams, after being apprehended in Canada, issued a long statement to the police and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the Rackley case, according to a report in the New York Times. 27 According to the March 14, 1970, issue of the New York Times, a demonstration in support of Seal and Huggins, organized by Yale University students and local Panthers, was attended by some 12,000 to 15,000 people, most of whom were white. 28 Kingman Brewster, Jr., Yale's president at the time, garnered serious criticism from political figures as high up as Vice President Spiro Agnew for noting that he was skeptical of the ability of black revolutionaries to achieve a fair trial anywhere in the United States. 29 Some 3,000 students signed petitions in support of their president for taking such a brave and unusual stand. Because the judge believed Seal might flee the country as a smattering of other indicted Panthers had, a Connecticut court ordered him held in isolation for 8 months while lawyers interviewed 1,550 people in an effort to seat 12 jurors. Before he gave his decision, Judge Harold M. Mulvey stated it had taken 4 months to select a jury. Connecticut State Commissioner of Corrections Ellis C. McDougall noted that the 33-year-old Seal would be kept in an individual maximum security cell. The strongest facility we have as far as escape opportunities are concerned. 30 They then escorted the chairman to a facility in Montville, Connecticut, home of the state's most secure prison. The trial began in March 1971, a year after Seal's arrest. After a parade of witnesses from the defense rebutted nearly everything the prosecution advanced, the trial ended with no one really showing who had set this train of events in motion. Sams cracked on the stand and the jury saw him for the fool he was. On May 24, 1971, the jury voted 11-1 for Seal's acquittal. Judge Mulvey explained that the state of Connecticut had put its best foot forward to prove its cases against these defendants. They have failed to convince a jury of their guilt. He added that with the massive publicity attendant upon the trial just completed, I find it impossible to believe that an unbiased jury could be selected without superhuman efforts, which this court, the state, and these defendants should not be called upon either to make or to endure. The motion to dismiss is granted in each case, and the prisoners are discharged forthwith. 31 Though the Panthers won in the courtroom, Sams's actions ostensibly caused the police to raid nearly every chapter in the country in search of fugitives Lonnie McLucas, Warren Kimbrough, Rory Hith, and Sams himself. These raids often led to shootouts and arrests and, in the worst case, to events that led to the murder of Fred Hampton in Chicago. Psycho Sams, as he was known to some Panthers, had done his job well. In addition to outside interference, another problem that plagued the organization was dissatisfaction with the leadership among the rank and file. Today, many former Panthers insist that David Hilliard did an excellent job of presiding over the party while Newton and Seal remained incarcerated. As chief of staff, he oversaw the group's growth in membership and influence and, they believed, did his best to maintain order. His background as a longshoreman, however, had not prepared him to lead an international organization that not only had tremendous influence but was heavily armed. Some accused Hilliard of playing favorites and of providing legal and other kinds of support only to those he liked. Others insisted that he was heavy-handed with the discipline. He had also alienated Eldridge Cleaver, safely ensconced in Algeria. The two rarely agreed on anything, particularly tactics, and before long a rift occurred. To be fair, Hilliard worked diligently with what he had to work with. His mistakes must not be seen solely as a personal failure, but in the larger context of an organization that never quite had the opportunity to grow, reflect, and learn from its mistakes. Panther Thomas McCreary, who had also joined the Black Liberation Army, remembered that at one point things had gotten so bad that, we didn't even have time to grieve our dead, we were busy stepping over bodies and moving on to the next destination. 32 Despite the hard times, most party members hoped that all the internal problems would disappear once Newton resumed control. Perhaps the best perspective on this self-inflicted crisis came from Don Cox, field marshal for the entire organization. Cox had helped organize chapters from San Francisco and Los Angeles to Boston and Detroit. He answered only to Newton and Seal, and, once they went to jail, to David Hilliard and his brother June, the assistant chief of staff. One could predict early on that problems might arise because when Cox asked Seal what his duties were, Seal reportedly told him that whenever you see something that needs done, do it. This kind of leadership was bound to self-destruct in an organization as tension-filled and as heavily armed as the BPP. By 1970, Cox noticed his comrades were operating in fear because David was then ruling with an iron hand. He wrote that when Panthers attempted to build an escape tunnel under headquarters, they hit water and had to abandon the project. But they turned that hole that was left into a jail where all were put that displeased David. He described June as the jailer and said he carried a blackjack in his pocket and wouldn't hesitate to hit someone in the head with it for the slightest disagreement. This behavior, of course, represented the beginning of the end for the revolutionary organization. Once party members grew afraid to speak and all semblance of democratic centralism disappeared, the leadership became autocratic and self-destructive, leaving plenty of room for the FBI or any other entity to capitalize on such shortcomings. 33 Hilliard had indeed done as well as he could with what he had to work with. Most Panthers adored and idolized him as the chief. Those who worked closely with him, however, saw things differently. Hilliard, they said, lived in a better house than other Panthers and wore expensive jewelry and clothes. His detractors argued he only helped those comrades he liked and generally ran the party into the ground with his ineptitude. Most rank and file, however, did not even know of the jail and the other problems at headquarters. Additionally, many believed that some of Hilliard's extremism was necessary due to the increasing repression the party came under. Those who saw Hilliard's other side believed he needed to be replaced with someone who had more experience. By mid-1969, the only hope Cox saw for the party was Gary getting Huey out of prison. If the popular lawyer did not prevail, he believed, there wouldn't be anything left to straighten out. People resigned on a regular basis and the purge had taken its toll, even on those still loyal to the party. The purge, remembered Bill Jennings, was very subjective. A person I thought was a good person, some of them might not have thought was a good person, and if they did not like them, they could make trouble for them. Cox concurred with Jennings and asserted that expulsions were no longer used to clean up the party but were being used to get rid of people David or June didn't like. Then, after they were expelled, there would be an article in the Panther paper denouncing them for being an agent provocateur, pig, crazy, or something. The Panther paper became a tool of defamation, he concluded. Sometimes, there might be severe punishment before they were expelled. 34 Clearly, at this point, the party had become cannibalistic and even without government infiltration its leadership did a great job of helping it to self-destruct. Hilliard's authoritarianism and his refusal to take advice from anyone but a select few meant that on Newton's release, the founder had to focus on ironing things out internally rather than concentrating on the advancing of the party's programs. Chapter 9 The Rift. Toward the end of 1969 and in early 1970, a rift began to appear in the BPP. Bobby Seale and Elaine Brown, among others, claimed this rift, primarily between leaders and followers of Huey Newton and Eldridge Cleaver, resulted from ideological differences. Others insist such a division had a natural place in organizations like the BPP and the rift had always existed, only the public did not know it. By 1969, Newton, with many of his closest comrades either dead or in jail, advocated that the Panthers put down their guns and involve themselves in community organizing. They had long since stopped wearing the black leather jackets and berets because they thought the uniform made them open targets. Newton and his followers continued to believe violent revolution was inevitable, but they insisted the community had to be organized first. On the other hand, Cleaver, exiled in Algiers, continued to advocate immediate armed rebellion. The reasons for this rift were many. There had long been a discussion in the party as to who had the right to lead the revolution. Newton and his supporters believed it would be the working class, since it was already well organized, possessed the skills, and had developed the level of consciousness needed to fight such a protracted battle. Cleaver believed it was the lumpen proletariat and that this group should begin immediately in its war with the oppressor. Newton urged caution and patience and insisted the masses needed to be organized before such an undertaking, while Cleaver argued for revolution in our lifetime. Newton had also been disturbed by Cleaver's impact on party members. David Hilliard noted that Newton complained that everybody acts like Eldridge. The profanity. Eldridge's style. Eldridge has taken you guys down this direction. This isn't the way of the party. 2. As for Cleaver, he had little love for Hilliard, so the feeling was probably mutual. Though he had his own problems and shortcomings, the self-exiled Eldridge Cleaver grew weary of Hilliard's leadership. When a delegation of Panthers went to Algiers in 1970 on its way to tour the Far East and to consolidate the party's international gains, an ugly picture of recrimination, near insanity, and internal destruction began to develop. After touring Korea, Russia, and North Vietnam for 2 months and meeting the heads of state or other high-ranking officials in those countries, the group settled back in Algeria. One party member wrote a report of this trip. Its author noted that while in Moscow at a dinner meeting, Cleaver, who had accompanied the group, began a discussion of the left and right wings of the left movement and explained to the entire group how this analysis included the Black Panther Party. In an outright attack on the Chief of Staff, Cleaver entered into a long discussion of what Hilliard had done to the party. He insisted that certain super lumpen brothers had been expelled because of David and June Hilliard. Giving a glimpse into Cleaver's state of mind at the time, the report indicated that Cleaver refused to hear discussion on such foolish acts as the Great Distribution Truck Robbery, excusing such foolhardy acts by saying at least these brothers were doing something. Obviously Cleaver had reached the point of no return, as there is no possible way to justify robbing a gas station of less than $50 in the middle of the day while driving a delivery truck with the Black Panther Party logo emblazoned on both sides. Finally, Cleaver told his visiting comrades that David represented the right wing of the Black Panther Party, that the party was run by Charles Gary, that it was a breakfast for children party. At the height of his disgruntlement, he reportedly told the group that to really cleanse and purge the party, someone, he did not say who, with guts would walk into the National with a gun and demand that David and June Hilliard step down from their position and say that you have orders from me. If they refuse to step down, kill them. 3. Though the veracity of this report cannot be verified some 35 years later, as Cleaver is dead and the author is unknown, it seems clear that even before Newton's release from prison, the party, while being attacked by the FBI, police, and other outside opponents, was slowly being destroyed from within by those people Newton trusted most. Another bone of contention had been the widely publicized People's Revolutionary Constitutional Convention, held in late 1970, first in Philadelphia and again in Washington, D.C. Newton believed these conventions, which required enormous manpower and large amounts of money, were useless since they had no way of implementing any of the ideas delegates proposed. However, because he was fresh out of jail, he went along with Cleaver's plan and eventually gave the opening address, disappointing a crowd of 3,000 people who thought he could speak better than he actually did. Unlike Cleaver, Newton hated to speak in public, partly because he was not very good at it. Because many people had begun to engage in hero worship over the by now confused Newton, he felt a need to live up to some of their expectations. Unfortunately, he did not have the proper oratorical skills and most of his public utterances bored his audiences or, at the very least, left them wishing for more. This particular shortcoming could very well have produced jealousy in Newton, especially when it came to Cleaver and other high-ranking party members like Messiah Hewitt, who served as Minister of Education and could speak much better than Newton. Before joining the party, Hewitt had been a member of a number of Marxist groups in Los Angeles. He therefore held a commanding grasp on dialectical materialism and was able to impart this knowledge in a way that even the most unlettered member could understand. Newton, of course, often felt he was being upstaged, and because Hewitt had come out of the Los Angeles chapter, where Cleaver's influence was unquestionable, this made matters worse. Like Cleaver, Hewitt was willing to question some of Newton's policies. Like Hilliard, Newton did not like to be questioned, and when Hewitt complained that the Central Committee had become no more than a rubber stamp for Huey's will, Newton demoted Hewitt to a member of the rank and file, and, according to Elaine Brown, assigned Massey to sell Panther newspapers on the street from that point forward. 4 other Panthers, who will not go on record, say Newton had Hewitt beaten by the Panther Goon Squad. The grab for power that characterized the party leadership beginning in 1970 soon ushered in its destruction as a national organization. Newton must have seen some of this coming, because he made an attempt to smooth things over with Cleaver. While these events unfolded, disagreements between the New York Panthers and the leaders in Oakland sped the party toward its reckoning with fate. Since 1969, and perhaps even earlier, tension had been growing between the New York State chapter and headquarters. In the beginning, these disagreements were small, even innocuous. For example, Doroba had often upset David Hilliard by telephoning the Oakland office collect. Hilliard insisted the practice stop. Doroba responded that "we don't have money for a phone," and assured Hilliard the next time he called, it was going to be collect. The issue he called about, however, was more telling. Doroba asked Hilliard why articles from New York were not appearing in the newspaper. He mentioned that New York Panthers had submitted several and had not yet seen them in print. Hilliard responded that a lot of people submit articles, so it takes time to get them in. When it became clear that this answer did not satisfy Doroba, Hilliard explained that it was not his department and said he needed to check with the people in San Francisco who were in charge of putting the paper out. These differences, however, escalated when some New York members began to implore Newton to allow them a position on the Central Committee. Newton responded that he would take it into consideration. 5. Of course, Newton considered the idea long enough to know that he was not about to allow such a thing to happen. The unlimited power he held after his release from prison was addictive, and he saw no reason to share it with other more capable comrades. New York members resented being ignored, and the seeds of dissension were fertilized. More problems emerged in New York City between the state chapter and headquarters after the incarceration of the New York 21. As soon as the leaders went to jail, a host of Panthers from Oakland flooded New York City to help keep the chapter afloat. New York was an important beachhead in the movement, since not only did millions of black people reside in the city, but it was also the gateway to the international arena. Party leaders feared that if the New York chapter faltered, it meant trouble for the entire East Coast. The problem was that when the members from headquarters arrived, they brought their problems with them. New York Panther BJ insisted the dog had fleas on it when it got here. Taking the reins of power in the Big Apple, people like Landon Williams, Rory Hith, and Thomas Jolly demonstrated they had not internalized party principles. According to several New York Panthers, these individuals often displayed chauvinistic attitudes toward Panther women. On several occasions, they attempted to take liberties with some of them. When it became clear that New York Panthers did not tolerate such behavior, tensions rose to a boiling point. One Panther sister had to pull a gun on Landon Williams, who clearly could not take no for an answer after requesting sex. There were other episodes where Panther males had to confront these Oakland Panthers with weapons to get them to stop their advances. This activity certainly did not endear New York Panthers to their leaders from headquarters. 6. In addition to this problem, Oakland Panthers insisted that those Panthers who wore African headdresses remove them, as that was a manifestation of cultural nationalism, according to the leaders. "Someone from the West Coast," explained BJ, "told them to take that shit off." Of course, blacks in Harlem had long been inculcated with African culture, at least since the days of Marcus Garvey and his Universal Negro Improvement Association. This group attempted to impress on blacks the importance of African origins, culture, and religion. With more than 20 million members and New York City as its base, the UNIA represented the largest black mass movement in American history. Though New York Panthers agreed to remove their gellies and other African garb, they resented the order and wondered aloud what kind of leaders they served. BJ remembered that one of the contradictions between the East and West Coast Panthers came once they made our sisters take off them gellies. We were not cultural nationalists, but we took them off based on principles, but there were hard feelings about doing that. Because in Harlem and New York that was a very cultural thing to do. 7 Though California Panthers like Robert Webb, Elbert Big Man Howard, Bobby Seale, and Don Cox were and are held in high esteem by New York Panthers, a majority of those interviewed hold the opinion that most of the leadership from the West Coast did not know how to lead or how to build an organization like the BPP. The fact that many New York Panthers were ideologically closer to Cleaver than to Newton meant that these problems increased the tension that was slowly choking the life out of the party. The last straw came early in 1971 when Newton expelled members of the New York 21 while they were still in jail. For months, the jailed New York Panthers had disagreed with some of Newton's policies and had written letters to explain their position. They submitted these letters to the Black Panther newspaper staff but were rebuffed every time. They never received a reason for why their letters and articles failed to make the paper. Finally, they decided that they had to be heard and sent a letter to the Weather Underground, an offshoot of militant whites who broke from SDS and started a campaign of bombings. Their radical leanings impressed the Panthers and the two groups soon shared money, food, housing, and transportation while they lived underground. The letter from the New York 21 identified the Weather Underground as the vanguard of the revolution since Newton and his supporters had turned reformist. It also castigated Newton for other improprieties. 8 When the Weather Underground published this open letter, Newton immediately expelled its authors for subordination and claimed that they had been counter-revolutionary, a label many 60s radicals used to denote someone they did not like or someone who did something they did not like. More often than not, the slur had nothing to do with politics. Of course, the Panther leadership in New York had done nothing to hinder black progress. Newton's reaction was based on his inability to control and influence the actions of everyone in the party. Though he needed the New York chapter as much as he needed oxygen, Newton's ego did not allow him to accept criticism of any kind. Even if it had, the New York leaders had rejected his leadership, so there was little he could have done aside from being reasonable. By this time, however, Newton was becoming less reasonable by the day. In the meantime, the year-long trial the New York Panthers endured ended in victory for the Panthers, as they were acquitted of all 121 charges against them. Because they remained in prison for the duration of the trial, they had to be innovative in their defense tactics. They were also helped by government bungling. Trial testimony indicated that several of the Panther leaders had been police agents. Via these conduits, the Bureau of Special Services and the FBI worked to frame leading members of the party by coming up with wild schemes to destroy public property and by offering legitimate Panthers dynamite. Though the presiding judge's home was bombed by members of the Weather Underground as the trial came to a close, the judge seemed not to have tampered with the legal process. The evidence presented by District Attorney Hogan appeared to the jury as if it had been manufactured rather than discovered. Afeni Shakur worked as her own lawyer and astounded the jury with her extensive knowledge of the law and her biting questions during cross-examinations. By the time the Panthers were released, however, the New York State chapter had begun to founder and increasing numbers of its members began to drop out of sight, with many going underground to fight alongside the Black Liberation Army. Despite the setbacks, Newton tried to hold things together. He wanted to show the public that the party was still strong and that people were not defecting to the more radical wing led by Cleaver. To prove his point, he decided to speak with Cleaver in a televised international phone hookup on the Jim Dunbar Show, a morning program that covered current events in San Francisco. In February 1971, on the night before the call was to take place, Newton phoned Cleaver to make sure he still wanted to participate in the televised call. Newton assured Cleaver that he only wanted to show the world that there had not been a split in the BPP and that no personal material would be discussed. Reluctantly, Cleaver agreed. He did not, however, want to take any chances. He and Newton had been arguing about policy and tactics for some time. These arguments had been taxing on them both. Newton had also begun hearing from other party members that Cleaver killed some panthers who crossed him in Algiers. This happened at least twice, according to one witness, but maybe even more often. One of the victims had allegedly made advances on Eldridge's wife, Kathleen. Cleaver naturally wondered if Newton might bring some of this dirt out or make up some of his own on live television. Add this possibility to the fact that Cleaver and the others in Algiers no longer trusted Hilliard or Newton, whom they assumed was Hilliard's puppet, and one can see why a live telephone call was a bad idea. Despite the signs that things would deteriorate rapidly, Newton went ahead with the call. 9. Cleaver opened the conversation by insisting Newton reinstate the ousted Panthers from New York and their supporters on the West Coast, saying their expulsion was regrettable and should not have taken place. Newton denied the request, claiming the Eastern Panthers had forgotten the party's original principles and had veered off into counterproductive avenues of violence and adventurism. Moving beyond this issue, Cleaver criticized the party's inept Central Committee and demanded Chief of Staff David Hilliard be removed from his post. The exiled leader placed sole responsibility on the Chief of Staff for tearing the party apart at the seams. Again, Newton refused to entertain Cleaver's suggestion. Cleaver then broke openly with Newton, attacked the community service programs as reformist, and in Newton's view, frantically tried to coalesce his own followers with transatlantic exhortations for immediate guerrilla warfare. Thereafter, Cleaver announced, he directed the real BPP from Algiers. 10. At that point the televised part of the long-distance meeting ended. Off the air, Newton accused Cleaver of beating his wife, killing fellow Panthers at the international headquarters in Algiers, and dealing in arms and drugs. In response, Cleaver expelled Newton and Hilliard. A few days later his New York followers publicized plans for an alternate national headquarters in Manhattan. Newton, in turn, expelled Cleaver. The conversation terminated as it had begun, with the two leaders separated by a personal rivalry stemming from the struggle to control the party. An impassable ideological gap had contributed to the leaders' breaking of all ties with each other. 11. While steady eastward movement had been good for growth, party leaders found it difficult, then finally impossible, to maintain control of 32 chapters across the country. With bases in Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and a half-dozen other eastern seaboard locales, the party had solidified its leadership of the rapidly growing Black Power movement. Its expansion did not come without troubles, however. Before it could make good on its promise to bring liberation to the black masses, the federal government succeeded in weakening it with its counterintelligence tactics. This federal assault, coupled with the group's ability to endanger itself, took its toll on the hopeful revolutionaries. As a result, they, along with their fearless leader, decided to revise their strategy. This strategy de-emphasized the gun and made the growth of black political strength its goal. While that process took effect, the Panthers sought to help blacks maintain themselves with their community survival programs. As with all progress, the BPP turnabout did not come without growing pains. Some 35 years later, it remains difficult and nearly impossible to get Panthers to talk about the controversial aspects of party history. There are some, however, who see the usefulness of telling the story even when it is not necessarily a good one. This following series of incidents in the life of a New York Panther certainly shows the party in a light not often seen by outsiders. B.J., a Corona-based New York Panther who worked with newspaper distribution, postulated that the final breakdown started in earnest when Harlem Panthers aide Shakur traveled to the West Coast to attempt to make peace between the feuding factions. 12. When he arrived, however, he apparently offended one or several people in leadership because they immediately placed him in the People's Jail located under the headquarters office. One version of what happened, related by Thomas McCreary, says that they kicked his butt and then put him in jail. Either way, he was immobilized, ensuring that the problem remained unsolved. Apparently, Geronimo Pratt heard about the situation and decided to intervene. According to BJ, Pratt arrived at the People's Jail and told the brothers guarding Zaid that, "Look, I gotta take him to see Huey at Central and they want him there right now." They believed him and let him go. McCreary noted that by this time Field Marshal Robert Webb, who previously lived in California, found out about Shocker's incarceration and went there to straighten things out. When he arrived, he enlisted the help of a few of his friends from Hunters Point in San Francisco and, with Pratt's help, kicked the guards' butts and broke Zaid out of jail. They really messed them up. Zaid boarded the red-eye flight back to New York City. Upon his arrival in New York, he called a news conference and explained what had happened to him. With the television cameras rolling, he explained Newton's and his cohorts' involvement in drugs, women, and vice in Oakland. This act, of course, ensured Newton's retaliatory response. Once Cleaver and Newton parted ways in early 1971, the party began to implode. With Cleaver aligned with the Black Liberation Army and having taken complete control of the Harlem, Brooklyn, and Bronx branches and a smattering of outposts on the East Coast, things were bound to get worse before they got better, and get worse they did. Several leaders from Eastern chapters and branches, soon after Cleaver's defection, held a meeting at the Harlem office. Those present included Paul Coates of the Baltimore chapter, Samuel Napier from across the bridge in Corona, the home base for newspaper distribution, Bashir Hamid of the New Jersey branch, and a dozen or so others. No one but those who attended knows exactly what transpired, but according to BJ, who worked security for the meeting as he waited on his branch partner Samuel Napier, the group made some momentous decisions. At this meeting, delegates apparently agreed to carve up the East Coast into Newton and Cleaver areas of control. Most party members, however, when confronted with the either-or ultimatum, either stayed with Newton or quit the organization. In effect, the party stayed intact with the exception of a few branches and a small number of people from individual chapters. For that reason, it is inaccurate to describe what happened as an East/West split, since almost all the East Coast chapters from Rhode Island to North Carolina remained in the Newton camp. Still, the main decision made at the meeting concerned turf. All the delegates agreed that the Black Panther newspaper would not be sold in Harlem, Brooklyn, or the Bronx. BJ remembered Napier emerging from the meeting that night enraged, saying, "These niggers are crazy, this is the Black Panther Party, they can't do that." Another Panther was trying to calm him down and get him out of the area because, according to BJ, Paul Coates told Sam they were getting ready to shoot you. Napier insisted that they would have done no such thing. BJ, born and raised in Brooklyn, knew that the threat had not only been real, but highly likely. Once they drove away, Napier proclaimed it was a sad day for the Black Panther Party. "I hate to lose all these chapters, but that's what's happening." BJ concluded, "That's the beginning of the group's splintering." 14. Robert Webb, Black Panther member and officer of the day in the San Francisco office, 1971. Photo by Dutcha Dennis, courtesy of It's About Time. BJ remembered that soon after the Harlem meeting, Napier went to Oakland on routine business and attempted to work the situation out while he was there. In the meantime, members of the Harlem branch, under orders from Eldridge Cleaver and Don Cox in Algiers, began to seize branches in New York City. BJ recalled the night it happened at his branch in Corona, the suburb in Queens where Malcolm X and jazz pioneer Louis Armstrong once made their homes. He and his comrades had been selling papers in the Port Authority until about 11 or so that night. The Port Authority was a central transportation hub where people went to take buses, trains, and cabs to their next destination. Another group of New York Panthers came through headed for New Jersey. BJ thought this was strange because of the late hour and the fact that they were mostly women and children. They yelled "All power to the people" and kept going. Nothing happened at this point, but it all made sense to him once the group arrived back at their Northern Boulevard office. "We get back to the office and there were some Panthers there who were not from Corona," he remembered. In fact, it was Twyman Myers, Freddie Hilton, a brother named Hassan, and somebody else I can't remember. He remembered his close comrade Omar Babur just stood there incredulously and explained that "they have taken over. When asked what he meant by that, Babur told BJ to ask Myers, who retorted, "This office is the property of the Black Panther Party. International Section and Eldridge Cleaver is the leader." They were then told that they had a choice of going along with Cleaver's program or not. "You are either with us or you are against us," BJ remembered him saying. For the moment, the choice was easy as the people in charge held automatic weapons that everybody knew were loaded. Because the hour was late, most of the Corona Panthers in the office chose to ride out this bizarre storm. There was, however, one exception. A much older brother, also named Omar, decided not to go along with the gun-wielding revolutionaries. A veteran and former World War II paratrooper, this Omar had worked alongside Malcolm X, was from the neighborhood, and handled security for the Corona office. He looked at the men holding the guns and said, "I know you brothers and you know me, and this shit is falling apart. This is the same thing that happened to Malcolm and the Muslims, and I will not be a part of it. I'm leaving. If you don't want me to leave, shoot me because I'm gone, I quit." After that, BJ said, he stormed out the door. The rest of the crew decided to wait until morning to make a decision. According to BJ, when morning arrived, the gunman made a phone call, took our guns and split. "They just left us there," he said. It is important to note that by this time, the BLA had swung into action. It engaged in bank robberies and other clandestine activity. It also took responsibility for the shooting of several New York City policemen. Twyman Myers and Freddie Hilton were members of this organization, so they could very well have been called off to more pressing business. At any rate, when Napier returned from California, BJ remembered, things got back in motion. "We started selling papers and building a security team to watch us when we sold papers. They believed they needed the security because of an earlier television newscast in which Zaid Shakur insisted that 75 robots were coming from Oakland to kill New York Panthers." BJ noted that when the Corona Panthers saw this news clip, "We looked at each other and said, damn, there are only two people in here from Oakland, and that's Sam and Andrew. 75. I think it was about 12 of us, some came out of Boston, others from DC, and Philly. They came up for security because there were a lot of threats made at that meeting in Harlem. They did not come to do no killing," he said, "they came to protect the paper." As he explained it, they had someone stationed on the next corner keeping an eye on the person who sold the paper. You had what we called a shadow, or like Geronimo said, a wolf, and this person would watch you all day long, and you were supposed to act like you didn't even know him. He claimed it worked so well that at lunchtime we would go 4 blocks away and have lunch together. 15 after this had gone on for a while, BJ noted that the Harlem Panthers turned BLA members were making the news quite often. Sometimes they robbed banks or other establishments, and other times they executed police officers. BLA members usually issued communiques taking credit for and explaining their actions through newspaper outlets or radio stations. For example, after the New York 21 trial ended, BLA members ran a red light on Riverside Drive near the home of District Attorney Hogan to draw policemen guarding the house into an ambush. The police fell for it and chased the car for several blocks. Once they caught up with the vehicle, they pulled alongside and the driver ducked down in his seat as the passenger opened fire with a .45 caliber submachine gun. The police car crashed into a pole and both officers suffered serious injuries. The following day, local radio stations broadcast a message from the BLA explaining why the incident occurred. To prove the message's authenticity, the culprits sent along the license plate of the getaway car, which police had been searching for since the shooting. When New York City police officers Rocco Lori, Gregory Foster, Waverly Jones, and Joseph Piazzantini were killed near housing projects, a similar message went out explaining that the suffering and murders of black people had to be avenged. One of the notes read, "This is from the George Jackson squad of the Black Liberation Army about the pigs wiped out in Lower Manhattan last night. No longer will black people tolerate Attica and oppression and exploitation and rape of our black community. This is the start of our spring offensive." There is more to come. We also dealt with the pigs in Brooklyn. We remember Attica. They signed the brief note, distributed by United Press International News Service, the George Jackson Squad of the Black 16. Not long after this incident, however, BJ and his comrades in Corona heard a news report detailing how the police had busted a lot of people in the Brooklyn branch, shot up a few of them and killed one of them. It had been a failed robbery and those not jailed escaped. BJ figured that the ones that escaped got to be underground, so we decided, okay, we can go to Brooklyn now. So we went to Brooklyn and started selling newspapers. 17. Soon after this development, BJ, who worked in distribution with Sam Napier, overheard Sam and Huey talking on the phone one night. When Napier told Newton about the new developments with the Brooklyn turf and about the arrangements at the meeting, Newton exploded in anger and started screaming or something because Sam took the phone away from his ear. Later, when Napier related the gist of his conversation with Newton to BJ, he told him Huey wanted to know why we ain't in Harlem. Harlem is the base of black people in New York and the Black Panther needs a presence up in Harlem. BJ noted, well, that's another fallacy because the base of black people in New York was all over, Queens, Brooklyn, everywhere. We were doing all right, shit, we were making our quota. Despite Napier's arguments, Newton demanded the distribution team get papers to Harlem. The party being a paramilitary organization, and Sam being a stickler for structure and following the rules, it was impossible to ignore Newton's order. In the end, BJ explained, I was picked to go up there with my wolf. I didn't agree with it at all. I argued against it. We don't need Harlem, let them have Harlem. See, I know how New Yorkers are, they are very territorial because we all grew up in gangs and each gang had their own block or own project, and if you went into somebody else's neighborhood and don't know nobody, they whip your ass, so you know, I didn't want to go to Harlem. According to BJ, them motherfuckers in California didn't understand that. Newton's insistence on this dangerous and unnecessary move did not bode well for the party. The recently freed power-hungry leader miscalculated the seriousness of his comrades and helped to incapacitate the party. A copy of the Black Panther Party newspaper from 1971. Courtesy of Bill Jennings / It's About Time. BJ obeyed the order and made the trip to Harlem. From 10 in the morning to 5 in the evening, he sold the Panther paper, his wolf watching him every minute. At one point, he eyed his wolf and walked over to him to see whether he was ready to go home. His wolf responded, "Whatever you wanna do, man." BJ told him to go back and take his position and he was going to sell this one more paper before leaving. At that time, he remembered, here come the Harlem Panthers. One of the Panthers I trained too. His name was Anthony White, they called him Kimu, and he was killed as a member of the BLA while sitting in a bar in Brooklyn. White walked up to BJ and said in disbelief, "Ah, BJ, not you, man. What the hell you doing out here, you know better." I said, "Yeah man, but I got." BJ's shadow, or wolf, watched as the entire exchange unfolded, with White in the intersection approaching the sidewalk from where BJ sold his papers. When BJ noticed he had help, he made a little more conversation with White, but my wolf had the drop on him by then, he remembered. At this point, BJ said, "Go for it, get him." White and the wolf were both standing there ready to shoot each other as BJ continued imploring his wolf to shoot him. "I ain't got no gun, shoot him." His wolf, however, apparently did not deem such a drastic measure necessary and made an attempt to defuse the situation. The wolf said, "Hold up man, we been out here all day, we getting ready to leave here anyway, right BJ?" BJ answered, "Yeah, shoot him." The wolf kept asking BJ, "Weren't we leaving?" and finally BJ got the point and agreed. BJ later explained that his wolf and the Harlem Panther didn't know each other from Adam. This guy was from another state and we brought security in from another state so they wouldn't be recognized. They're standing there in the middle of the street at a standoff, both of them holding their waist belts like it was the OK Corral. Then White said, "Okay, That's all right. The wolf then suggested they leave as White barked to them, don't come back again. 18 These panthers narrowly averted a shootout or something worse, simply because Newton wanted the paper to be sold in his sworn enemy's territory. People in Harlem could have easily gotten the papers in other places or through the mail. Stores often volunteered to stock it because it was so popular. For these reasons, Newton's point about having the paper salesman there physically seems invalid. When BJ returned to Queens and explained to Napier what happened, he was chastised. "Them same niggers from California," he said, "that don't understand New York, they went off. They thought I was crazy." He explained that he had the paper money and had made his quota, but Napier complained that he still had 10 papers left. When BJ tried to rationalize the situation by reminding Sam that other motherfuckers walk in here and you give them 100 and they come back with 35, you don't say nothing to them. Ending the argument, Napier told BJ you ain't shit and summarily banished him to Greenwich Village to sell papers. "Cool," Sam reportedly said, "I'll get someone else to go up there." That ended it, and Napier began the process of finding another team to carry out Newton's nonsensical order. Because of the heightened security since the rift between Newton and Cleaver, the tension grew and all Panthers were on a need-to-know basis when it came to assignments. "We didn't know who went to what corner or where anybody was selling the paper on any given day," explained BJ. The security system became very sophisticated with vans for the rank and file and cars trailing them to watch what happened. A lot of times you would see the car driving around and checking you out, then leave and come back again so they wouldn't be conspicuous. So that's how it went down. The next day, the very next day, they went out and here come Field Marshal Robert Webb, he explained. "I guess Kimu told them, yeah, get them Panthers out of here, I saw one the other day." Because BJ had to work in Greenwich Village, where students, hippies, artists, writers, and the well-to-do made their homes, his knowledge of what happened next is second-hand. This fact, of course, makes it less reliable than if he had witnessed the incident. Just like his counterpart the day before, Field Marshal Robert Webb, sent from San Francisco the previous spring to help shore up the New York chapter while the 21 stood trial, approached the Panthers who were selling papers. This violation of the rules, especially since 2 Panthers had been let off the hook the day before, apparently could not go unpunished. There are no newspaper or police reports with an accurate description of the incident, and no one who witnessed it came forth. It seems clear, however, that Webb, armed with a fully loaded .357 Magnum, approached the paper salesman. Whether he pulled his sidearm and threatened the salesman or not remains unknown. What is known is somebody reacted faster than Webb. In the blink of an eye, 22-year-old Robert Webb lay on a New York City sidewalk at the corner of 125th and 7th Street, dead of a gunshot wound to the back of his head. It may have been the newspaper salesman's shadow or wolf. Another theory is that a government agent took advantage of the tension to bring the 2 factions to open warfare. A police source quoted in the New York Times said that a number of local Black Panthers, loyal to the West Coast leadership, killed him. Deputy Minister of Information Zaid Shakur told reporters at a news conference that Mr. Webb had been shot while attempting to confiscate the reactionary rag sheet from 2 fools are aligned with the Newton faction. Shakur claimed that Webb had been killed because he had joined in the local chapter's demand for the resignation or dismissal of Mr. Hilliard, the party's chief of staff. 19 BJ remembered that when he called the office to check in, he was told that all Panthers had to get off the street and that there had been an incident. "I don't quite remember how he said it, but the way he said it, you knew somebody was shot, but you knew it wasn't your people. Everybody that sold papers was supposed to have a safe house in case anything went down. My safe house was my mother's house in Brooklyn." After he took a train home, he caught the news that reported a Panther killed. The reason why they said Black Panther was because there had been Black Panther newspapers scattered on the ground with blood all over them, he explained. For the next 2 days, nobody did anything, he remembered. "We took most of the firepower out of the offices and put it in different safe houses in the community because we were looking for a bust. Nothing happened. We said to ourselves, they think we did it, so we know there is going to be some kind of retaliation. During the following several days consternation abounded, but neither the police nor rival Panthers came looking for those responsible for distribution of the Black Panther in New York City. BJ remembered. That's the funny part about it. That's the only thing we were worried about because we knew they would have had to come question us because there were stacks of Black Panther newspapers there. The police didn't care for the Panthers in Harlem, and if a Harlem Panther got killed it was cool for them. Or the person that shot Robert Webb was an agent and got away with it? If you take that theory, then that means that the FBI perpetuated this violent split with that one action because after that all across the country Panthers were being shot down. I'll be damned if that shit didn't happen until after the murder of Robert Webb. I tend to believe that last theory because they didn't investigate, they didn't do nothing, no questions, no nothing. The police, according to this Panther, did not ask the party members in charge of distributing the Black Panther any questions, including, where these papers come from, they yours. 20 While both of BJ's theories are plausible, it is unlikely that we will ever know the truth about this cold-blooded murder. Police in New York City displayed little inclination to find Webb's killer. After all, BLA members had been killing police for months and Webb had close ties to the BLA. To the police, the BLA and Panthers were one and the same. Then again, Webb could have been murdered by someone trying to protect a comrade. Regardless of who did the killing, this particular murder flung the party into a period of tremendous change and uncertainty. Preparing themselves for an eventual retaliation, the Corona Panthers increased their security network. Armed security men were placed in the Panther distribution office, one upstairs in the shower and one downstairs in the basement. Another armed man positioned himself in a building across the street and watched the office. These men were never seen by anyone but the officer of the day or other security personnel. A few days after the Harlem shooting, Napier insisted that newspaper distribution continue. Circulate to educate, remembered BJ, was his favorite phrase. The group did not, however, venture to sell the paper in Harlem at this point. They continued to distribute the paper throughout the East Coast, from Boston and New Haven, Connecticut, down to Washington, D.C., and Winston-Salem, North Carolina. People from these cities went to Queens once a week to get the papers. Once a week we were in touch with these brothers and that's how I know how many people defected from the chapters and branches, BJ said. Because they would say so and so had just walked away and said Huey ain't shit you know. Though most accounts of the party describe what happened as a split, BJ explained that there had not been a split, but a defection of a few people. The party continued to grow by starting chapters and adding recruits. For the amount of people that left that couldn't make it a split, he said. 21 Once the paper was back up and running, other developments encouraged the Corona Panthers to go back to Harlem. Many in the Harlem chapter had sided with Cleaver, so they supported the BLA. In the process, they also started their own newspaper, calling it Right On. BJ recalled that the Panthers always fantasized about offing the pig, referring to police killings. After one of these murderous escapades, the police captured one of the BLA members and the rest of the Harlem chapter seemed to disappear. Not long after Webb's murder and the increasing number of arrests in the Harlem chapter, BJ remembered Napier saying, "They ain't worried about us, they out there carrying the revolution to the white man, they fighting the system, they underground." BJ remembered that because the Panthers and the BLA members were still comrades, every so often they would get word about who was going underground. The Right On newspaper, published under the leadership of Eldridge Cleaver, also gave certain clues about who was doing what, both above and below ground. 22 It was at this point that Napier asked BJ, "When's the last time you been out there?" He responded, "Sam, wait, don't go too fast. The native New Yorker in BJ told him that the coast was not yet clear, and even though more than a month had passed and Cleaver's supporters in Harlem seemed to have their hands full with evading police all over the country, the time had not yet come for them to try to sell the paper in Harlem. Napier insisted things were safe. Surely the news reports about the blast shooting it out with the police and robbing bank after bank meant that their minds were on revolution and not retaliation for Webb's murder. Although BJ tried to explain to him how he successfully sold the paper around Queens, Jamaica, Manhattan, and other area locations, Napier would not listen. "You ain't been to Midtown," he told BJ. At this point, he handed him a bundle of papers and told him to take these and get out of here. BJ did not want to go because he was doing security for the office that day, April 19, 1971. As he left against his will, he watched as Napier put papers in Omar's hand. "Omar had been chief of security and I was his assistant," he added. Prior to this moment, he did all he could to persuade Omar to stay with Napier. Napier, however, reportedly said, "Fuck it, ain't nobody gonna fuck with us." BJ remembered that after a while, if you listened to Sam browbeat your ass, it was hard to take. He told Omar that any person in here for security can be selling papers. "I got it, I can handle it. I'm secure," remembered BJ. The loyal Panther guessed that Omar must have gotten tired of struggling with him and he left. In a moment of sadness, he recalled that that was it. 23 It was a bright and sunny spring day. Johnson jumped in the van and went on a route that he had not taken in weeks because of the trouble with the Harlem Panthers. "I got this store in Queens on the way to Harlem," he remembered. "That's right before you get to the Triborough Bridge." He told his driver to wait until they returned to go to that particular store since it was easier to stop there from the other side of the street. When they finally arrived in Harlem, they decided to drive by the Panther office before selling any papers. "Nobody was in there," he said, "it was just deserted. So we got out, running and stumbling with the papers, and hurried up and got back in there for fear they might be noticed by Harlem Panthers. Because the rules dictated that they call in every 2 hours and let the office know of their location and of any important events, BJ stopped at a payphone to make the call. It seems to me like Sam was saying come back to the office," he remembered, "come back to the office right now," and people were telling him to get some more Panthers in here. Then Napier asked him if he remembered to get the store near the Triborough Bridge. What BJ did not know is that several Harlem Panthers and BLA members had been watching the Corona office for over a month, waiting for a chance to get their prey. When everyone, including the security guards, left the office to sell papers, these individuals, including Doraba bin Wahad, Mark Holder, Jamal Josephs, Andrew Jackson, and several others, entered the office with weapons. Initially, they taped the mouths of the children who had been visiting the office and made them lie on the floor. Then they tied up and gagged a female left behind to care for a year-old baby that belonged to Lola, a party member on the run from her parents in Denver. At some point, the assailants tossed the infant out the back door of the office. 24. As BJ spoke with Napier, who by then was enduring the torture his unexpected visitors meted out, Sam asked if he had stopped at his favorite store, the one in Queens, the one that sells 100 papers. "Did you get that one?" "When I told him no, you told me to get it on the way back," Napier retorted. "Ah, you crazy motherfucker, forget that shit, come right now." He and his partner began driving back to Queens and quite quickly reached the Triborough Bridge. They went about 2 blocks after they crossed the bridge and Johnson began to think, "Hold up, Sam is gonna get us in the office and start talking crazy because we didn't get the store, so I said let's get the store." They turned around, went to the store to pick up money and drop off more papers, then headed back to the office. About a block from the office, they heard fire truck sirens behind them. They pulled to the side of the road and let the fire truck pass. As they approached the office, they saw fire coming from what they thought was the storefront next to the office. On getting closer, however, they saw that it was not. "Oh shit, it's the office." BJ exclaimed, "We been hit." They immediately pulled over and jumped out of the van. By this time, plumes of fire and thick black smoke billowed out the front window, like shit you see on TV, BJ remembered. BJ then went through an apartment building adjacent to the Northern Boulevard office, only blocks from where Malcolm X used to stay, and entered the office through the basement in the rear. He immediately came upon the sister and she was laying there tied up with tape on her mouth. Get the baby," she screamed, "there's a baby in the backyard." So I run back and sure enough in the backyard with flames now coming out of the back of the building, there's a baby there. Apparently Lola, the baby's mother, grew weary of sitting in the office and left to sell papers. Because there was another female there who could take care of the child, her leaving did not present a problem. That's another reason why Sam had to have a woman in there, remembered BJ, because we had that one baby in there. After BJ retrieved the baby, he untied the woman he had found and sent her and the baby across the street to the van. Before she left, he inquired as to Napier's whereabouts. She said she did not know as she had been tied up and blindfolded the whole time. She explained that they took him to the basement and after BJ asked if he was dead, she told him that she had heard several shots. At that point, BJ decided that time was running out and that they both needed to leave. They arrived at the van and he told his partner that he thought they got Sam. As they were pulling off, BJ decided that he needed to call Central headquarters in Oakland and let them know what happened. "Biggest mistake of my life," he noted. He telephoned the office and told them what happened, exactly what she told me, and I told them I got the sister and I got the baby out. I said the place is on fire, it's burning up, if he's in there he's a goner and we are getting ready to get out of here. At this point, some fucking idiot tells me, "Wait a minute brother, go tell the fireman to go down in the basement, he might be stuck down there, he might be trapped." Again, BJ was obliged to follow orders because of the nature of the organization. When he initially called, he asked the person who answered for someone in charge. When the person who responded that he was the officer of the day, BJ said, "I need somebody higher than you, the shit done hit the fan out here, East Coast distribution is on fire, I need to talk to somebody else." The response was, "Hold on brother," and almost immediately someone else came to the phone. BJ told people later that he thought it was Don Cox, but then others explained to him that DC was underground by then and it couldn't have been him. He now assumes that it was David Hilliard. "Then I got that guy," he remembered, "that brother that told me that bullshit, and I would have been in a safe house with my partner if my dumb ass had not have listened." 25 BJ, playing the loyal soldier, did as he was told and walked back across the street to where the fireman stood. He had also been told not to leave until you see the body of the brother. He made a mental note that this was the wrong thing to do. As he remembered it, BJ informed the fireman that there might be a body in the basement. They checked and sure enough, Sam Napier's tortured and bullet-riddled body lay smoldering in smoke and flames that fought to stay alive under the pressure of the water. BJ saw a woman he knew from the neighborhood and attempted to leave the scene with her when he saw a fireman whispering to a detective and pointing at him. This detective asked a plainclothes policeman to watch this man, BJ said. When it all ended, BJ went to jail as a material witness. Some 10 days later, after Napier's body had been flown back to California and buried, neighborhood kids identified BJ in a police lineup, saying, "That's BJ, that's Sam's friend." Back then, I guess it's not as sophisticated as it is now, but I heard them say that on the other side of the glass. BJ had been stonewalling the police until he mistakenly told them that Napier was from San Francisco and they began playing the good cop bad cop game with him. FBI agents, Chief of Detectives Albert Seidman, famous throughout New York, and several others interviewed him until he finally told them the story of the rift in the party. 26. By this time, Napier had been dead for over a week. First, his tormentors had beaten and scalded him. They then shot him in the head and set him on fire. One former Panther noted that his body was found charred beyond recognition. According to one newspaper, Joseph Kelly, a supervisory fire marshal in charge of conducting the investigation into the blaze, said Mr. Napier's eyes had been bound shut with tape and his body appeared to have been set afire with flammable liquid. He said the dead panther showed no signs of having been mutilated and that he discovered 4 bullet wounds, not 6 as other reports had claimed. Former party members and others close to people in the organization somberly concluded that Cleaver ordered Napier's death to warn Newton's supporters that he had raised an opposition army. This murder signaled another turning point in the party since Napier, according to Emory Douglas, was not just a newspaper salesman, he was like the spirit of the party, and had been a vital element in the functioning of the paper. Elaine Brown extolled the virtues of Napier's resourcefulness despite concentrated efforts to sabotage the publication. In fact, he had relocated the distribution operation to New York after printers refused to print the paper and after someone bombed the only printing facility they had in San Francisco. Brown credited Napier with being largely responsible for miraculously distributing the party's newspaper throughout the entire United States and beyond, on time, every week. 27 After the smoke cleared, amazingly, Panthers began selling papers again throughout New York City. East Coast distribution became the New York State chapter headquarters. The Panthers relocated to Brooklyn and began anew. They even started a bookstore, called Seize the Time Books, where they sold books, records, posters, buttons, clothes, and anything else that advertised the party. When Panthers had a problem with the mafia trying to get kickbacks, BJ's brother, who ran the store, let them know that this is a Black Panther Party store and I don't think you'll be getting any kickbacks. After that, there were no problems and the record dealers began giving them records after a while. BJ remembered that it was the kind of thing where they left us alone and we left them alone. Besides, we were already getting the paper printed at Balland Printing, a mafia joint. By this time, however, BJ had had enough and he left the party to tour with James Brown as a road manager for the Godfather of Soul's opening act, the Oakland-based Variations. 28. In April 1971, Huey Newton commented that Eldridge joined the party. After the police confrontation, which left him fixated with the either-or attitude. This was that either the community picked up the gun with the party or else they were cowards and there was no place for them. If what he says of Cleaver is true, one can readily see how little sense this position made. Former communist Dorothy Healy remarked that not only did this all-or-nothing stance alienate black workers, but people who had any degree of roots in their community were not about to simply pick up a gun and start shooting. She added that clearly what was influencing Huey to a large extent was the fact that if the Cleaver line continued to dominate, the Panthers would be out of existence, since Newton's group was no match for the better trained and better equipped police. 29. In many ways Newton had started to moderate some of his earlier, more violent views. He certainly noted that many of the individuals who sided with Cleaver simply wanted to shoot police and not engage in the Panthers' community organizing efforts. In January 1972, the Panther leader explained that in the party's 10-point program, it was not until point 7 that we mentioned the gun, and this was intentional. He noted that the party sought to build a political machine through which the people could express their revolutionary desires. Because Cleaver joined the party after a highly publicized San Francisco confrontation in which the Panthers dared the police to go for their guns, he wrongly assumed this was the revolution and the party. In a Black Panther editorial, Newton expounded on Cleaver's choice of immediate armed revolution. Under the influence of Eldridge Cleaver, the party gave the community no alternative for dealing with us. Cleaver influenced us to isolate ourselves from the black community, so that it was war between the oppressor and the Black Panther Party, not war between the oppressor and the oppressed community. 30. Although all the blame for political miscalculations cannot be placed on Cleaver, his influence and popularity certainly must have impressed upon some members the accuracy of his views. Nevertheless, with the Panthers constantly on the defensive due to police shootouts, the avenues by which politics could have been more openly discussed remained closed. Bobby Seale told an Oakland journalist that the party had the idea of community organizing and running for office long before 1970. But, he added, we had a lot of people who didn't exactly relate to breakfast programs, such as Eldridge Cleaver. He wanted to call the children's program sissy stuff. Seale echoed Newton's claim that while they were imprisoned the party lost ground. He claimed Cleaver wrongly influenced the party, cussing out preachers and not wanting to work in the church. He posited that this move turned out to be a major tactical error because every Sunday morning, 40% of the black nation is sitting in church. 31 Perhaps Cleaver agreed with other Marxists who believed that religion is the opium of the masses, and that it had kept blacks from using strategies that might secure their freedom. That Christianity had protected and sustained blacks in their most difficult periods apparently went unnoticed by both Cleaver and Marx. Whatever his position, Cleaver thought the BPP would achieve success only when it had adequately challenged the oppressor, particularly on the military front. Despite the unlikelihood of success in this area of struggle, the leader of the group's international operations refused to allow room for the possibility of nonviolent change in blacks' quest for respect, recognition, justice, and freedom. The truth of Elaine Brown's account of Cleaver's reactions to the party's changing tactics, if true, is likely in light of Cleaver's sometimes irrational demeanor. After an intense argument in Algiers, Brown claims that Cleaver said, "I don't give a fuck about some serve the people programs. Anybody who doesn't want to deal with the struggle is going to have his ass dragged down the revolutionary road kicking and screaming if necessary. I'm talking about the same thing I've always talked about, revolution in our lifetime, and I mean it." 32 Eldridge Cleaver was not alone in his disappointment with the change in Panther tactics. According to author Ross Baker, Cleaver's supporters in Algiers, New York, and Kansas City maintained that Newton had forced the party to back down from its position as the revolutionary vanguard. They argued that, rather than betray those principles of armed revolution that Cleaver saw as the basis of the party, it was preferable to take the Panthers underground. Until his shooting death in 1989, Newton insisted that such a move served only to alienate the party from those in the community who might otherwise be willing to support it in its organizing efforts. 33 There is some evidence that the FBI inspired the dissension between Newton and Cleaver and then exacerbated these problems to the point where the factional differences became irreconcilable. As early as October 1968, J. Edgar Hoover directed his field offices to take action against the BPP on a national level and to consider how factionalism can be created between local leaders as well as national leaders and how BPP organizational efforts can be neutralized. The director also admonished field offices to consider actions which will create suspicion among the leaders. 34 In a teletype to the FBI's Albany, New York, field office, Hoover instructed field agents to employ the services of cooperative media contacts or sources available to the seat of government to disrupt and discredit the party. He emphasized that the Panthers were to be publicly ridiculed and not merely publicized. 35 The Bureau's early efforts apparently yielded little success since the organization continued to gain support and notoriety among blacks and whites and across social classes. In the winter of 1970, Hoover sent out a memo describing Newton's paranoid and hysterical reactions to the Bureau's counterintelligence activities. He explained that since Newton appeared to be on the brink of mental collapse, the Bureau must intensify counterintelligence. From this memo, one may conclude that part of the FBI's philosophy in fighting the Panther menace was to push the group's leaders to the brink of insanity and then keep pushing. 36 Elated about this development, the Bureau instructed its field offices to write numerous letters to Cleaver criticizing Newton for his lack of leadership. The Bureau believed that if Cleaver received enough complaints about Newton, he might order his execution. The FBI then fabricated and authorized the transmission of a letter from Connie Matthews, Newton's personal secretary, to the exiled Cleaver. It noted that BPP headquarters was disorganized and described the newspaper as being in shambles. Taking a shot at Cleaver's easily bruised ego, the letter noted that the Foreign Department gets no support. The letter then suggested the elimination of either Newton or the disloyal members who contributed to the chaos. 37. At that point several bureau offices, including the ones in San Francisco, Atlanta, Boston, and New York City, dramatically increased their pressure on the BPP and its leaders. A barrage of anonymous letters designed to create more chaos flowed from FBI field offices in compliance with instructions from headquarters. In his doctoral dissertation, written at UC Santa Cruz in the late 70s and early 80s and published as War Against the Panthers, Huey Newton quotes from several of these memos. The FBI sent one letter from Algonquin J. Fuller, a member of the Youth Against War and Fascism, and a white admirer of Cleaver. It said that pretty nigger Newton had failed Cleaver and the party, as he had become a daytime revolutionary, a nighttime party-goer, an African fashion model. The letter told Cleaver the Panthers needed him in the United States to bring the party back to the people. Because the letter had come from a so-called white revolutionary, someone not involved in BPP internal politics and an obvious supporter of the revolutionary philosophy that Cleaver espoused, it undoubtedly boosted Cleaver's belief that immediate armed revolution was possible. The Bureau sent Cleaver a similar letter signed by the New York 21. The letter informed Cleaver he was their remaining hope in fighting oppression within and without the party. 38. The meddling did not end there. Attempting to exacerbate the factional violence, the Bureau used a fabricated letter to Don Cox, Cleaver's companion in Algiers, to intimate that the recent disappearance and presumed death of Panther leader Fred Bennett was the result of party factionalism. Members on both sides quickly assumed the authenticity of these letters and reacted as the FBI hoped they would. Almost immediately they became increasingly distrustful and violent toward each other. Internecine violence then tore away at the fragile foundation of the BPP's political and military infrastructure. Sensing the success of this operation, the FBI director moved to further intensify the group's internal problems. 39. Newton pointed out that on February 24, 1971, an urgent teletype from the FBI director authorized the most daring step in the campaign, a falsified message to Cleaver from Elbert Howard, a member of the party's Central Committee and the editor of the Black Panther. After explaining to Cleaver Newton's ingratiating and extravagant use of party funds, and how many members were upset about this waste of money, the fabricated letter told Cleaver that he would be amazed at what is actually happening. The letter's real potential, however, hinged on Cleaver's reaction to the final paragraph, which read, "I wish there was some way I could get in touch with you, but in view of Huey's orders it is not possible. You should really know what's happening and statements made about you. I can't risk a call as it would mean certain expulsion. You should think a great deal before sending Kathleen. If I could talk to you I could tell you why I don't think you should." 40. By this time, the Bureau knew of Cleaver's desire to eliminate Newton. The intra-party murders also heightened the tension between the two factions. The agency hoped that this letter, by alluding to a threat on his wife's life, would be the final straw in provoking Cleaver to murder Newton. Cleaver never questioned the letter's authenticity and even believed, according to the FBI, the correspondence contained good information about the party. Having further poisoned Cleaver's mind against Newton, the FBI watched and waited. Only Newton's death would have made Hoover happier. To ensure the splintering was both domestic and international, the Bureau fabricated a letter under a forged David Hilliard signature and sent it to all the Panthers' overseas support groups. The letter read, "You are advised that Eldridge Leroy Cleaver is a murderer and a punk without genitals. D.C. Cox is no better." In reference to Webb's shooting, the FBI wrote, "Leroy's running dogs in New York have been righteously dealt with. Anyone giving any aid or comfort to Cleaver and his jackanapes will be similarly dealt with no matter where they may be located." Martin Kenner, a one-time accountant for the party, noted that around this time, the party began to turn in on itself. Clearly, by the end of 1971, the party's fracturing had become irreversible. The Cleaver faction, primarily composed of BLA members, now robbed banks and killed those policemen they believed had perpetrated crimes against blacks. 41 proceeds from the robberies went to pay lawyers' fees and bail as well as to Panther programs and those in need. For its part, the Newton faction, in addition to engaging in voter registration drives and getting involved in local politics, became somewhat of a black mafia, extorting funds from legitimate and illegitimate Oakland business people including liquor store owners, clothiers, pimps, and drug dealers. 42 Elated with the success of this COINTELPRO operation, J. Edgar Hoover issued the following instructions. Since the differences between Newton and Cleaver now appear irreconcilable, no further counterintelligence activity in this regard will be undertaken at this time, and now new targets must be established. David Hilliard's key position at national headquarters makes him an outstanding target. Elbert Howard and Bobby Rush are also key Panther functionaries, making them prime targets. 43. On the heels of this bogus mail operation, the BPP became an organization dedicated to working within the system via community action programs and voter registration drives. During his campaign for mayor of Oakland in 1972, Bobby Seale's campaign team had installed about 200 members as county voter registrars. Seale explained that the Black Panther Party is more of a threat to the established order with ballots in their hands than with guns. In the end, the Newton faction retained most Panther chapters. The group almost completely deemphasized the use of the gun as an avenue for change and thereafter participated in various community building programs in an effort to enhance the BPP's badly tarnished media image. Seale claimed that the party had returned to its original vision after the leadership and rank and file had looked at the party in the past and realized our mistakes. 44 In the end, neither side scored a victory and the biggest loser turned out to be the party itself. The open warfare compelled members to leave the organization in droves. Seale called valuable leadership to Oakland for his unsuccessful mayoral bid and kept them away from their home chapters long after the election, which left some chapters to languish and disintegrate. Other members were expelled or suspended by one leader or the other. In some instances, whole chapters resigned, resulting in the almost complete deterioration of the party's national base of support. The BPP's international section fared no better. In late 1971, Cleaver, tired of the war and nervous over Algerian efforts to curtail his movements, left the party and moved to France. His successors in Algiers saw few improvements, and within a year they deserted the international headquarters. For all intents and purposes, the party was over. 45 At last the phase where violent rhetoric and picking up the gun served as the centerpiece ended. The new phase ushered in an era where the party emphasized community programs pending revolution. During this phase, it channeled its energies and focus into serving the people. In effect, the party modified its rhetoric and its program and in the process became more reformist and pragmatic. Adequate food, clothing, and housing for the people it hoped to someday liberate dominated the party's interests. The party now substituted self-help, economic development, and voter education for an emphasis on guns and violence. After nearly 6 years of calling for the government's violent overthrow, Panther leaders, by 1972, had retooled and brought the BPP back to Oakland. A smattering of chapters continued to operate and other locales saw Panther chapters emerge where previously there were none. For the most part, however, the work was concentrated in and around Oakland, where Newton attended his many trials and Elaine Brown and Bobby Seale made their runs for the city council and city hall, respectively. Once this failed bid for public office petered out, the Panthers took the political capital they earned while registering voters to build a political movement of their own. By 1977, Elaine Brown could honestly tell a reporter that there is not a black who can get elected to office in Oakland without us. She was right. The movers and shakers in this port city often consulted the Panthers when making minority political appointments and making minority hires in places like the police and fire departments. Indeed, they succeeded in making this 50% black city responsive to the needs of half its residents. How were they able to accomplish such a daunting task? They worked with and for the people and at the same time changed the culture of the party. 46 Grassroots in nature, the Panthers' new political orientation was rooted in serving the people, an area where they already had plenty of practice. In addition to their free breakfast for children program and free health clinics, the Panthers began providing free transportation to the elderly, paramedic and ambulance services, and dental clinics. They opened an intercommunal youth institute that provided high-quality education to Bay Area children. The group also implemented free pest control programs and continued operating their free busing to prisons programs. Undoubtedly endearing themselves to the various black communities in the East Bay, this newfangled Black Panther Party made its previous incarnation seem way over the top with its demand for vengeance and blood to the horse's brow. Their weapons now included the boycott, voting, and support for other groups trying to get problems solved in the areas of housing, education, and employment. Though the group had wanted these things all along, Panther rhetoric and poor leadership made it difficult for outsiders to comprehend as much. Doing away with the cursing and cleaning up for its new image, the party, after 1972, with only few exceptions, maintained a public persona that made its one-time enemies proud of it. As a part of its new look, BPP leadership revamped its members' physical appearances and made them appear more like business people than revolutionaries. For example, females were required to have 5 dressy type suits, 6 dresses, 2 dressy skirts and 6 blouses or tops. The brothers needed a tie rack, cuff links, lint brush, a jacket of some kind, and a dozen or so other items to keep them looking dapper. The rules required all Panthers to keep their clothes neat and repaired at all times and to keep their shoes polished and clean of all mud, crud, dirt, etc. Their fingernails had to be filed and kept cleaned at all times, along with their nostrils and toenails. If they had beards, they had to be trimmed and neatly groomed at all times, and if they did not, their faces had to be clean-shaven at all times. Leadership also did not tolerate offensive-smelling body odors. Infractions were handled immediately and usually through a verbal reprimand, whereas before, rule-breaking could possibly get members physical punishment. 47 The new Panthers were also required to carry pens and pencils, a bound notebook, a date book or address book, a watch, an alarm clock, and a briefcase of some kind on a daily basis. This briefcase had to hold at least one of the following: a booklet on the Well Baby Clinic, a SAFE program brochure, a busing program brochure, a 12-inch ruler, and a pack of 5-cent tissues, along with a pack of tissues they were required to have on or about at all times. BPP leaders even required Panther cars to have a whistle broom, chrome polisher, and 2 boxes of S.O.S pads. All of these things had to be in the required wash bucket along with the rags and sponges. A list of required books, articles, toiletries, Son of Man Temple guest cards and 24 other must-haves rounded out the requirements. Carefully screened local leaders and members had to discipline themselves to meet the high standards of this new and improved Black Panther Party. 48 Party Chairwoman Elaine Brown, who took over in 1974 once Newton fled to Cuba after authorities charged him in the killing of a prostitute, said that the party raised the standards because it was too easy for reactionary elements and police and FBI infiltrators to enter the party before. But what kind of results did these new changes bring? In February 1972, a Mr. Johnson called Central Headquarters and offered the party a building he owned. John George, a black attorney and one-time member of the Alameda County Board of Supervisors, put it best when he said the leadership of the Panthers from Newton to Elaine Brown recognized that to survive they had to keep in touch with the people's needs. They survived, he noted, because, even though they had a new face, they continued to express the needs of the most exploited sections of the population. The conditions they were speaking for in the beginning, he added, remain the same, in fact worse, including unemployment, inflation, and housing. 49 Soon after the Los Angeles chapter reopened on January 17, 1977, they had hundreds of curious young people pass through the office seeking information. Obviously taking care of the needs of the community, the party received letters of support from numerous community groups, including a food cooperative, the What Summer Festival and even a credit union, according to one reporter. Working to alleviate some of these concerns, the Panthers showed the world that they were back to fight another day, and they represented a concrete alternative to the crime and poverty-infested ghettos. Looking at the situation from a holistic point of view, party members also worked on themselves internally. 50. People in leadership were required to periodically evaluate the work and attitudes of those who worked under and alongside them. A typical report, labeled Individual Evaluations, might read, Joan gets involved in too many of the minute details of an operation or area of work, and expects a lot from people and gets disappointed when they don't produce the quantity or quality of work she had expected. Omar just arrived, no concrete basis for evaluation. Herman a very good worker and organizer, although he tends to overload himself at times. Sometimes does not listen when others are talking. Has difficulty accepting criticism. Audrey a very good worker and organizer. Sometimes acts a troubleshooter and sometimes become too involved in the details and miss the overall point. Big man very good organizer. Has so many responsibilities in other areas that he often is isolated from daily campaign activities. Phyllis has a lot of personal problems which make it difficult for her to communicate with other comrades. This criticism and self-criticism serve to keep members sharp and learning from their experiences. It also helped the leadership keep tabs on everything and everybody. 51. During this period, communal living arrangements remained the method by which the rank and file were housed. If a person held a part-time job or somehow received outside money, he or she had to report it to the Central Committee. Even if one had college work-study money, it had to be reported. For example, Elbert Howard turned in a section financial report in December 1972 that indicated that his $240 work-study check went toward paying the $210 office lease, copying fees, and cleaning supplies. He had nothing left from this check when all the bills were paid. These conditions might not have endeared some members to the leadership. 52. Eventually some of the members began to complain of the communal living spaces. They complained about not being able to take jobs of their choosing or of not being allowed to go to college when and where they chose. When they made suggestions, they were often rebuffed by the higher UPS. So even though the party started receiving foundation money and donations from reputable businesses and the state of California, the leadership remained out of touch with those who did the actual work. In this atmosphere, one might easily be expelled for complaining too loudly. For example, in July 1973, the Central Committee expelled longtime member Michael Rhymes for undermining the party's leadership and inter-party structure. He was also branded with openly displaying a gross disrespect for and lack of faith in policies and central body's ability to formulate those policies. Because Rhymes disagreed with members of the party's upper echelon, the leadership banned him from all party facilities and forbid his communication in any way with party members. As time progressed, these expulsions became more and more frequent until eventually they, along with people leaving for all manner of reasons, sealed the party's doom. 53. There were certainly efforts to salvage what was good in the party as the 70s turned into the 80s. By this time, however, too much ground had already been lost. Cleaver and Hilliard had been expelled. Seal left the party in 1974 under strange circumstances. Newton jumped bail that same year and went to Cuba, where he stayed for 3 years before returning to face charges of killing Kathleen Smith. A jury later acquitted him, but he was never more than titular head of the party after that. Brown had assumed power, and under her, the survival programs were strengthened but internal chaos reigned. Some complained that she ran all the good people away from the party with her strong-arm tactics and her either/or personality. 54. The FBI continued to harass party members, though their murderous escapades ended when the Panthers stopped espousing violence as a tactic. To say the least, it had become nearly impossible to hold things together. In an attempt to do just that, Jonina Abram, on October 1, 1980, drafted a 3-page memo to Huey Newton. Noting that the party was turning 14 years old on the 15th of the month, Abram questioned Newton on the direction the party is moving. Her memo reminded Newton that most party members are between 30 to 40 years old, with 1/3 of us being over 35. This fact meant that they were concerned about their futures and being overworked because at that point, the party only had 27 members. She went on to say that party morale was low and that something had to be done about it. Abram made specific suggestions to solve some of the party's problems. Since very few political groups maintain office hours of 40 hours a week as we do, she suggested that central headquarters be closed to save the $2,000 it cost to keep it open every month. She recommended getting a post office box instead. That way, party members could continue to do our political work but not have the tremendous overhead of operating central. Getting to the real point of her memo, Abram talked about comrades reaching the point where physically and mentally, they cannot work full-time for the party and part-time elsewhere. She insinuated that if there came a choice between sustaining themselves and sustaining the party through their own labor, many would choose themselves, since 15 of the 27 remaining party members already worked at the school, the organization's only viable program at that juncture. So as not to appear overbearing, Abram ended the letter by informing Newton that the party needed to make a public statement about its direction in the 1980s. They needed to take this step for history's sake since there has never been an organization like us in the history of this country. More importantly, she concluded, leadership needed to provide party members with a sense of where we are headed and a feeling of purpose. 55 Newton obviously did not live up to this request since the party, by 1980, provided its members with little direction and even less of a feeling of purpose. This notion can best be represented by Panther Tommy Williams, who had joined the party 9.5 years earlier. Williams told Newton in a stinging but heartfelt letter that she was growing tired of the internal inequality and squabbling. Indeed, Williams felt compelled to write Newton because it had become impossible to remain and silently watch the party wither away. Nor could the loyal Panther leave without voicing issues which are taking its toll on the party. Inequalities such as the haves and the have-nots tore the party apart, she wrote. Some comrades have to struggle each month to pay rent, bills, food, and buy necessities for their children, and some comrades don't have a source of income at all. Other comrades do not have to worry about their financial necessities. So-called comrades were merely tolerating each other while bad attitudes abounded. How can we be loving towards the people and unloving towards each other? In a foreboding tone, Williams pointed out that the party needed a better system of discipline and that the group's leaders needed to cease playing favorites. The letter made it clear that most of the rank and file felt that a solution needed to be imminent. Williams explained that she was at a crossroads and needed some reassurance that the party was still viable. Apparently, Newton could not offer satisfactory answers and Williams left the party. 56 The file from which this letter came contained nearly 100 others with similar grievances. While a few hardcore party members continued to have faith and worked hard to achieve party goals, many, especially the older veterans, began to leave California and to return to their former homes. Heavy-handed leaders and goon squads lashed out at those who questioned authority such that some even found themselves having to escape the party literally. Others made a life in the picturesque Bear Flag Republic without the organization. Some gravitated to the Nation of Islam and Orthodox Islam in an effort to salvage their broken spirits and dashed hopes. In the end, the party evolved into a community service organization that dwindled in its membership and influence until the last person left. It later crumbled, devastated by Newton's drug use, his mishandling of funds, and the external pressure that had always been there. 57 This experiment in revolutionary ideology and practice foundered when ill-prepared leaders wielded power in an organization that invited both the ire and the bullets of the establishment. Like many other promising organizations of the time, the party died before it could grow to maturity. In the process, it helped to soothe the souls of black folks who yearned to be free in a land where most white citizens took liberty for granted. In the final analysis, one can see that the party found not purpose, but dissolution. Since 1966, it had come full circle and wound up in much the same place it started, as a local self-help organization dedicated to gaining political and economic power for blacks. It failed to achieve its goal in either incarnation. It did, however, have something to show for all its troubles. Ending on a high note of grassroots community organizing and serving the people, the party found solace in keeping its eyes on the prize of freedom and justice for all. Moving from its violence-laden revolutionary phase, the Black Panther Party evolved to a point where survival pending revolution was the call of the day. The second, more active phase saw the Panthers gain and wield community electoral power in the fashion that Newton called for in one of the first community patrols witnessed by an audience. Historians would do well to dissect the various elements that made up this chameleon-like organization. In the process, they might find that ordinary people discovered a way out of no way to do some truly extraordinary things. This group's work and legacy should be honored. Its mistakes and other foibles must likewise be understood and remembered so that the next generation of activists will know that power grows not from the barrels of guns, but from service to humanity and a willingness to provide that service despite difficulty and life-threatening obstacles. Conclusion. The role violence played in the making and unmaking of the BPP is significant. The violence of dilapidated housing, long-term unemployment, and inadequate education helped lay the groundwork for the Black Panther Party. Once the extreme violence of police brutality entered into this mix, the stage was set for the BPP's commencement. Panther leaders capitalized on the rampant police brutality of their day to get the attention of millions of youth looking for a way to understand the growing tensions and contradictions in the splintering civil rights movement. This external violence, once it prompted the group's beginning, was then used as a sounding board to draw attention to the party. Hard to contain, the slippery eel of violence then eased its way into the party's command structure. Harsh discipline in some chapters kept group members aware of their revolutionary development and helped them to see the seriousness of their undertaking. Though unpopular or non-existent in some chapters, this violence was seen as a kind of glue that held things intact. Having been born in the fires of the mid-60s radicalism, the BPP took the great leap forward and for the first time presented the American government with the long-feared threat of a minority uprising. Posing this threat cost it its life. The violence visited upon the BPP by policemen, federal agents, and provocateurs guaranteed its demise. Even though it withstood violent challenges for 5 years, the BPP was unable to replenish its ranks in time enough for the next onslaught. Bringing to bear the might of the powerful central government, authorities made the Panthers pay for venturing into the killing fields where all's fair. It was this violence that unhinged the party and separated it from its base of support. Once the killing and imprisonment of party members became a nationwide pattern, those who might have joined declined and many already in the group headed for the nearest exit. In essence, the BPP's 16-year run took on a cyclic trajectory where, once violence spawned it, it had to use that violence, physically or rhetorically, to stay alive. This move made it a target and the federal government declared open season on the Panthers. When the season closed and the smoking guns were put away, the violence of the federal government stood supreme and seemed to call for all takers in this war of nerves and steel. Having forced the BPP to retreat to its communities, state-sanctioned violence became the benchmark for how to influence people's decisions with the power that grows from the barrels of guns. Like most radical groups of the era, the Black Panther Party emerged as a result of heightened expectations created by the mainstream civil rights groups of the late 1950s and early 1960s. Because many black and poor Americans, whether they lived in rural or urban areas, had experienced some form of police brutality, the Panthers rallied around the concept of self-defense. Eventually, however, self-defense included armed attacks and ambushes of policemen known to have harmed or killed blacks or other community members. For some, a defensive posture only achieved so much. Some Panthers therefore came to believe that it was useful to go on the offensive. Despite this risky move, and in some cases because of it, thousands of young blacks rushed to join the group. The group's early success secured for it an ethnically diverse base of support. For example, groups including the Students for a Democratic Society, the Weathermen, the American Indian Movement, the Puerto Rican Young Lords, the North Vietnamese government, the Chinese government, the Palestinian Authority, and the Algerian government offered the BPP real and symbolic support. It stood alone among black power organizations in its willingness to ally with progressive whites on certain issues. Its willingness to join with and fight for a rainbow coalition of other organizations also made it popular with students and different nationalities throughout the Third World. The BPP's popularity, its rhetoric, and its method of getting things done were widely dispersed by television and other media coverage, making it a prime target for government infiltration and police attack. Almost always portraying the Panthers as mad killers, the media refused to analyze the Panthers' genuine contribution to the African American community. Nor did journalists try to understand the group within the context of American history and its symbiotic relationship to the then flourishing New Left. As a result, BPP members began to spend a lot of their time deflecting police attacks, avoiding arrest by going underground, and fighting in the courts. The numerous Panther trials of the late 1960s and early 1970s exhausted the party's coffers and forced its leaders to take a less violent revolutionary road to freedom. Some 30 years after the party started, former Chief of Staff David Hilliard noted that the concept of the party as a liberation army overthrowing the American government unrealistic. He added that the police were always there to kill them. In somewhat of an overstatement, he wrote that when police attacked them, no one would come to their aid. Party comrades would jump off the moon, he said, if Huey tells them to. Our allies won't. Hilliard recognized the apparent futility of the Panther revolutionary mission. The Panthers waged as stiff a resistance to the police as any American revolutionary group, but, he concluded, they were hardly very effective as fighters. In most cases, police agencies around the country, with an infusion of millions of federal dollars for SWAT teams and tactical squads, found it easy to outgun the Panthers. As part of their war against this group, the authorities also sought to destroy the party's programs, while at the same time co-opting and implementing those same programs in communities and schools throughout the country. Panther leaders claimed these community-based programs were the means to an end, a way to prepare and to sensitize ghetto residents to the party's ultimate goal of bringing about revolutionary change. Explaining that the programs were part of the group's original purpose, Hilliard noted that no one got this point. Many people misunderstood the party's purpose because the local police and federal authorities not only dominated what the Panthers did, they also dictated how the public viewed the group. In other words, the state FBI, CIA, police decided the party's fate. The government won the war with the Panthers quite handily. Their victory meant that most of the group's leaders and several of its rank and file ended up dead, in jail, in exile, or psychologically damaged. Perhaps the most successful counterintelligence venture aimed at the Panthers was the one that exacerbated the growing factionalism between the party's national leaders. From the beginning, there had been differences within the leadership over exactly how to bring about revolutionary change. For some time before the FBI stepped in, however, this tension simmered below the surface and many party members knew little or nothing about it. When the FBI sent fabricated letters and prompted its agents inside the organization to sow even more dissension, the party's internal dynamics spiraled out of control. This intra-party strife ended in the deaths of several Panthers. When all the smoke cleared, Newton and Cleaver were not speaking to each other and the BPP's public stance on various political issues affecting the black community differed little from the mainstream civil rights organizations that preceded it in the 1950s and early 1960s. In the process, the Black Panther newspaper, the one thing that kept the Panthers in the eyes and minds of people in and outside the United States, suffered a tremendous blow from which it never recovered. It is, however, erroneous to conclude that the BPP was the FBI's only target during this period. COINTELPRO activities were directed at a number of other groups, including the Revolutionary Action Movement, the Black Liberation Army, the Republic of New Africa, the Black Liberation Front, the Congress of Racial Equality, the Council of Federated Organizations, the American Indian Movement, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Students for a Democratic Society, and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Aside from the watered-down versions of the NAACP and SCLC, none of these organizations survived intact. Thus, this program, coinciding with the wedge politics of Nixon and the domestic political shift to the right, was a resounding success. In retrospect, federal government agencies largely ignored the demands of Black power advocates. Unlike the entreaties of earlier nonviolent civil rights groups, which were directed at reforming basic institutions, Black militants' demands tended to go beyond social reform. These leaders insisted on Black control over the political, social, and economic institutions in their communities, which prompted different responses from business leaders and political officials fearful about the danger these demands posed to national security and the existing economic, political, and social arrangement. Any attempt to accede to Black power advocates' demands, according to sociologist William J. Wilson, would have generated severe resistance and hostility from the large white majority. For these reasons, government officials felt compelled to deal with the Panthers and their supporters by using alternative means of social control, namely, COINTELPRO. These means were themselves frequently more violent and certainly more effective than what the BPP employed to realize its own ambitions. 3. Nevertheless, the sentiments and actions of federal government agencies showed that official response to the Panthers had to include violence. While such a response seems to be easily understandable, some whites failed to comprehend why Blacks responded violently to begin with. Some continued to be persuaded by prejudiced media representations that characterized Blacks as violent criminals waiting for their chance to kill whitey. There was no official national discussion of the obvious problems whites had created for ghetto Blacks. Consequently, the nation's leaders made the quest for law and order fashionable while the methods of maintaining it became increasingly violent and deadly. Part of the Panthers' demise, however, must be attributed to the members of the group itself. There is no doubt that Huey Newton abused drugs after his release from prison, and this fact cannot be justified. There is no doubt that the Panther leader and his henchmen used violence to extort money from people involved in vice in Oakland. Nor is there any doubt that Newton mistreated and abused fellow party members after the party decided to concentrate its efforts solely in Northern California. In addition, Newton should have responded positively to the requests from other party members that the Central Committee, its governing body, include members from all regions of the country rather than just a few locales. Its undemocratic structure, in open contradiction to its guiding philosophy of democratic centralism, encouraged fear and intimidation rather than an open exchange of ideas, debate, and discussion. It should have gone back to work in the community years before it did. These flaws arrested the party's development by not allowing its best thinkers to exercise their freedom of expression. In effect, as an organization, the party literally could not think, as it was at the mercy of individuals whose leadership skills were overshadowed by their egos. Eldridge Cleaver might have done better to advocate grassroots organizing rather than immediate revolution. His insistence on aggression put the BPP in a position it could hardly come out of unscathed. The preoccupation with guns and strong-arm tactics left little room for those genuinely interested in fighting for Black freedom. Had he used his international contacts to put pressure on the U.S. government rather than to thumb his nose at it, Blacks might have been more likely to join or support the party. Cleaver's unwillingness to make amends with Newton at a critical point in party history guaranteed that the organization foundered prematurely. Panther and former BLA member Sheba Haven remembered the lack of communication within the party and an unwillingness to share power between the East Coast and the West Coast as a major problem. She explained that there was amongst different people, an unwillingness to listen to the concerns in terms of emphasis on what we taught many people in different parts of the country. That goes back to the cult of the personality that Newton and Cleaver got lost in instead of the analysis and following the principles of democratic centralism, which was what made people say, "Go ahead, I can be committed to this because I will have a voice." And then when that voice was taken away, it was a similar thing as with this blind patriotism that we have now. There came a time when Newton and a few others became the final authority and they were not making decisions collectively. Noting that such a setup appealed to some people not operating out of Oakland, she added that some of us who were local saw it, and saw how it was harming the nucleus, that it was not going forward towards revolution, but that it was becoming a way to generate money for the upper echelon. And even when I left, that's what I was arguing over, donations that I was told that were not there, but people had on all new clothes, you know. For surely the leadership could have stood to be more honest and open with the people responsible for doing the actual work. Another problem was a lack of media savvy. Though the Panthers sometimes took advantage of their access to the media, this particular shortcoming caused the group always to be on the defensive about its position on violence and how its members felt toward whites. The mainstream media capitalized on the BPP's sometimes varying definitions of itself and successfully painted the group as rabid racists. That the overwhelming majority of its members were nothing of the sort was beside the point, since news coverage said otherwise. Again, toning down the violent rhetoric earlier than it did might have forestalled some of the skewed government propaganda. That its members were young and unversed in the art of revolution might have been the cause of some of this, but after the blacker-than-thou attitude became prominent in the party's later years, there were few chances to discuss openly ways in which the rank and file could go about addressing this issue. The group's inability to detect FBI complicity in exacerbating internal and external problems also contributed to its demise. Today, many Panthers lament the fact that the party's counterintelligence capabilities left a lot be desired. Since Panther leaders knew little to nothing of what authorities were doing to it and could do even less to affect the outcome of police actions, the party suffered in myriad ways. To be sure, the media, FBI, and police were not entirely at fault. The manner in which the group operated virtually guaranteed its violent repression. Talking up the gun and sometimes backing up violent talk did not endear them to police departments and government agencies. While nearly all of the killing of police officers was carried out by members of the BLA, the close ties between the two groups compelled authorities to treat the party in similar ways. On many occasions, Panther rhetoric forced the media to look to the police and local politicians for its information about the group. Haven noted that the Panthers' inflammatory speeches were great propaganda, but they had their downside as well. I think the rhetoric was a good thing because it attracted people's attention, it kept them focused, and it made them think a new thought. Do you see anybody walking around with their head down, not making eye contact? Black people, and actually all people of color and women as well, have more confidence in themselves now. I mean, that's the two-edged sword. You know the old African proverb, if you speak with a sword in your mouth you cut your own mouth. 5. Though they helped inspire a generation, the Panthers lacerated themselves on numerous occasions. The party lost community support when opposing factions murdered key members of the group. As a result, the organization's infrastructure crumbled. This turn of events forced many members underground while others tried unsuccessfully to bring about a peaceful and bloodless revolution. In the end, the group reverted to a local phenomenon in Oakland where, over a decade beginning in 1972, it slowly faded from public view. By 1980, few people knew of the group's attempts to reform American politics and values. Even fewer were cognizant of the many sacrifices party members made to ensure that blacks had a decent future. Upon reflection, Haven remembered that we didn't have any distinction between the political and the military. That was our problem. One of the things that we criticized ourselves for, is having the political and the military wings identify together. The same people that were serving breakfast were saying "off the pig." The same sister that was giving your child a measles vaccine had a shotgun and a .357 Magnum beside her. 6. One of the more serious mistakes the party made was its reliance on a justifiably disgruntled but grossly unprepared segment of the black community to bring about significant social change. The lumpen proletariat, the underclass, made up a significant part of the group's rank and file. Though there were students, laborers, and even some middle-class people in the party, It primarily drew members from the very bottom of society, those they insisted had nothing to lose but their chains. BPP leadership believed this group served as the vanguard of a world revolution. The problem with their assumption lay in the fact that this class has rarely played a primary role in any revolution. BPP leadership demonstrated its naivete concerning the revolutionary process by expecting this group of men and women to understand the complexities and influence of the capitalist system well enough to organize and execute a successful revolution. Of course, discipline was also a major problem, as party rules were flaunted whenever it was convenient. Bitter dog, the drink consisting of port wine and lemon juice made famous by the Panthers, was utilized liberally, whether an individual was off-duty or on. In some cases, Brother Rougie, a euphemism some Panthers used for marijuana because they knew their phones and offices were bugged, often showed up before the workday ended. This is not to say that the lumpen proletariat is the only class of people who use these things. Drugs and alcohol would not be multibillion-dollar businesses if that were so. It does, however, make it difficult for a leader to prevent such violations if that leader is clearly guilty of the same. In any case, a cursory glance at world history reveals that even the most brilliant Marxists and communists have failed to dismantle capitalism, so the grand task should not have been left to this group alone. This is especially true because a minority within this group had a propensity for violence and hot-headedness. Allowing those members easy access to the organization meant the BPP essentially condemned itself to failure. Logic tells us that the easiest people to turn into infiltrators are the poor and those already inclined to criminal activities. Living on the edge and by their wits, as many in this stratum do, makes it a lot easier to become a self-centered opportunist. Author Henry Winston noted that it is their déclassé parasitical status and outlook that sharply distinguish them from the great mass of the unemployed, who are searching for and demanding jobs while for the lumpen, a job is unthinkable. 7. The lumpen, therefore, need strict discipline and education to stay on task. Many of them simply could not keep up with the demands of revolution. Indeed, some of them even tossed their red books to the side for lack of understanding. This does not mean that hundreds of party members from this group were not transformed by their experiences. Indeed, they reaped and continue to reap the benefits as lawyers, counselors, social workers, writers, teachers, mechanics, artists, labor organizers, doctors, business owners, and the like. The party gave them something for which to live and in the process changed their lives. A significant number succeeded in becoming the new men and the new women that 60s activists so often spoke about. Still, the majority failed to make the great ideological and philosophical leaps required for growth and success. It was these, along with the leaders, who ensured the party's demise. The Panthers' chauvinism and sexism deprived the party of much-needed energy, personnel, and resources. Women came to play crucial roles in sustaining the party, presenting its goals and political perspectives to the public, acting as front-line soldiers, formulating and implementing party policy, and administering the group's myriad community service programs. Their contribution was clearly equal to or greater than that of the men. Poor treatment diminished the space of support and opened avenues for outsiders to exploit this weakness. When women, who were often the most capable party members, left the organization, a critical link was broken and the group could no longer hold itself together. Despite the many mistakes the Panthers made, it is inaccurate to dismiss them as a group of violent racists simply out to off the pig. The BPP's contributions to African Americans and other poor Americans are numerous. Many of their programs, such as free breakfasts and lunches, free medical clinics, and legal services, have become staples in American social and welfare policy. Although it did not originate these concepts, the BPP played a significant role in calling attention to the paucity of these services in poor communities. Today, for example, it is difficult for most people to imagine a poor child going to school and not having free meals or being assured free medical attention if the need arose. The organization's contribution to sickle cell anemia testing in the United States is immeasurable, since so many lives have been saved because of research and improved treatments. The fact that this disease is not ravaging the black community today can be attributed to the research and screening that the BPP made possible at a time when few in the medical profession and political arena even acknowledged that the disease existed. Black students and aspiring activists across the country use the BPP as an example of how to struggle by building coalitions. They see the Panther insistence on self-defense as the only sensible way to go about making change. The emphasis the party placed on the learning of black history has inspired uncounted numbers of youth to try to learn from their past. The thousands of black organizations across the country that celebrate African and African American history even when it is not February are testament to the fact that the Panthers' legacy continues to influence today's youth. In places like San Francisco and Oakland, New York City and Washington, D.C., youthful black activists look to surviving Panthers not only for guidance and advice, but for friendship as well. This linkage of young and old can only serve as a catalyst for future sustained action without the many mistakes mentioned above. Not only do some Panthers continue to organize and serve their communities in the guise of social workers, counselors, and mentors, but other black groups and individuals work alongside them to lay a solid foundation for what they hope is the coming revolution. Because the number of people involved is much lower than in the 60s and 70s and even small victories are rare, networking and recruiting have become even more important to these 21st century visionaries. Few Americans are aware of the political influence the Panthers wielded during most of their existence as a national organization. According to Emory Douglas, the Panthers were partially responsible for the increased hiring and appointment of black and other minority judges and police officers in the Oakland/San Francisco Bay Area. Douglas claimed that during the 1970s, Bay Area politicians and police chiefs often sought the Panthers' approval of certain individuals before they became judges or policemen. Even after the party's demise as a strident voice in the Black Power movement, the group continued to influence local politics in those communities where it still functioned. For example, the San Francisco Examiner credited the Panthers with facilitating the 1977 victories of Lionel Wilson, Oakland's first black mayor, and John George, the first black Alameda County supervisor. Elaine Brown worked on Wilson's transition team and on George's executive committee as head of the Oakland Council for Economic Development. The Panthers' push for restructured inclusive high school and college curricula also fit perfectly into the larger development of Black Studies and Ethnic Studies programs throughout the United States. BPP forays into the fields of health and medicine brought party members love and protection in some black communities. 9. As in all attempted revolutions involving guerrilla tactics, this relationship proved necessary. Another BPP contribution is the legacy of struggle it left behind. In terms of its place among young, black urban dwellers, the BPP easily ranks as one of the most popular organizations in the 20th century. Its displays of bravado and boldness in confronting established authority in unconventional ways are not only sources of pride, but they continue to reflect an attitude and behavior that many blacks find difficult, if not dangerous, to display openly themselves. In a world where blackness continues to be looked down upon, the Panther legacy continues to provide a confidence and a sense of purpose for those lucky enough to have learned about the group. Nowhere is the spirit of the BPP more loved and revered than in today's young black activist community. Black Panther politics, symbols, language, and songs have somehow survived and remain part of contemporary urban culture. This phenomenon can be clearly seen in the multibillion-dollar black urban music industry, popularly called rap or hip-hop. Included among these artists are California rappers O'Shea Jackson, Paris, the Black Panther of rap, whose logo is a Black Panther, and Tupac Shakur, whose mother, Afeni Shakur, was an outspoken member of the BPP chapter in New York City and one of the New York 21 defendants. Tupac's songs often quoted verbatim from the BPP's 10-point program. Though he was murdered in a senseless shooting in Las Vegas in 1998, Shakur's music continues to influence younger artists with its politically laced lyrics that demand that blacks become self-sufficient in all areas of public life. While space prohibits a thorough exposition of Shakur's music and that of the other musicians who write and sing about the legacy of the Panthers, it is accurate to say that many ghetto youths are thoroughly cognizant of Panther history and the legacy of struggle from which it sprang. They advocate a similar struggle that seeks to empower blacks to take control of their own destinies. The Fugitives, a group of rap artists who have taken California, especially the Bay Area, by storm, is made up of children of former party members. Their lyrics too are laced with the party's history and accomplishments, furthering the attempt to disseminate knowledge about the group by any means necessary. Like the Panthers, these young adults also advocate the building and strengthening of black institutions like schools, hospitals, and the like. All these individuals, who grew up in areas of Panther strongholds, are selling millions of records to ghetto youth who strongly identify with the philosophy of self-defense. They have also begun to articulate and understand the internal colony discourse espoused by the Panthers and other nationalists of the period. This characterization of the black experience served to link African Americans to their Third World counterparts, also struggling against colonial domination and oppression. In Racial Oppression in America, Robert Blauner argued that the experience of people of color in this country does include a number of circumstances that are universal to the colonial situation. He wrote that blacks had been subjugated to the point where their labor did not bring them social and political advancement. Cultural policies inside the U.S. destroyed blacks' original value system and ensured that their way of life followed that of their oppressors. 10. This colonial situation in Black America informed Newton's and Seal's analysis of the Black Dilemma and served as a springboard from which the group launched its philosophy of the usefulness of armed self-defense. Like Malcolm X before them, the Panthers sincerely believed that they lived in an era of revolution and that their fight against oppression represented a significant part of the global resistance against white domination and colonization. That they lost. This fight is not proof that their efforts were in vain. That they displayed the courage and audacity to fight and teach themselves the rudiments of self-reliance inside a nation they knew could brutally crush their movement at the first sign of success is a testament not just to the Panthers, but to the seminal idea of freedom by any means necessary. In reality, their goal was not to overthrow the government, but to infect the masses with the revolutionary zeal to do it themselves, since it was this group that suffered the most from racism, the most damaging byproduct of capitalism. Many of the Panthers were bright, articulate young people with unlimited potential. Instead of concentrating on school or their jobs, they gave their time, indeed their lives, to their people. It is clear that the Panthers took on the mantle of the martyred Malcolm X. The group co-opted his philosophy of freedom by any means necessary and used it to justify black self-defense and violent confrontation with the police, who could often be found oppressing black people. Moreover, their use of Malcolm's words served as an emotional rallying point to recruit frustrated and angry ghetto residents disillusioned by the inability of the civil rights movement to address their economic needs and to empower their communities. Providing fresh thought, as well as new recruits, this emphasis on the memory of Malcolm X created a space for thousands of blacks nationwide to participate in a movement that they once considered below them and too passive. Once a critical mass, or something akin to it, had been achieved, these black power advocates, according to Timothy Tyson, succeeded in making a lasting and significant cultural and psychological impact in the lives of African Americans. 11. Certainly members of the Black Panther Party sought positive social change. They were not the angels their ardent supporters, in an attempt to rewrite history and to excise the seamy side of things, insist they were. Neither were they the demons their detractors portrayed them as, or the gun-toting thugs they are popularly shown as in mainstream history texts, when they show up at all. We must find the middle ground and look to all the available sources to reconstruct this most popular of all black power organizations. This study is written in the spirit of assisting in that goal, not as a definitive conclusion to it. As with all histories, we must seek to discover how the participants saw themselves. Sheba Haven, speaking for many of her most dedicated comrades, explained that contrary to popular lore, the community patrols and the breakfast programs came out of a motivation to help people, not to hurt others. She concluded that if this would have been a fair and just country, and if the country had been what it said it was, most Panthers would have been in the military or the police because serving the people was motivation. 12. Acknowledgements. Thanks to the Creator for giving us all a place in which to live, work, play, read, and write. I am grateful to a number of wonderful people who in no small way helped bring this project to fruition. Dr. Robert L. Jenkins, my dissertation advisor turned good friend, has nurtured and guided me through the briar patch of writing a history of the living. His patience and realistic worldview have helped me to see the light of day on many a dark night. I will always be grateful for his having shown me around Los Angeles and for introducing me to Uncle Leo, Aunt Thel, Flo, and Dimitri. Drs. Charles Lowry, John Marzalik, and Lorenzo Crowell are also owed a debt of gratitude, not only for their incisive questions about the work, but for the financial, moral, and academic support that was more than enough during my stay at Mississippi State University. Thanks to Dr. Neil R. McMillan, now a retired professor from the History Department at the University of Southern Mississippi, and his wife Beverly, for believing in me and steering me in the right direction. I never understood the real usefulness of history until I met these two. Thanks to the myriad archivists, librarians, and research assistants across the country who helped make this work a reality. These include the Columbia University Archives and Department of Oral History, New York University Library, University of California at Berkeley Bancroft Library and Special Collections, the Department of Special Collections at UCLA, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, the Southern California Research Center in Los Angeles, the Department of Special Collections at Stanford University, the Alden Kimbrough Collection, the Ross Payne Archives, and the Cook Memorial Library at the University of Southern Mississippi. Many others, who are not and cannot be traditionally viewed as archives or libraries, but who nevertheless have amassed and provided a mountain of materials and advice include Yasmeen Sutton, John Bowman, Harold Taylor, Frankie Adams, Hank Jones, David Johnson, Shuja Graham, Billy X. Jennings, Gail Shaw, Sheba Haven, Yuri Kochiyama, Thomas McCreary, Margaret Block, Hollis Watkins, Bob Moses, Monzel Stowers, Harriet Tansman, Jan Hillegas, Owen Brooks, Malik Rahim, Althea Francois, Robert King Wilkerson, Marion Brown, Bullwhip, Emory Douglas, Elbert Big Man Howard, Cleo Silvers, and a host of other movement activists who not only shared their stories, but who taught me what it really means to be committed to justice and liberation. Charles Jones offered invaluable advice on how to write about and research the BPP. Department chairs have come and gone, but the three that stand out are Dr. Charles Bolton, currently chair of history at UNC Greensboro; Dr. Richard Crapia, former chair of history at the University of Central Florida, and Dr. Phyllis Justice, current chair of history at the University of Southern Mississippi. Thanks, Chuck, for being a good friend, a great listener, and an even better basketball player. Your encouragement and work ethic have taught me the value of staying the course and enjoying the ride. Thanks, Dick, for plugging your ears whenever I made excuses for not being finished and showing me the lighter, more human side of practically everything, and for introducing me to your wonderful wife Pat, who can only be described as a breath of fresh air. Thanks, Phyllis, for the confidence you instilled in me to finish and for making it easy for me to get around the country without breaking the bank. Your editorial skills are also very much appreciated and have made this work something that people can read and actually understand. Other colleagues also provided valuable insight in the guise of editing suggestions and nice long conversations. Bradley Bond, Brian O'Neill, Greg O'Brien, Andy Wiest, Tom Ward, Amy Young, Amy Miller, and Shauna Walton all helped me learn how to look at an issue from more than one vantage point. Carrie Fredrickson offered a litany of editorial suggestions that have made the book less confusing and more cohesive than it otherwise might have been. Donna Murch, Kevin Meehan, Lynn, and Tino Paz, Ed Kalina, and Adnak Davidson are some of the best teachers living today. They all made valuable suggestions at the times when they were needed most. Carolyn Thompson, Director of Interlibrary Loan at the University of Southern Mississippi, is by far the best and most capable finder of books, newspapers, and other published materials the world will ever know. Her assistance and advice have helped to sustain and keep me sane over the years. Shalia Smith, the Department of History's consummate office manager, did so many favors and solved so many problems that I can hardly name them all. Suffice it say that her knack for problem solving and getting things done quickly and accurately allowed me to pursue the work at hand and kept my mind centered on the truly important aspect of writing. Carol Gonzalez at the University of Central Florida was no less helpful in her position as History Department Office Manager. A bevy of friends and former students helped to edit, organize files, and verify information during the writing of the book. Huge thanks go to Jacqueline Olive, Rachel Clay, Anna Warren, Marie O'Connell, and Natalie McClellan for all the late nights spent doing this type of mundane, but extremely important, work. Nisha Richmond's critical eye and organizing skills helped keep thousands of disparate sheets of paper together, but more importantly, she kept the fires of perseverance alive as I dealt with so many other pressing issues. Without her invaluable service, this book could not have been written. Friends and colleagues in the USM Center for Oral History and Cultural Heritage provided me with strong encouragement at every turn. My co-director, Dr. Stephen Sloan, allowed me to miss work without a single complaint. Jeremy Carroll, Stephanie Millett, Linda Van Zandt, Marie O'Connell, and Carol Short stayed in my corner and provided me with the much-needed assurance that this project was worth the time spent and the days laboring outside of the office. My main man and roadie Xavier Thornton read and reread the manuscript and offered analyses and comments, which all made their way into the final product. His wife LaWanda and their children Joy and John Xavier provided a welcome respite to the long nights spent putting the project together. Khalid and April Shabazz opened their East Bay, California home, provided transportation, meals, and a place to sleep, shared their newborns, and, through countless conversations, helped to make sense of the mass of material I collected on my many trips out west. Their love and hospitality made the rough places smooth during this journey and effectively ensured that the project saw the light of day. No truer friends could a person ever want or need. Other California friends that gave of their time, affection, patience, and love include Earl, Big Game James, Milwaukee Mike, Aaron, and Darren, Jeff, Justice, and Pete. Indeed, the Bros in general have supported me over the years and throughout countless cities. Reginald Harris, Robert Doc Taylor, Trent Walker, Zenith Dukes, Daryl Black Coffee, Hornbuckle, Alex Ramey, Big Kenny, R.E., C.R., Benny Foster, Andrew Collins, Andre Burns, Thomas Figures, Sterling Stewart Jr., Jason, Jerry, Horry, Dr. Thunder, Buddy Cook, Gerald Shaw, Ray Buckner, and literally hundreds of others offered up advice, rides, beds, beer, chicken, and camaraderie to make sure that I saw the project through. My humble thanks and apologies go out to those whose names I have failed to mention but who helped me in ways large and small. You know who you are and the contribution you made, please charge the forgetfulness to my head and not to my heart. My immediate family, in addition to providing the prayers and confidence, building conversations that have kept me grounded over the years, also watched patiently and approvingly as I disappeared for months at a time to go on yet another research trip. My mother Alice Austin, my aunt Dorothy Rush, my sister Shirley, my cousin Sonia Mallory, her twin sister Tanya Williams, their brother Johnny, and my brothers Tyrone, Charles, Michael, and Patrick all believed in me when I found it difficult to do so. I will always be grateful for their trust and boldness of spirit that buoyed me through graduate school, the research, and the writing phases of this project. I owe a special debt to my daughter Avery, who sat patiently as her daddy went gallivanting around the country in search of yet another interview, document, or archive. Her love and selflessness has been my sustenance through the years. While nothing can replace the time we lost, my love and respect for her has only strengthened during my absence, and I have learned that regardless of what is going on, I must always be by her side. It is a valuable lesson, and for this reason, this book, and anything positive that comes of it, is for her. Of course, any mistakes or shortcomings must all be attributed to me, and I accept full responsibility for whatever those may be. Curtis J. Austin. Hattiesburg, MS. June 2006. Appendix A. 10-point program, What we want, what we believe. *1. We want freedom. We want the power to determine the destiny of our black community. We believe that black people will not be free until we are able to determine our own destiny. 2. We want full employment for our people. We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every man employment or a guaranteed income. We believe that if the white American businessman will not give full employment, then the means of production should be taken from the businessmen and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give a high standard of living. 3. We want an end to the robbery by the capitalists of our black community. We believe that this racist government has robbed us, and now we are demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules were promised 100 years ago as restitution for slave labor and mass murder of black people. We will accept the payment in currency which will be distributed to our many communities. The Germans are now aiding the Jews in Israel for the genocide of the Jewish people. The Germans murdered 6 million Jews. The American racist has taken part in the slaughter of over 50 million black people, therefore, we feel that this is a modest demand that we make. 4. We want decent housing, fit for shelter for human beings. We believe that if the white landlords will not give decent housing to our black community, then the housing and the land should be made into cooperatives so that our community, with government aid, can build and make decent housing for its people. 5. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. We believe in an educational system that will give to our people knowledge of self. If a man does not have knowledge of himself and his position in society and in the world, then he has little chance to relate to anything else. 6. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. We believe that black people should not be forced to fight in the military service to defend a racist government that does not protect us. We will not fight and kill other people of color in the world who, like black people, are being victimized by the white racist government of America. We will protect ourselves from the force and violence of the racist police and the racist military, by whatever means necessary. 7. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. We believe we can end police brutality in our black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. The Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States gives a right to bear arms. We therefore believe that all black people should arm themselves for self-defense. 8. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county and city prisons and jails. We believe that all black people should be released from the many jails and prisons because they have not received a fair and impartial trial. 9. We want all black people when brought to trial to be tried in a court by a jury of their peer group or people from their black communities, as defined by the Constitution of the United States. We believe that the courts should follow the United States Constitution so that black people will receive fair trials. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution gives a man the right to be tried by his peer group. A peer is a person from a similar economic, social, religious, geographical, environmental, historical, and racial background. To do this, the court will be forced to select a jury from the black community from which the black defendant came. We have been, and are being, tried by all white juries that have no understanding of the average reasoning man of the black community. 10. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. And as our major political objective, a United Nations supervised plebiscite to be held throughout the black colony in which only black colonial subjects will be allowed to participate, for the purpose of determining the will of black people as to their national destiny. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect of the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established shall not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But, when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such a government, and to provide new guards for their future security. The Black Panther Party 10-Point Platform and Program, October, 1966, Appendix B. Rules of the Black Panther Party. Central Headquarters. Oakland, California. Originally printed in the Black Panther, January 4, 1969. Every member of the Black Panther Party throughout this country of racist America must abide by these rules as functional members of this party. Central Committee members, central staffs, and local staffs, including all captains subordinated to either national, state, and local leadership of the Black Panther Party will enforce these rules. Length of suspension or other disciplinary action necessary for violation of these rules will depend on national decisions by national, state, or state area, and local committees and staffs where said rule or rules of the Black Panther Party were violated. Every member of the party must know these verbatim and by heart, and apply them daily. Each member must report any violation of these rules to their leadership or they are counter-revolutionary and are also subjected to suspension by the Black Panther Party. The rules are: 1. No party member can have narcotics or weed in his possession while doing party work. 2. Any party member found shooting narcotics will be expelled from this party. 3. No party member can be drunk while doing daily party work. 4. No party member will violate rules relating to office work, general meetings of the Black Panther Party, and meetings of the Black Panther Party anywhere. 5. No party member will use, point, or fire a weapon of any kind unnecessarily or accidentally at anyone. No party member can join any other army force other than the Black Liberation Army. 6. No party member can have a weapon in his possession while drunk or loaded off narcotics or weed. 7. No party member will commit any crimes against other party members or black people at all, and cannot steal or take from the people, not even a needle or a piece of thread. 8. When arrested, Black Panther members will give only name, address, and will sign nothing. Legal first aid must be understood by all party members. 9. The 10-point program and platform of the Black Panther Party must be known and understood by each party member. 10. Party communications must be national and local. 11. The 10 program should be known by all members and also understood by all members. 12. All finance officers will operate under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance. 13. Each person will submit a report of daily work. 14. Each subsection leaders, section leaders, and lieutenants, captains, must submit daily reports of work. 15. All Panthers must learn to operate and service weapons correctly. All leadership personnel who expel a member must submit this information to the editor of the newspaper, so that it will be published in the paper and will be known by all chapters and branches. Political education classes are mandatory for general membership. Only office personnel assigned to respective offices each day should be there. All others are to sell papers and do political work out in the community, including captains, section leaders, etc. 16. Communications. All chapters must submit weekly reports in writing to the national headquarters. 17. All branches must implement first aid and/or medical cotters. 18. All chapters, branches, and components of the Black Panther Party must submit a monthly financial report to the Ministry of Finance, and also to the Central Committee. 19. Everyone in a leadership position must read no less than 2 hours per day to keep abreast of the changing political situation. 20. No chapter or branch shall accept grants, poverty funds, money, or any other aid from any government agency without contacting the national headquarters. 21. All chapters must adhere to the policy and the ideology laid down by the Central Committee of the Black Panther Party. 22. All branches must submit weekly reports in writing to their respective chapters. Appendix C. Partial listing of BPP chapters and affiliates *. California. Bakersfield. Berkeley. Compton. Fresno. Los Angeles. Watts. Oakland. Richmond. Riverside. Sacramento. San Diego. San Francisco. San Quentin. Santa Ana. Vallejo. Colorado. Denver. Connecticut. Bridgeport. Hartford. New Haven. Delaware. Dover. District of Columbia. Illinois. Chicago. Peoria. Rockford. Indiana. Indianapolis. Iowa. Des Moines. Louisiana. New Orleans. Maryland. Baltimore. Massachusetts. Boston. Cambridge. New Bedford. Michigan. Detroit. Flint. Minnesota. Minneapolis. Mississippi. Cleveland. Missouri. Kansas City. Nebraska. Omaha. New Jersey. Atlantic City. Jersey City. New Brunswick. Newark. New York. Albany. Buffalo. Mount Vernon. New York City. Bronx. Brooklyn. Corona. Harlem. Jamaica. Washington Heights. Peekskill. North Carolina. Winston-Salem. Ohio. Cincinnati. Cleveland. Columbus. Dayton. Toledo. Oklahoma. Tulsa. Oregon. Portland. Pennsylvania. Harrisburg. Philadelphia. Pittsburgh. Tennessee. Memphis. Texas. Dallas. Houston. Washington. Seattle. Wisconsin. Milwaukee. Bibliographical essay. In Panther lore, there are many voices. Among the first of these voices were those who lived in and survived the party and the turbulent times that spawned it. Huey Newton's revolutionary suicide and To Die for the People give readers an up-close and personal glimpse into the life and motivations of one of its founders. Co-founder Bobby Seale sees The Time Remains the standard volume on the party's early years and its development into a national phenomenon. Former chairwoman Elaine Brown's controversial A Taste of Power uncovers much of the internal violence that permeated the group and also showed how gender dynamics contributed to the party's stifling growth. Eldridge Cleaver's post-prison writings give us a glimpse into the mind of this once respected radical. Chief of Staff David Hilliard's The Side of Glory is a masterfully written piece of history that pulls the curtain back on the party's radical period and provides a glimpse into the decision-making apparatus that later ensured the party's demise after only 16 years. Other rank-and-file members have tried their hand at writing history. Earl Anthony did so as early as 1972, with his Spitting in the Wind. Anthony exposed the party's weak underbelly when he wrote about its leaders' shortcomings and criminal proclivities. Bill Brandt's Long Time Gone and Acida Shockers Acida, an autobiography, provide much needed insight into the inner workings of the group and individual interpretations of how one grows and evolves in an organization. Both these texts describe how their authors fled to Cuba due to their trouble with the law. Shocker's flight can be viewed as the more noble of the two, as she continues to resist in Cuba today. Fred Hampton's former fiancée Acua Injuries My Life with the Black Panther Party demonstrates that the party swam or sunk based on the rank-and-file's impression of local leaders. All these works provide a view of the party that is otherwise unavailable. Doroba bin Wahad Still Black Still Strong is a piercing view of the movement in the Northeast and its international implications. Most recently, Evans Darrell Hopkins's Life After Life, a story of rage and redemption, chronicles the life of a Southern black man whose revolutionary dreams often stood at odds with his sobering realities. Hopkins describes his journey from country bumpkin to urban revolutionary to prison inmate to prolific writer. His is a story of trial and triumph, perseverance, and faith in oneself and one's dreams. The guideposts these works provide are invaluable to understanding the party as a whole. Other Panthers who weighed in on one of the 1960s most exciting groups include Mumia Abu-Jamal, a Philadelphia radio personality and news reporter currently incarcerated for his alleged role in the killing of a Philadelphia police officer. Jamal has recently been the beneficiary of worldwide demonstrations to get him released. He has effectively become the poster child for political prisoners in the United States. His most recent book, We Want Freedom, My Life in the Party, offers an eye-opening analysis of the principles the Panthers stood for. His chapter on women in the party is arguably the best written to date. Jamal wrote this treatise while awaiting execution on Pennsylvania's death row. Geronimo Pratt wrote of his life growing up in Louisiana, going to Vietnam, then joining the Black Panther Party's Los Angeles chapter, where he became responsible for preparing all offices for self-defense. His treatment of the party in Last Man Standing focuses on his illegal incarceration for the murder of Caroline Olson, a Santa Monica school teacher. Pratt provides vivid details about life on death row in California prisons and his legal battles over a 27-year period. His lawyer, the late Johnny Cochran, finally convinced a judge of his innocence and he emerged from jail in 1998. George Jackson's Soledad Brother and Blood in My Eye remain the standard works on revolutionary prison literature. Both these books offer an incisive critique of prison life and the revolutionaries' role behind bars. They offer the best examination of the history of black political prisoners inside the United States. In a near-slanderous critique of the party, Hugh Pearson's Shadow of the Panther has done more to give the party a black eye than the federal government in the group's years after 1972 ever did. While some of Pearson's conclusions hit the mark, much of what he writes about Newton and the Black Panther Party must be taken with a grain of salt. Pearson's foray into the life of Huey Newton left the party looking like a lawless group of drug dealers and drug addicts who sought only to fool white people out of their money. There are several inaccuracies and, in a few places, outright lies told about the party in what could otherwise have been a much-needed analysis of the organization. For example, he falsely states that the Louisiana-born Deacons for Defense were started by Robert Williams in Monroe, North Carolina. His claim that Stokely Carmichael and Willie Ricks initiated the substitution of the term black for Negro can hardly be true since Malcolm X and other black leaders had long insisted on the same. Furthermore, he argues that the FBI directed COINTELPRO checked itself whenever activist lives were at risk. Pearson clearly did not read the numerous FBI memos that showed how agents took credit for the lawlessness, violence, and chaos in many areas where the Panthers set up chapters. He also could not have read the memos outlining various ways in which COINTELPRO agents had been ordered to destroy the party or that these tactics often included the use of violence, where many Panthers lost their lives and other activists' lives were clearly at risk. The murders of Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, John Huggins, and Al Prentice Bunchy Carter all contradict this assertion. Pearson's claim that the Panthers cast an image that was principally of defiant posturing over substance does not take into account all the free breakfast for children programs, free health clinics, the thousands of people Panthers registered to vote, the political candidates the party put in office, its liberation schools and intercommunal youth institute, and the deep sense of pride the group instilled in countless blacks. His claim that COINTELPRO only directed a small amount of energy to the party flies in the face of the facts. Of the 295 operations directed against protest groups during the movement, 233 were directed at the Panthers. 1. At one point Pearson intimated that Newton did not begin what became known as survival programs until 1972 because he had been shaken by the declaration a year earlier of one woman who declared that Newton and the Panthers had lost their souls and were going to hell. Even a cursory glance at the party's history, and particularly its newspaper, demonstrates that these programs began nearly 4 years earlier. He claims that the Black Liberation Army was begun by one group of Cleaver loyalists. Again, a check of the party's newspaper, especially where it lists rules of the party, might have helped avoid this mistake. Pearson would have immediately discovered the BLA existed long before Cleaver's defection and, according to BLA functionary and former Panther Geronimo Pratt, even before the formation of the BPP. 2. At one point Pearson describes Panther headquarters American Samoa short-staffed and in the next paragraph asserts the group organized a permanent national staff in and out of Oakland because it was fat in funds. 3. Inconsistencies like these abound. Pearson's work is an injustice to the sacrifices made by so many during that tumultuous and exciting period. To be sure, Huey Newton abused drugs after his release from prison, and this fact cannot be justified by anyone. However, Pearson's characterization of Newton as solely a murderous rapine psychopath is inaccurate and fails to get at the heart of the BPP phenomenon. As author Errol Henderson points out, only if we reduce the BPP to Newton then reduce Newton to his criminal behavior while ignoring all else can this claim be substantiated. He adds that these kinds of conclusions are ahistorical and inaccurate. 4. Pearson's claim that Newton's destructive behavior continued killing the party is no doubt true, however, he does not provide a discussion of the external pressures brought to bear on the organization and the reader is left to conclude that Newton alone is to blame for the party's failure to succeed. Even a brief glance at how the FBI and local police decimated the ranks of the Los Angeles, New York, Denver, Winston-Salem, and New Orleans chapters, to name but a few, illuminates the negligible role Newton played in the murder, imprisonment, and exile of Panther members throughout the country. This failure to explore the main issues affecting the party deprives Pearson's book of substance. For example, he admits that essentially, for the life inside the party from the point of view of party veterans I was left with those who would never forgive Huey for what he did to the party. As a professional journalist, Pearson should know heavy reliance on such sources is insufficient if one is to get an accurate picture of what transpired. Upon reading this work, however, one notices not only the misstatements of fact, but the very negative manner in which the entire party is portrayed. 5. Pearson's claim that the Panthers had some serious problems in their structural makeup is accurate, but to place the entire party in this light is not only false, but unfair. Pearson's dismal portrayal of the BPP did have its silver lining, however. His inaccuracies and suspect interpretations galvanized a tired generation of fighters into a flurry of revivals. When party members read Pearson's book, they began to organize forums to fight the harangue and to make plans to write their own histories. Uncounted party members now have their memoirs on the front burner instead of the back because of the negative fashion in which Pearson portrayed the group. Still other scholars looked at the group while it remained a viable organization. The best contemporary view came from Gene Marine, author of the Black Panthers. Marine provided a short history of the party through 1969. His concise narrative of events situated the party in the context of the larger movement and succeeded in offering the reader a fair assessment of the group's successes, failures, trials, and tribulations. Equally valuable in this vein are Reginald Major's A Panther is a Black Cat and Gail Sheehy's Panthermania. G. Lewis Heath brought together major speeches and events in the life of the party in Off the Pigs, The History and Literature of the Black Panther Party. A lull in the writing of Panther history ensued with the onset of the 1980s. Former actor Ronald Reagan's capturing of the presidency ushered in the super-conservative era. The George Bush-led Republican Party continues to expand today. The irony was not lost on the original Oakland cotter that suffered at the hands of Gov. Ronald Reagan of California. As President Reagan's unprovoked invasion of the Caribbean island of Grenada tried to salve the pain of America's pitiful performance in the Vietnam War, a rollback of the gains 60s activists made came with this new administration. This reversal coincided with a lack of good scholarship being published on the more radical aspects of the 1960s. Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism, The Making of the Black Radical Tradition seemed to have been read primarily in universities. Herbert Shapiro's masterful White Violence and Black Response cut off in 1963, leaving the Panther story to be told by someone else. People barely paid attention to Michael Newton's brief but detailed critique of the party in Bitter Grain. It is true that more works, including Newton's University of California, Santa Cruz doctoral dissertation War Against the Panthers and Ward Churchill and Jim Vander Waal's Agents of Repression made an appearance during this decade, but it was not until the Republicans left town and Southern-bred William Jefferson Clinton took control of the Oval Office that a new crop of books on radical 60s politics began to make their mark on posterity. The Vietnam War, dodging Clinton and his once student activist wife Hillary apparently made people comfortable enough to talk and write about what really happened during that still misunderstood epoch. As Spike Lee and Oprah Winfrey made splashes on movie and television screens, so did good scholarship on the civil rights movement's radical wing. Bobby Seale Sees the Time was reissued on the heels of nemesis David Horowitz's Destructive Generation, which claimed the Panther movement had no merit since its members were thugs and hooligans out to make a buck. Horowitz, a red diaper baby, one-time heavy in the student left, and former member of Students for a Democratic Society, no doubt had time to fester in his anger toward the party, likely because it was he who introduced Betty Van Patter to the organization. An intelligent woman with the acumen for numbers, Van Patter had become the party's accountant under Huey Newton and Elaine Brown and somehow wound up in Brown's disfavor. One day, after weeks of internal party squabbling over financial improprieties, someone discovered Van Patter's body in San Francisco Bay. The police questioned Brown, but found no cause to indict or take her to trial for the mysteriously killed bookkeeper. Horowitz's book is venomous and leaves the Panthers' reputation in tatters. Horowitz, after a whirlwind tour of television studios and packed houses of sympathizers at venues large and small, was left to pout in his corner office in the beautiful Bay Area. The decade, however, continued to produce good work. Filmmaker Lilu Lee made an important contribution with his documentary All Power to the People. Using interviews from Panthers and retired CIA and FBI agents, Lee demonstrated that the Panther menace was a mostly manufactured image and the organization sought to right past wrongs. The indelible black and white footage forces the viewer's understanding and propels the discussion into other radical groups like the American Indian movement. Coupled with older films like newsreels Off the Pig and Mayday, this 2-hour-plus documentary can be used to help young people see and hear the sounds of the radical 60s. An entire archive of this type of footage can be found in the University of California at Berkeley's Bancroft Library and in Pacifica News's archives, also in California's Bay Area. Charles Jones's The Black Panther Party Reconsidered helped close out the decade with a wide-ranging look at the party's history. With articles from scholars and party members, this book set the stage for a comprehensive re-evaluation of the party's place in American history. By the time the 21st century dawned on the horizon, writers had picked up the pace on their evaluation of this important organization. Aside from the thousands of articles that had been written in past years, books on the party began to materialize. Though few historians were in on this sudden turn of events, journalists, political scientists, sociologists, and other non-historians began to focus a critical eye on the group. Kathleen Cleaver's and John Katchafikas's Liberation, Imagination, and the Black Panther Party picks up where Jones's edited volume left off. It too is a well-rounded collection of essays by former party members and scholars, and it too provides a detailed analysis of the major events in the life of the party. This thin but information-packed volume takes the reader into a world where few have gone. It shows the day-to-day functioning of the party as well as its oft-neglected international aspects. Providing a rare look into the origins and development of the Black Liberation Army and a candid discussion about Panther shortcomings, this publication will be a reference for years to come. Akinyele Umoja's article on the BLA, the first chapter in this volume, is by far the most comprehensive and balanced piece on this mysterious organization aside from the BLA's own writings. The Black Panther Party's close ties to the BLA are chronicled in Robert K. Tannenbaum's Badge of the Assassin, John Castellucci's The Big Dance, and Albert Seidman's and Peter Hellman's Chief. An up-close and personal, inside view of this organization can be found in political prisoner Jalil Muntakim's We Are Our Own Liberators. Muntakim not only provides a history of the BLA, but he also offers a prescription for future radical formations. Nicholas Hanks on the Black Liberation Army raises serious issues concerning armed action inside the United States. Perhaps the best outside view of the Black radical tradition was put forth by Robin Kelley, who, among other things, wrote Freedom Dreams. In addition to looking at the revolutionary action movement, the Republic of New Africa, and radical feminism, he turned his attention to the BPP and leaves the reader with a more than adequate understanding of the Panthers' place in the 60s pantheon of organizations seeking change by any means necessary. Other authors have written histories detailing the spade work of activists who made Black Power possible before it became popular in the 60s lexicon. Foremost among these writers are Timothy B. Tyson and Lance Hill. Tyson's Radio Free Dixie has already become a classic. His treatment of North Carolina's Robert Williams and armed self-reliance is thorough and convincing. This work proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the elements that eventually came to make up the Black Power movement existed in the 40s and 50s in Monroe, North Carolina, and other locales. Tyson followed this scholarly work with a popular book on protest and change in the 50s, 60s, and 70s in the state of North Carolina. Blood Done Sign My Name takes the murder of a black man and situates it in the burning cauldron of racial violence in the Tar Heel state. Hill's The Deacons for Defense, Armed Resistance and the Civil Rights Movement provides a bird's-eye view of one of the most neglected organizations in civil rights history. Hill shows that when local people became fed up with racial violence and the unwillingness of authorities to protect protesters, church deacons and others joined to form a group that vowed to do the job. Placing the movement in its national and international context, Hill succeeds in demonstrating that armed self-reliance, despite what its detractors said, had merit and value in the sense that uncounted lives were saved. Michael Thelwell's and Stokely Carmichael's masterful autobiography of the Carmichael is by far the best look into the life of this monumental figure. Ready for Revolution, The Life and Struggles of Stokely Carmichael is a collaboration of these two movement veterans. Told in the first person with the exception of editor's notes throughout, this 835-page volume details the life and times of one of the most honored, yet misunderstood, personalities of the movement. Tracing his life from Trinidad to New York to Washington, D.C., into the movement, and then on to Africa and back, this volume satisfies the thirst so many have endured for a comprehensive look at the consummate agitator. Its style and flow are so natural that those who have heard him speak might think he is there in person. Carmichael's take on the Black Panther Party of Oakland, though not flattering, is fair and balanced. His extensive knowledge of movement people from one side of America to the other is a testament to this man's involvement in every major action in the 1960s. His life shines as bright as he did that dark night in Greenwood, Mississippi, when he emerged from jail yelling "Black Power, Black Power, Black Power." Carmichael's colleague and one-time comrade James Forman wrote his own personal account and titled it "The Making of Black Revolutionaries." Not quite as massive as Carmichael's work at 553 pages, this volume details the evolution of a University of California at Los Angeles political science major into a movement icon. Working in places like Mississippi and Alabama, New York, and Washington, Foreman describes how black revolutionaries are made and not necessarily born. He shows how heartache, disappointment, and official violence turned otherwise well-meaning youths into radical, militant activists. His work is one of the standards on the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and holds its own with others in the fields of civil rights and black power. It also offers a valuable glimpse into the early days of the Black Panther Party and the forces that shaped it. Cleveland Sellers's River of No Return traces the life of a South Carolina student from near obscurity to the front pages of the New York Times. Sellers not only provides an examination of his own experiences in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, but details of the lives of other, lesser-known SNCC workers who helped pave the way for the Panthers. A riveting autobiography, River of No Return helps us to see how behind-the-scenes tactical and ideological discussions helped propel individuals toward a more radical stance. Yahiru Williams's Black Politics/White Power traces black political mobilization in post-war New Haven, Connecticut, one of the country's first meticulously planned cities. His exploration of the roots of the Black Panther Party in this model city is by far the best treatment of the group in the Northeast. Williams is able to place the party in its local, national, and international contexts while at the same time paying close attention to the individuals that made the organization so feared by city, state, and federal police agencies. His is a model that should be consulted by all seeking a synthesis of civil rights activities before and after the party. New Orleans native and freelance writer Orisa Arend recently finished a case study of the Panthers in New Orleans. Her Piety and Desire, the story of the Black Panthers in New Orleans, sponsored by the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities, is the first full-length study of this oft-forgotten but hard-working chapter in the South. Filled with the recollections of police officers, leading politicians of the time, business owners, and Panthers, Arend's work is invaluable to students and researchers who are looking for a case study on political decision-making with militant organizations. Her use of oral histories is a testament to this technique's value to the profession. There are hundreds of book chapters and articles on the Black Panther Party. They dissect various elements of the group, including the role of women, the newspaper, decision-making, police/Panther shootouts, federal involvement, and de-radicalization. Most of these are worthy contributions in the field of black protest. While space prohibits an exposition on all these various and conflicting works, it is important to note at least a couple. Peniel Joseph's Fall/Winter 2001 Black Scholar article, Black Liberation Without Apology, Reconceptualizing the Black Power Movement, does a grand job of situating the BPP in its proper historical context and in its relationship with other movements of the period. A great reference work, this article demonstrates that scholarship on the party and other radical movements is growing more sophisticated. Joseph's incisive eye and knack for subtlety make this piece a joy to read and a must for teachers of this period of American history. Charles Jones and Judson Jeffries's Don't Believe the Hype, Debunking the Panther Myth, in Jones's Black Panthers Reconsidered is a welcome balm to the many slanderous pieces put out about the Panthers. A hard but fair estimation of the BPP's evolution, this article helps to demonstrate how myth can create serious problems for historians who write about the past. Candid and objective, it holds together the other essays in the book. The final chapters in Thomas West's and James Mooney's To Redeem a Nation are likewise accessible and easy to understand. Relying primarily on oral histories, this work allows activists to do their own talking and leaves little room for misinterpretation. Alexander Bloom's and Weenie Brains's Taking It to the Streets encapsulates the entire era and provides a comprehensive overview of the major happenings of the period. The women's movement, the sexual revolution, drugs, and countercultures are blended with the speeches of Malcolm X, Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and the supporters of Black Power. The consummate primary source for studying the late 60s, this volume is a standard for edited works. The federal government, though not always voluntarily, did a commendable job keeping the American people abreast of some of its dealings with radical groups. National lawmakers held a plethora of hearings on the party between 1968 and 1976. The House of Representatives' Committee on Internal Security published the Black Panther Party, its origin and development as reflected in its official weekly newspaper, the Black Panther Community News Service in 1971. It primarily analyzed and critiqued various statements made by party leaders and other functionaries who wrote for the paper. 5 years later, the Senate published the FBI's covert program to destroy the Black Panther Party. This government study looked at various COINTELPRO operations directed at the party and, without debate, concluded that the federal government had overstepped its bounds in pursuing the group. While no one was actually held responsible for the deaths and incarcerations, not to mention mangled lives and relationships, the study proved the Panther claim that there was a federal conspiracy to destroy the party. With the Internal Revenue Service and Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms Division being used to persecute the group, the study demonstrated that the Panthers had little chance of doing serious harm to the government. A half-dozen other hearings on the party also took up the time of these national lawmakers. One of these resulted in a massive volume. In 1971, the House of Representatives Committee on Internal Security published Gun Barrel Politics, the Black Panther Party, 1966 to 1971. This report outlined Panther activities, strategies, and goals. It also provided an analysis of the group's difficulties with law enforcement. Together with its minority views, the report sounded the alarm for the federal government to act before it was too late. The lazy bureaucracy, however, was loath to do anything that might significantly change the status quo. As a result, the BPP continued to grow. 3 years prior, in 1968, the U.S. Riot Commission published its report of the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders. This study detailed the causes of the riots and concluded that white racism had been at their roots. Most police departments and government agencies ignored the report and carried on with business as usual. Activists and other Americans used the many statistics in the report to demonstrate that their complaints had merit. From employment and housing to education and a willingness to engage in violence, the report encapsulated the ills of America's ghettos and recommended sweeping changes if further violence were to be avoided. Again, few people in decision-making positions even read the report, and those who did pretended they had not. In the early 70s, when activists broke into FBI headquarters in Media, Pennsylvania, and broadcast their findings in the New York Times, the government had to cut back on its domestic spy hunting. It had a lot to cut back on. Kenneth O'Reilly's Racial Matters and Ward Churchill's The COINTELPRO papers helped tell the story of federal spying on local organizations. A lesser-known but well-done work on this aspect of the movement is David Wise's The American Police State. This well-written and meticulously researched volume retraces the efforts of the CIA and FBI to contain and, in most cases, to prevent legitimate protest against systemic American injustices. A sort of exposé that details fabricated letter-writing campaigns, wiretapping, and break-ins. This work succeeds in demonstrating that all branches of the federal government took part in silencing the voices of protest for change inside the United States. Not long after the break-in in Media, Pennsylvania, Congress passed the Freedom of Information Act, and private citizens began demanding any and all files the government held on them. Some people received 20 pages of garbled messages about their domestic duties, while others received 2,000 or more pages of heavily redacted surveillance notes. The Black Panther Party alone, by no means the largest organization of the period, took up nearly 2 million pages of these government documents. Only about 80,000 of these pages are available for public viewing, as the rest might violate the sanctity of national security. These numbers demonstrate the priority national leaders placed on this otherwise small organization. They assumed, correctly, that it was the members who made the organization move, and not anything else. Taking this fact as a given, federal, local, and state authorities put pressure on the group whenever and wherever they could. Their gambit worked and eventually helped to push the party out of existence. They did not, however, push all its members out. For this reason, the author consulted with many former members of the party at one point or another. Indeed, Oral histories comprise a significant amount of the evidence used to tell this story because of the difficulty involved in doing research on the party. That aspect of the research process is a story in itself. My journey. I was born September 2, 1969, in Yazoo City, Mississippi, when the Black Panther Party was at its height. A premature child, I was for all intents and purposes a scrawny runt, the fifth of 6 children, or as country folks call it, the knee baby. It did not help that when I was born I was not breathing because of the caul over my face. To this day, my mother refuses to go into detail about it, but at some point after the midwife could not remove this troublesome piece of skin, Gertrude Gainwell, my grandmother, came to the rescue and showed them all how to do it. She has been my hero ever since. My low birth weight stayed with me for years, and I was so skinny my great-grandfather, who stayed with us until he died at age 92, dubbed me Po Boy. 6. My mother thought I was too little to play with the big boys, so she gave me books. When she went off to clean white folks' houses, I played with the big boys anyway and cleaned myself up before she got home because I still wanted the benefits that came with people thinking I was too small to do for myself. I also read whatever books she had given me, so I had the best of both worlds. She did not know I played with the bigger boys so often until I came in the house hurt one day and got a whooping for it. 7. In any case, her gift of books translated into good marks when I went to the Head Start at St. Francis Catholic School, which had recently come into being because some lunatic activists in the Mississippi Delta had the gall to create the Child Development Group, which led to preschool for the state's poor children. I recently met some of those crazy people and have been in debt to them ever since. From the time I was a small child, I have been enamored of the 60s and all its implications. Because I was born on the edge of the Mississippi Delta in Yazoo City, however, my thirst for knowledge about this period went unquenched due of the paucity of information and human sources available to me. I did not make a fuss, but as I matriculated into primary and secondary school, it became more and more apparent that at some point I had to drink from that 60s cup. When I still could not find it, I decided in the 9th grade that school was a waste of time and I needed to find something more important to do with my life. I told my mother, who grew up in a place and time where blacks could only go through the 8th grade, that if I ever made out of high school she did not have to worry about me going to any other school after that. I do not recall her response or whether she gave a response at all. She was a single mother with 5 boys and 1 girl and often allowed us to make our own decisions since she was busy trying to figure out what we were going to eat the next day. Even though I was a great student and took all the AP classes my counselor made me take, I still felt a void. Senior year came and went and I prepared to make good on my promise to my mother to stay out of school and to do something better with my life. At the time, that something consisted of working at McDonald's for $3.50 an hour and driving fast in my 1981 black Grand Prix. Gas was 89 cents a gallon and I was loaded because my mother did not make me pay bills with my check. I guess she thought I was saving it. I was not. It got to the point where my work at McDonald's was so superior that I took on the job of training others and, before long, I was in good with all the managers. This development meant that I could work or take off pretty much whenever I wanted to. I took advantage of the situation and made a lot of road trips. Because most of my friends went to college after high school, it became difficult and then impossible to find a consistent riding partner and the long-distance trips had to be cut out. Occasionally, I bumped into those old high school buddies in the clubs, at the grocery stores, or on the streets, since Yazoo was such a small place then and now. To the person, my white and black classmates raved about how college was the best time of their lives and how I ought to at least try it. Those offers came in one ear and went out the other, as I had not thought about school since I was threatened with expulsion the week of graduation after the principal, who sneakily pulled up behind me, caught me drinking beer on campus. My aunt knew the mayor and my mother knew how to pray. Principal Charles Charlie Brown called me the night of graduation an hour before the ceremony and told me I had better come now because if I were late he would not let me walk. I liked to drive fast, so I made it there in no time. I had graduated, and I was trying to explain to my pals the promise I had made about staying out of school. They just laughed and kept telling me how grand college was. This went on for a year or so, and I had modified my road trips to in-state destinations only. When some friends discovered that I was always on the road anyway, they invited me to visit them at their universities. I thought it was odd, since I had seen all their schools at one point or another during the high school trips we took with our classes, or on those rare occasions when we skipped school and tried to pretend to be freshmen at various colleges. It never worked. I took them up on their offers and made a few visits. They had softened me up. One weekend, there was to be this huge party in Hattiesburg, so my friends invited me to the University of Southern Mississippi to join them. I obliged and drove the 2 hours south and had a ball. When I asked them if it were like this all the time, they said, "Yeah man, we been trying to tell ya." Boy, what a sucker I am. I believed them. Now I know that no one can party that hard all the time. At any rate, Sunday came and we were still partying, or drinking, to be more exact. They managed to get me in the school cafeteria and inside other buildings on campus, and I must admit I was a tad impressed. I think it was the liquor though. By Sunday night we were back in their dorm room across Hardy Street in Elam Arms. I did not have to work the next day, so everything was cool. The drinking continued so much that we had to get more beer. This is where I get to the point of the story. We went across the street to the Junior Food Mart to buy beer and returned to the dorm. I remember vividly that it was a case of tall cans of Budweiser. One of our number, I don't remember who, suggested we have a contest to see who could drink the most. We all took up the challenge and started chugging, never mind the fact that we had been drinking heavily since Friday morning. To make this long story a little less long, I won. I drank 11 cans and the nearest person only made it to 9, and he did not finish that one. To make him happy, actually I was being snide, I drank it for him, so that made 12. All this drinking took a few hours, and at some point during the evening someone, I do not remember who, bet me $20 that I would not go over to student services and take the act. I had never taken it in high school because I knew I was not going to college. For the same reason I dropped typing 4 years in a row, because I thought it was for sissies and that only people who were going to college needed to know how to type. I was drunk, so I took my friend up on his bet and someone else held our money. We shut down about 2 o'clock that morning, and from about 3 to about 7:30 I intermittently puked my guts out, literally, I believe, because there was blood and a lot of pain to go with it. To this day I cannot stand the smell or the sight of a tall can of Budweiser. Undaunted by this unfortunate turn for the worse, I dragged myself away from the toilet as my friend slept and stumbled across Hardy Street onto campus so I could win my $20. I must have looked disheveled because I received a number of strange looks. I imagine that the people who worked in student services were used to seeing strange people. I informed them that I wanted to take the act and they sent me upstairs to a set of offices. I asked again if I could take the act, and an older black woman replied, "Sure baby, we'll even grade it for free for you." She gave me the test, which reminded me of the California achievement tests we took in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. She said, "I won't time you, so take your time." I thought to myself, thanks but no thanks, I won't need much time. I quickly went through the test, and to try to make it look like I actually cared, I stayed another 10 minutes, so my total time there was 20 minutes, $1 per minute that is. Upon leaving, the nice older black woman gave me something that looked like a receipt and wished me well, after she asked if I was okay. I stumbled back across the street and into the dorm and produced the proof that I had just taken the act. My friends were still all asleep, so my friend did not want to pay up. I was still sick, so I went back to sleep. Several hours later, and after several more trips to the bathroom, we woke up and found food. I threw that up, too. At this point, everybody was around, so I demanded my $20, which my friend, after checking the slip, promptly paid. Happy, I put gas in my car and slowly made my way back to Yazoo City. I went back to my job at McDonald's and to doing whatever I chose after that. Ah, sweet freedom. Something like 6 or 8 weeks went by, and one night, after a particularly busy day at work, I came home to a beaming but stern mother. It was a strange scene to say the least, because she was usually in her room reading the Bible, or so we always thought, anyway. She greeted me with that big, bright smile of hers and informed me that I was going to school. Mustering up all the respect I could, I gently reminded her that I had already told her that I was not going to school and that I planned to do something with my life. Not one of those mothers that likes to be told anything by her children, she replied, I think you're going to school. I said, no mama, I'll do whatever you want me to do, but I am not going to school. My respect at the end of its line, I began, in a perturbed voice, to explain to her that I was 19 and grown and had the right to make my own choices. She simply looked at me with the customary blank look that people give you when they are trying their hardest not to let you in on the fact that they are ignoring you. She then explained to me why she had brought this issue up a year after my high school graduation. She pointed out that a letter had come in the mail saying I had been accepted into the University of Southern Mississippi. Accepted? What? What do you mean? I asked. She said, this letter here says you can come to school whenever you register. I did not care what the letter said, I just knew that I was not going to school. Who'd have thunk that if you take the act at a university that they would just assume that you wanted to go to that university? I certainly would not have, and I certainly would not have given them my mother's address if I had known. Why was she reading my mail anyway? Isn't that a federal offense? I thought, as I tried to come up with something that would make her change her mind. At her wit's end and not wanting to slap me or do something else drastic like that, her final words were, well, you gettin' the hell out of here. I knew I was getting the hell out of there then, because my mother never cusses, or at least she had not since we were little and she had to. That was a Tuesday, and by that Thursday I was at USM filling out paperwork for the dorm and for Pell Grants. I started classes the following Monday and have been in school ever since. After I discovered that one did not necessarily have to get up at 8 every morning for class and that one could literally take any class one wanted, I began to enjoy school. The learning was fun, but I also discovered New Orleans, where I really learned how to have fun. Since I was the first one in my family to go to school, I knew nothing about college. I learned, though, and before I knew it, I was a history major. My mother, above all else, knew of my thirst for knowledge about the 60s and simply wanted to help me quench it. I found that knowledge in many places, but in one place, I was able to drink my fill. That place was any class being taught by Dr. Neil R. McMillan. Though not all his classes were 60s related, in fact most of them were not, he had a way with words and knowledge that made me want more. So even though I missed a bunch of my classes, I never missed any of his, and there started an academic and personal friendship that has stood the test of time, I hope. As a senior at the University of Southern Mississippi in Hattiesburg, I decided, after taking Dr. Neil McMillan's U.S. history since 1945, to write my term paper on the Black Panther Party. I had already done a paper for another professor based on oral histories that covered school desegregation in Yazoo City. I thought I could use that model to do a project on the Panthers. That paper for Dr. McMillan eventually led to a master's thesis called Menace to Society, the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California, 1966, 1972, and I was then encouraged to go on for the Ph.D. I reluctantly did so, as I was eager to return to my job at McDonald's and to my then 3-year-old daughter Avery. Nevertheless, I ventured the 3 hours to the middle northeastern part of the state to Starkville, Mississippi. There, I enrolled at Mississippi State University in the Ph.D. program in American History, with a concentration in Black protest. Because I did not want to go, I applied for places I was sure not be accepted. I had applied to the University of Michigan, UC Berkeley, and Howard University. After 3 weeks at MSU, I received acceptance letters from 2 of the above schools. My dissertation director talked me out of going so far away from home, and MSU became my place of residence for the next 4 years. There I learned the art of combining research with teaching. I also received a boatload of money to travel and to find out what I could about the Black Panther Party. An adventurous young man, I hopped a flight to Oakland and called one of my Omega Psi Phi fraternity brothers to pick me up from the airport. A law student at Berkeley at the time, this young man directed me first to the Bancroft Library and then to the Oakland Public Library and its Oakland History Room. In both places I discovered a smorgasbord of information and spent the next 5 days sifting through it. Not knowing anybody in California, I began asking around to see if anyone knew where the Black Panthers were. They did not, and the jig was up until one night at a fraternity party I met a brother who had once been a community worker for the BPP. He introduced me to Emory Douglas, a longtime graphic artist for the party and one of the first people to join. Douglas refused to do an interview on such short notice and I headed back to Mississippi. Several months later, I went back to California to do my first interview with Douglas. It was uneventful, but he promised to introduce me to some other comrades, a strange term if I ever heard one. In the meantime, I began scanning the internet for sources on the BPP and, unlike today, there were precious few. Undaunted, I continued to push, to teach my 2 classes, and to take my 3 classes, until I found another opportunity to go to California. This time, it was 1995 and I was a participant in that year's National Black Graduate Student Association meeting in Claremont, outside Pomona, California, and just a little south of the City of Angels. The conference was a blast, and on the last day I convinced East St. Louis native and University of Wisconsin, Whitewater graduate student Montez Coleman to ride to San Francisco with me so that I could try yet another unscheduled interview. 5 hours after he accepted, we arrived in Oakland and had a little fun before we headed over the bridge to San Francisco to the San Francisco Sun reporter's office, where Emory Douglas continues to work after more than 30 years. Amid the noise of the printing press, telephones, and customers, I conducted my first significant interview with Douglas. He was great and made good on his promise to introduce me to the comrades. The only problem was that the comrades were in New York City, all the way across the country. When I arrived in New York 3 months later, I discovered another problem. The comrade I was sent to meet was white. His name was Martin Marty Kenner and he did not look like a panther to me. Well, not being a racist, I went ahead and agreed to do the interview. Of all places, he chose to talk to me on the roof of Butler Library, outside of Ronald Grell's oral history office at Columbia University. Through wind and laughs, we finished the interview 3 hours later. Kenner, who had once been a member of Students for a Democratic Society, an organizer of the famous 1968 Columbia student strike, and had served as the party's accountant after Newton was released, had to rush off for class. Not having anything to do and not knowing anybody, I made my way to the Schermerhorn extension and found Manning Marable's office. That building is a maze. Marable was great. Not knowing me from a can of paint, he invited me in and listened to my story about my project. Not one to be upstaged, Marable laughed and produced a student of his own, also working on party history. That student was Robin Spencer and we have been friends since then. I also had the pleasure of meeting Robin D.G. Kelly on that visit. He had just finished a book on Thelonious Monk and came by Columbia for a presentation. At the time, he was not chair of New York University's history department and all I knew of him was Hammer and Hoe. He, too, was great. My trip to New York nearly finished, I went back to the Upper West Side apartment where I was staying and waited for my host. This fellow, Jean-Marc Ran Oppenheim, now a history professor at Fordham, had no television, but he did have books, something I was used to. I learned a lot reading while I waited for him and discovered Robertson Davies, author of The Fifth Business. I have been high on Canadian authors ever since. My stomach also got a treat as every day I had a different cuisine, from Korean and Vietnamese to Japanese, Indian, and Ethiopian food. I enjoyed it all. I also managed to get an invite back. By this point, the time had come for me to make a decision about which direction my dissertation would go. Suffice it to say that having a crew of Southern gentlemen and one black man on my committee, that these days were not my best. I was told it would be better to write on the NAACP or the Masons or some other group, but definitely not on the Black Panther Party. I persevered, and the two people on my committee who did not give a hoot what I wrote about gave me the green light, so I worried not over the situation. I finally finished my classes and the time came for me to research. Somehow, Dr. Charles Lowry, chair of the history department at the time, found the money and I became the recipient of yet another lucrative research fellowship and spent the next year traveling the country and combing the archives. At this point, the Huey P. Newton Foundation records, run by Newton's widow and David Hilliard, had not yet been indexed, but the papers were in the Green Library at Stanford. Hilliard, who came upon the papers in Newton's basement after his death, shopped the collection around to several black colleges and finally sold the collection to Stanford for a pretty penny. After hearing this news, I went to Beverly Hills, that is, and hung out with a filmmaker friend of mine until it was time to take the 101 North to San Francisco. Once I arrived in Palo Alto, the first thing I noticed was East Palo Alto, one of the poorest municipalities in the country at the time. I wondered how it could be that such a depressed area could sit next to such a rich enclave of big houses, foreign cars, and manicured lawns. I stopped wondering that after I realized that Mississippi was certainly no different. In any case, I proceeded through the beautiful campus until I found the Green Library back in the days when ticket writing had not become a habit for campus security. After finding special collections and telling the attendant why I had come all the way from Mississippi, I was told that the papers had not been indexed or organized yet and that she had no idea how long it would take since there was so much material. I first tried rationalizing the situation by telling her that Stanford had already advertised the collection on the web and it had to be open. When that did not work, I gave my sob story, and before you know it, the woman, who shall remain nameless, brought out a box and made me promise not to lose anything. Well, I did promise, but how was I to know that 30 minutes into my crime all the lights on campus were going to go out? Boy, am I in trouble, I thought. I tried to locate the woman who had brought me the papers, but by the time I found my way back to the counter in the dark, she had been evacuated, as had all the other customers and students in the library. 8. Somehow I found my way to a set of stairs and, in total darkness, bumped into the famous historian Carl Degler. He remembered me from a class visit where he spoke for Dr. John Marszalek a year before. He calmed my fears about the out-of-place box and showed me where I could get coffee. Not that much of a coffee drinker at the time, I decided to go into this beautiful building next to the library that did not look like it had been affected by the blackout. Its name was the Hoover Institution, and I told myself that Hoover was going to have to deal with me now and not later. I was summarily accosted by a no-nonsense woman after browsing around about 10 minutes. The lights then went out in that building and I was stuck in this huge rotunda with nowhere to go. The woman who accosted me earlier escorted me out of the door. I was miffed until I discovered that the building was named after a different Hoover. Chalking this trip up as a loss, I headed back to Mississippi, where I packed for New York again. This time I went to use the libraries at Columbia and New York University. Columbia's oral history program is top-notch, and I found some of the most exciting stuff I had ever seen there. Hilliard's and Cole's book had just come out, and Columbia had all of the interviews. I could take notes, I was told, but copies had not yet been authorized. I do not think taking notes had been, either, but once again, the angels watched over me. Later, after making use of our underused interlibrary loan program, I got a chance to copy much of the authorized material. NYU's library is massive and impressive, but since purple is my favorite color, I didn't let it bother me. Meeting the right people almost by chance, I happened upon an expert in black protest. I kept interlibrary loan busy with these folks as well. Back in Mississippi, I began to write. It immediately dawned upon me that I could not finish with what little I had. Because the money was there, I headed back to California. This time my law school friend had graduated into real life and another group of my fraternity brothers picked me up from the Oakland airport. There is nothing like Northern California in the spring. One of my fraternity brothers who picked me up was a divinity student at Berkeley and he had developed an interest in the movement. He introduced me to several professors and other students and I was on my way once again. I hooked up with Emory Douglas for another interview and this time he gave me the actual name of another panther. This was also the first interview where Douglas told me something that I could not find in print, either in published sources, the Panther paper, or government documents. After 6 years of work, I was finally in. He sent me to one of Newton's former bodyguards and personal aides. I called William Billy X. Jennings and told him what my cause was and who sent me. He simply replied, "Well, come on up." Billy X lives in Sacramento with his wife Dr. Gail Shaw, who happened to be a member of the International Committee to Combat Fascism. Their house is a veritable archive and I hope it is fireproof because he has original everything, from videotapes and photographs to posters, buttons, and at least one gun. This patient man and his wife hosted me. Like I had not been hosted before. BJ, as many of his comrades call him, is from Alabama and Gail is from Miami, so that might have had something to do with what I took as Southern hospitality, though we were only south of Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Our interview lasted nearly 8 hours and I hated to leave. BJ actually gave me the names of other people to interview in New Orleans home. So I planned to go there when I returned. Before that, however, I had to make a stop in Los Angeles, where Alden Kimbrough lives. Kimbrough has roots in Mississippi, so that might be why he accepted Emory Douglas's word about me being okay. I met him at his bookstore/collectibles shop in LA's Degnan Square. I almost died when I saw all the original Panther materials and other 60s memorabilia. I bought a couple original Panther papers for $25 and a few Liberators for $5, grabbed dinner at El Pollo Loco, and we headed to his place off La Cienega. When we arrived, I was floored again. This man has wall-to-wall classics on everything from Cabral and Nkrumah to Du Bois and Ida B. Wells. What a collection, in every room. I could have stayed there for days. Had I been raised in this house, my mother definitely would not have had to worry about me playing with the big boys. I would have been too busy reading. The trip was a grand success and I went back twice for more, once having to buy an extra bag to carry all the copies on the plane. Before I knew it, it was time to go to New Orleans. The first person I interviewed, however, did not live in New Orleans, but literally across the river, in Algiers. I made the short drive down and we hit it off immediately. When I arrived, Malik Rahim, one of the original members of the New Orleans chapter, was in the backyard of his mother's house washing the longest dreads I had ever seen outside of Jamaica. He immediately started telling me these never before heard of exciting, keep you on the edge of your saw stories. When I asked him if I could record him, he asked why I had not already been recording since he granted me permission to interview him over the phone. These Panthers are really no-nonsense types and he refused to repeat anything he'd said earlier. I turned on the recorder and followed him while he did his rounds in the city for the rest of day. Rahim had recently run and lost a campaign for alderman at large as a member of the Green Party and everywhere we went, people seemed to know him. He introduced me to people who had served as community workers for the party and to others who the party had to run off for one reason or another. Rahim, after 30 years, was still working on programs that the party supported. This day, he was working to bring quality housing and job development to his community in Algiers. It was a sight to see. I also met other New Orleans Panthers and had the honor of being introduced to Robert King Wilkerson, one of the Angola Three, who had been in prison since 1970 on trumped-up charges. He had just been released 2 weeks before. After 30 years? Wow. He was a strong, upright man who did not seem to have vengeance in his eyes. He treated guests in his home as if it were theirs. He also provided me with some free lines, pralines he had learned to make while serving time in Angola State Penitentiary in Louisiana. He tried to refuse my donation, but by this time I had learned how to spend like the best of them, so I insisted that he take the $20 spot for the $5 candy. His companion, Marion Brown, was equally generous and took the time to tell me her story about joining the party as a Tulane student. The following semester, King, as he is called, came up to the University of Southern Mississippi and gave a talk on his experiences as a Panther in prison. The audience was riveted and my students took a test on it the next class period. By the time my contacts grew in New Orleans, the dissertation had been finished and I was in the second year of an advance book contract. Sorry Larry. I needed to get what I thought of as the whole story. Little did I know that the whole story could hardly be told in one book. At any rate, I kept pressing for more interviews, and more interviews I received. I went back to California for a week and ended up talking on the phone with Phyllis Jackson, who had once been in the party. I also spoke with a number of U.S. members on this trip, but I was not allowed to record them. Most of what I did not write down on the plane I have since forgotten. While there, one of my dissertation director's sisters informed me that she knew someone who had gone to Newton's funeral in 1989. This turned out to be a great lead, as this person, who wants to remain anonymous, had been in the party in Oakland and in Los Angeles. The information just kept rolling in. I found solace in yet another of his sisters and enjoyed a great dinner out with Flo, short for Florence, her children and nephews. I still, however, do not quite know why In-N-Out burger joints are so popular. I made my way to Westwood and found the right bus to UCLA, where I discovered its oral history program. After touring the campus and finding and photographing Campbell Hall, the building where Bunchy Carter and John Huggins were murdered, I made my way past all the campus art and immersed myself in the interviews. Communist Dorothy Healy's was by far the best of the bunch. 3 days before returning to Mississippi, I ate a bad piece of fish from the fish joint across from the archives and contracted the worst food poisoning I could ever imagine. I happened to be staying in this gigantic but beautiful house with the niece of my dissertation director, who, by the way, is a California native, and had hoped that this stunningly beautiful woman would take care of me in my time of need. It was not to be. She had recently divorced and could not stand men at the time. When I tried to make even a little conversation after we had lunch one day, she informed me that she was just being nice and told me of her feelings on niggas, flies, and rats. When I asked her what she meant, she responded that the more she sees niggas, the more she likes flies and rats. I couldn't make it work, so I left it alone. I hope she is happy somewhere now. In any case, the best part of that particular trip was the Southern California Research Center. This small library-looking building held a treasure trove of California history. Situated on Vernon Street, which was smack dab in the middle of the Rodney King riot, this place had all you ever wanted to know about the Panthers but were afraid to ask. The curator at this library/museum simply pointed me in the direction I needed to go, and 8 hours later she was trying to explain that they opened really early the next day. Of course I had to leave the next day, so she agreed to give me 2 more hours. And they say city folk are rude, not this one. My leads in New Orleans and California led me back to New York, but I struck out because my subject failed to remember who I was or what I was coming for. Or so he said. That's how I got to know Manhattan and the other 5 boroughs of New York City. Luckily, a few months later, people in the party had scheduled the 35th reunion in Washington, D.C. Since I was already in D.C. for the Organization of American Historians annual meeting, I decided to stay another week. My decision was fortuitous. Panthers from east and west of the Mississippi had not seen each other or talked for the most part in 30 years. This reunion meant that all that would change. People from all over the country, from Seattle and Portland to Cleveland and New Orleans, showed up. I finally got the chance to interview Bobby Seale, even though 30 minutes into the interview he stormed off telling me I sounded like the fucking FBI or something with all my questions. I had gotten that before, so I handled it wisely. I said nothing since my recorder still worked and there were many more people to interview. The actual program went off without a hitch except for one tense moment when members of the new Black Panther Party made a grand entrance in their all-black uniforms. Older Panthers immediately pulled the group to the side and left for about an hour. I don't know what was said, but Malik Shabazz and his new Black Panther Party came back into the auditorium, sat there, and paid attention. No one caused any problems. This is a big thing because some Panthers had become upset that this new group had taken the Panther name without consulting anybody. Apparently, no one bothered to tell these Panthers that Newton had done exactly the same thing 35 years earlier. All the sessions ended and nighttime arrived. My hotel room was next door to a group of New York Panthers and I had bumped into Omar Babur in the hall that morning before breakfast. He and BJ gave me the green light to go to their hotel room after everything ended that day. I did just that. About 10 o'clock that night, I knocked on the door of the room the New York Panthers had given me and heard a loud voice from inside inquiring about who it was. I stated my name and heard a lot of unmentionables, then said it again. This time I was let in or really pulled in and had the door slammed behind me. Everyone just looked at me because I was obviously the only person in the room who had not been a member of the party, that is, except Michael Garvey, the grandson of Marcus Garvey. Ali Bey Hassan of New York fame came in shortly afterward with his wife and a few more people who were not Panthers, so I was safe for the moment. There was talking, laughing, reminiscing, and fun for everybody except me. I was there because I had a book to write and because I wanted to learn from the people who actually participated in the party's programs. They were there because they had not seen their comrades in 30 years, so our motives conflicted. Sometime shortly before midnight, the conversation became hushed and serious. Almost at the same time, all 20 or so people in the room, including members of the Black, looked at me as if I were supposed to know something. When it was clear that I did not, BJ grabbed me by the arm and said that I did not need to hear the rest of the conversation. I futilely tried to explain to them that I was cool and could be trusted. Before I could finish the sentence, I was on the other side of the door, pouting, headed back to my lonely hotel room. The next day at the conference was a blast. Bobby Seale spoke. Kathleen Cleaver and her beautiful mother made an appearance at the dinner banquet, and I made a number of contacts with former BLA members. I also met a bevy of New York and other East Coast Panthers like Paul Coates, Yasmeen Sutton, Cleo Silvers, Bullwhip, and a group of Panther sisters from the Baltimore chapter, including Sala. It was a great day, but fortunately, night came again. I went right back to the room I had been kicked out of so nicely the night before. Again, there were 20 or so people there, still reminiscing, but this time discussing serious issues about the party. When it became clear that the author was still in the room, some enterprising brother offered to make democracy work. He asked if the group wanted to take a vote on whether I stayed. I had worked the crowd well earlier in the day and an overwhelming majority voted that I could stay. Only the person who asked for the vote and one other Panther from New Jersey voted against me. I was in. This session reminded me of a down-home family reunion. With 20 people in the room, no one had to yell or to raise their voices. It was amazing. The men treated the women with the utmost respect and the women seemed like few others I had met, as they were confident in themselves and their ability to analyze a situation and come up with a solution for any problem. I was floored, until finally someone asked me what I had been working on and if they could see it. Well, I had just presented at the OA and had the paper that I read there with me. A few people looked at it, thought it was okay, but they all agreed that it needed some work if it were to appear in print. I thought that was funny because my publisher kept telling me the same thing. This might be a good time to flash back to the OA a week before. I presented my paper on a panel with 2 other scholars, both from the East Coast. This was the first time anyone had ever organized an all-panther panel at any predominantly white conference. We were all ready, or so we thought. With John Dittmer as the commentator and Tim Tyson as the discussant, how could we possibly go wrong? It turned out not to be too difficult. Once we all finished giving our presentations and getting our hand claps, the commentator took questions from the audience, which at this point was sitting on the floor, lining the walls, and filling up all but 1 or 2 chairs. The questions were timely, well thought out ones that I wish I could have asked until the bomb was dropped. One brown-skinned, beautiful woman stood up to ask her question. Rather than standing in front of her chair, she moved slowly out into the aisle, where everyone could see her finely tailored brown pantsuit that matched her skin tone almost exactly. She began by saying that one of our papers was fine and that she had no problem with it, but that the other 2 had absolutely no academic or scholarly merit whatsoever, or something like that. She complained that we were all wrong and that we needed to go back to the drawing board. Not content with that, she began to complain about not being quoted in the papers. Then of course, she announced that she was Elaine Brown, former leader of the Black Panther Party, and that no one even bothered to quote her or any other women in the party. That accusation was not true, but that did not matter. Dittmer asked for rebuttals and the first 2 presenters did the smart thing and declined to answer. I took the whole situation as an affront to my dignity because I had in fact quoted several women, including the woman making the comment. My response to Dittmer was, "Hell yes, I'd like to rebut," and applause came from the audience. I explained that I had quoted her, but reading footnotes was not customary in professional conferences. That did not satisfy her and she fired into me demanding that we tell her why we had not interviewed her. There is a little history that needs explaining here. I had been in contact with Elaine Brown for about 2 months prior to this conference. I wanted to conduct an interview with her. A mutual friend of ours hooked us up on email and we wrote back and forth a couple of times. The gist of the emails was that I wanted an interview for my book. She agreed, but with one condition, that I invite her to my university to give a speech/presentation to the students and then we could do the interview. Well, I promised to check on that situation, and when I did, the students responded that it was too late in the year but that they could accommodate the request the next academic year. Back to the OA in DC. I tried all I could to ignore the words coming from this person that I had grown to respect because of her work in the party and her fabulous writing. She kept hammering on this same topic, so, finally, after Tim Tyson tried to calm her down, I felt like I had no choice but to speak. The next time she asked why I had not interviewed her, she did so in a threatening manner, waving her finger and coming closer to the table where we all sat. I honestly felt fear racing through my veins, as I had never had a leader of the BPP come so close and be so belligerent toward me. My defense was this: I told her that the only reason that I had not interviewed her was because every time I asked her for an interview she asked for money in return. All the air left the room at that moment, along with a few people who had apparently had enough. When she shot back that she had not done any such thing, I changed the wording to honorarium to quote her more accurately, and this ticked her off even more. She yelled at me, called me a damned liar and a few other names, and stormed out of the room. Another question or 2 was asked and the session let out, all the while I was thanking goodness. People started coming up to me saying I had done the right thing, including scholars for whom I have great respect, and other people just kind of stared as if they had seen the devil. I shrugged it off as happenstance, and before I could gather my things and rise from the table, Brown stormed back in the room with a copy of the email that she had sent. She tried to make me admit that she had not demanded money from me, but I would not, because the email she waved in my face was a truncated version of our earlier conversations. I knew Brown would be at the conference, so I brought her email address along with me to see if I could coax her into giving me at least 30 minutes of her time at the conference. I just happened to bring the emails, too. When I pulled out my copy of the email and showed her where she had demanded money, She denied it again and stormed out of the room. All I could think of was that she was going to get me. I had read her book 3 times at this point and knew people had suffered punishment for less. I was still afraid. But I had my admirers. People continued to come up to congratulate me and ask more specific questions about my work. When Dittmer told me he thought I had no choice and that I had done the right thing, I felt comfortable about leaving the room. I had not walked 10 yards when I saw Brown in a hushed conversation with the other 2 panelists. As I approached, I saw a very good friend I had not seen in years, and we just so happened to meet in the hall next to where Brown's conversation was taking place. Barely 3 feet away, all I could hear was that guy this and that guy that, and every time I looked over, I could see the uneasiness on everyone's face. I hugged my friend and asked to excuse myself because the situation was way too close for comfort to ignore. As soon as I approached the 3, one of them left. I merely stood there listening. Anyone would have been able to tell that they had just changed the conversation for my benefit. After I boldly asked a few innocuous questions, the other person left and I was standing there in the middle of this large foyer with someone I was sure 5 minutes prior was going to off me. As it turns out, I was totally wrong and simply insane to be thinking such silly thoughts. As soon as it was clear that there was no one else around, it was break time at the conference and most people left for lunch, we started talking. After I apologized for my behavior, Brown perked up. I said, while I have you here, I would like to ask you a few questions. I had been working on my study of the party at that point for 10 years and still had several unanswered questions. She replied that I could ask her anything I wanted and she would answer. I asked her about the Bunchy Carter and John Huggins killings at UCLA. She explained everything as it is written in this book, and when she finished she burst out in a flood of tears. We were standing so close to each other that all we had to do was lean forward just a little bit and we would be hugging, and I'll be damned if that's not what happened. Sobbing uncontrollably about having to carry that burden around for 32 years, she just stood there, hands around my neck, my arms around her torso, and me thinking this is the wildest ST I have ever been involved in. I spied one of the people who had been in the session as they walked by, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. I felt the same way. When we were done with our moment, our mutual friend miraculously showed up and suggested we all go to the wine and cheese reception the conference was sponsoring for a small fee. I found myself bringing brown wine and grapes an hour later and still have not figured out how we got to that point from the session earlier. I ended up in her room, along with her roommate, and we had more conversation to clear the air. By the end of the session, I had been drafted into service to carry Brown's new book, The Condemnation of Little B, downstairs, where she had a book signing. I did my duty and that followed with even more small talk. Brown and I promised to squash the whole thing and she promised to speak at my school one day. Unfortunately, Brown has since left Atlanta, where she was staying at the time, and moved to Brunswick, Georgia, to run for political office. We have since lost touch. That brings us back to the hotel at the Panther reunion/conference. Once they finished looking at and critiquing my paper, more discussion ensued. I told them about the Brown episode and pointed out to them that even though they may not have liked Brown's book, they and Brown did agree on one thing, that my paper needed work. We had a good laugh and continued the conversation. Again, even though there were 20 people in the room and all of them were talking at the same time, the room was eerily calm. Though many of us were drinking, no one said a curse word and no one displayed any anger, despite the fact that some of the issues under discussion required that emotion. By the end of the night, I had passed whatever test I had been given and everyone in the room gave me their contact information. I had already asked BJ for an interview because I knew he had worked with Sam Napier and I knew he knew some of the underground members. I did not find out until later that Hoover's tactics had left Napier a little less than friends with the radical wing. That reunion went a long way in mending those friendships, however. BJ's challenge to me was to interview the other people in the room, then he would consider giving me an interview. We have been friends ever since. I made contact with all the people in the room and ended up in places like Atlanta on Super Bowl weekend, Sacramento, San Diego, New Jersey, Connecticut, and a half dozen other cities and states. After a year passed and I had done all the interviews, I showed up in New York, ready to interview BJ. He kept his promise and I had to make 3 trips to the Big Apple to finish the interview. This seeming inconvenience was no inconvenience at all. In the process, I discovered the Harlem Black Panther collection at the Schomburg Center for Black Culture. I met with people who walked and talked with Malcolm X. I got to know Queens, Harlem, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Manhattan. I was even in New York City, in Bryant Park, when the lights went out that fateful day a few years back. And yes, I too, along with a sea of other New Yorkers, walked for miles from Manhattan to the South Bronx, and not a single person bothered BJ and me as we made our way. Crazy New Yorkers, my foot, those are nice people when they are not mad at you. I also got to interview a group of Panthers at the home of Yasmeen Sutton in the Dory Miller homes. If you ever want to have some fun, try interviewing a group of Panthers at once and see if you can figure out who's right about what really happened 40 years ago. You will have a good story at the end of the night. And I say night because they all work in the daytime, but they still have the habit of staying up really late like good revolutionaries. Speaking of which, I also traveled to Sullivan County Correctional Facility north of New York City to visit former BLA member Bashir Hamid. He is a knight in shining armor and was the inspiration for one of my next projects, a video documentary on the history of political prisoners in the United States. In the process of completing this journey, I was fortunate to make the acquaintance of librarians at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., the National Archives and Records Administration in Baltimore, the Amistad Center at Tulane University in New Orleans, the archives of UC San Diego State University, the University of Southern California, and the magnificent library at Yale University. The State Historical Society of Wisconsin in Madison also provided me with a cornucopia of information on the Panthers and other movement activists. James P. Danke is one of the best finders of anything in print that I ever met. All these places provided respite and information for a weary but still hungry soul. Roz Payne, a resident of Burlington, Vermont, who once worked for both California and New York Newsreel, also allowed me to use her extensive archive. She has trial transcripts, thousands of government documents, hundreds of hours of videotape, books, cassette tapes, and personal papers of any number of activists, including Panthers. Her work to collate and disseminate this material is arduous and expensive, and interested parties should help her with this enormous task. She has just finished a DVD with never-before circulated moving and still pictures, audio, text, and other scanned files. A $50 donation makes the DVD yours. Visit www.newsreel.us for more information. Other important collections reside in the closets, garages, and storage facilities of former Panther members and their loved ones. These individuals have looked up and come to grips with the fact that they did not die for the revolution, yet. They have invaluable materials that need to be centrally located so all can access them. These personal collections represent by far the most important reservoirs of information on the Panthers. An enterprising oral historian could easily spend the rest of his life collecting this one-of-a-kind material. Former Panthers are willing to talk if you are willing to listen. They still have intelligence networks that let them know if someone is an officer of the law or not, so it might take a little time, but patience and perseverance will land you an interview that is, if you are not the police. These individuals, in places as varied as New York, Texas, Nevada, and Oklahoma, in addition to having a story to tell, possess artifacts. They might be willing to part with them if a space is made available to keep them forever. Now is the time to make this project a reality. Like their World War II forebears, they are passing on at an alarming rate, and once they are gone, their stories will be gone with them. We must serve them as they once served the people, and show them the way to the nearest archive or aid them in building and maintaining one of their own. If this were to happen, one day, we might have the true story of the rise and decline of the Black Panther Party. Some people are already working toward that goal. Research on the Black Panther Party, while not voluminous, is rapidly growing. Graduate students in universities across the country have made this topic one of the hottest since historians started looking at the movement from a bottom-up perspective. In addition, scholars in every field of the humanities have done their part in resurrecting this oft-forgotten and almost always misunderstood organization. From Stanford's Claiborne Carson and the Black Panther Party Research Project to Berkeley's Waldo Martin, currently working on a history of the party and a larger Panther Research Institute of his own, many historians have found value in exploring the contours of this radical organization. Dr. Charles Jones of Georgia State University in Atlanta is finishing up research on a comprehensive history of the group with particular emphasis on Southern chapters, while his colleague, Dr. Akinyele Umoja, has delved into a history of the underground wing. He is fast becoming an expert on armed resistance in the civil rights movement, and his work on the history of the Black Liberation Army is refreshing and timely. 9 other scholars, including Yahura Williams at Delaware State and Jamal Azaro at Wheelock College in Boston, are unraveling the not-so-mysterious grassroots organizing efforts that produced the party, years before it knew it was going to become a force in local politics. Penn State's Robin Spencer will soon complete her opus on the group during the 10 years after its heyday when it sought to off the pigs. Looking at the years from 1972 to 1982, Spencer will show that rather than dying on the vine, the party went through a resurgence and flowering and became intimately involved in local politics wherever it went. She will also demonstrate that this was a period when women held many of the decision-making positions in the party. Kathleen Cleaver's memoirs are also due out soon, and they promise to give the reading public a behind-the-scenes look at the party both inside and outside the United States. Seattle's Aaron Dixon and California-based Albert Big Man Howard are working on their memoirs, too. Bobby Seale continues to keep his dream of a Panther movie alive. Other ongoing projects on the party's relationship with various and sundry white and ethnic organizations are sure to prove what the party said all along, that people possess the power to effect change as long as they are willing to use that power. Groups like the Third World Liberation Front and the Chinese Red Guards will figure heavily into these comparative histories. All the new scholarship will help shed light on an organization and a movement that served as the focal point for a new generation of activists. On another front, many Panthers are trying to publicize the fact that America has political prisoners now. Mumia Abu-Jamal, they say, is not the only one. Ruchel Magee, Russell Maroonshotz, Herman Bell, Sundiata Akali, Bashir Hamid, Jamil Al-Amin, Kamau Sadiki, Mutulu Shakur, David Gilbert, and a long list of others wait as their comrades drum up publicity for their causes. They, along with Bob Moses and his Algebra Project, are also interested in making education a civil right and in fashioning a movement around this demand. They may one day link up with the group of Mississippi civil rights veterans that just organized in Jackson, Mississippi, to revive the movement, this time based on access to good education and better paying jobs. We do well to assist in this effort, because those who do not know their history have to be taught it. Otherwise, bad things happen.